were actually not in a position where they needed to make this aggressive push. It was a choice that they wanted to take these fights. SSG making some serious moves here. I mean, the fact that everyone started off the day so hot does lend me to believe a little bit, Gino, that things will cool off as we start into, at least into the map switch.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if it gets any wilder than
佢今日咧有兩
I don't know
邊
what
啊，
we're gonna do. We're gonna throw all of our preconceived notions out the window.
一邊係 official 呢
It's been a pretty
邊，
crazy start here.
另外一邊係 NLG 另外一 group。
TSM just kind of walking in and getting an easy cleanup for a win.
And yeah, and why did that happen, right? Because
Every team was
everyone
fighting each other.
had gone somewhere else, and TSM just walked in and was sort of like, oh, Godspot's just free. Like, all right, I guess I'll just chill here. And yeah, everyone else had cleaned everything. Man, that was very strange.
The brainless or brain dead comms from Imperial Housing. What is everyone doing? No one's playing the game the way the game's supposed to be played. TSM does, and as a result, well, they get the dub. Again, a modest win for them. I think it was only 6 or 7 kills total to their name, but nonetheless, a first-place 12-point win is certainly going to help TSM to start here, Glitter.
Yeah, and that's got to feel a little bit better to get the win, to close that out, because we saw so many incredible saves, some serious fights yesterday out of TSM at the beginning of the day, and then they didn't clutch up the dub. So this has to feel much better for them.
Or is it a bit of trepidation, right? Are they like,
The
well,
first game is
yesterday, and then,
TSM.
you know, we couldn't quite keep
Nice.
that momentum going. Is that in the back of their heads? I don't
No,
know.
it's TSM.
Yeah, but you know Hal, the most confident person in the entire history of Apex Legends. Something tells me that's the last thing you think of. Now, you saw the tweet from him. We're locked in today. You know, I was chatting with him yesterday in the hotel lobby, and he spoke to the fact that, look, at the end of the day, the first day jitters what really affected them yesterday was teams are just playing weird, and that's the interesting thing. It takes time to adjust to LAN, because you go from scrims, which is the exact opposite of what we're seeing, you know, 10 teams in ring 1, ring 2, and sometimes to LAN where everyone's scared, cautious, not playing by the book because maybe nerves and other things are at factor here. So it takes time to kind of adjust to that change in playstyle, Glitter.
Not to mention the groups.
Yeah,
Obviously,
exactly.
you know, you're thrown into your first matchup group-wise, and then the second you kind of find that rhythm and that comfort that you're talking about, it gets switched up on them. The rug gets pulled out right from under them. The adaptability is so important.
Yeah, that's a great point. Being able to adapt on the fly, that's always been a big criticism of Sweet Dreams, right? Sweet is an IGL that, you know, on paper, by the book, is the best IGL in the world. He's the smartest and best IGL in the world when it comes to making the right mechanical calls, the right plays. But the problem with that is when you're too structured
我
and
晏少
rigid,
少先開 cam， 我
teams
仲
to make the
整
right
緊
plays, that
啲
affects
嘢
you on land，
大
because
家
teams
可
are
以
no longer making the right
努力
plays on
專
land.
心
Teams
睇
are
住
playing
先。
scared. So, you know, Sweet is making a call, expecting a team to make the right play. They don't, and that affects an IGL.
俾我撳錯掣 fuck。
He is the best IGL. He said on paper he is the best scripted IGL.
On paper. Oh, okay.
Peep the IGL list I tweeted. I had him like 6th or something. I was fourth, third. I think I'm 3rd. But nonetheless, yeah, no, that's the issue. Is you got to be able to be adaptable, and I think Sweet has learned that. He's grown as an IGL over the years, and that's one thing I think Hal has traditionally historically had over him.
好 sad 啊，遲咗翻嚟。
versus always being by the book.
不過今日應該都打到11點。
I mean, look,
香
talking
港
about making some changes, you know, we saw a little bit of fun 1, 2, 3.
我唔知，等我 check 下先，睇下佢會唔會完埋成個消息。如果唔係就應該打到40轉頭。
So it's been interesting, you know, we talked
It's a
about
long day.
But that's big shoes for him to fill, right? But at the same time, Karampu's made that change, and you know, we had some expectations for Fun 1, 2, 3. They haven't quite shown up here yet.
而家休息緊。
We're going to see if they can from 80 Raccoon Squad. But hey, that's going to be it for us on the desk for now. We're going to jump to a very quick break. When we come back, we'll have Onset and Gaskin ready to call game number 2 right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Oh, 係啊，今日打晒。等陣。
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Game 1 done and dusted, Game 2 just around the corner, but what a Game 1 it was. TSM taking home that win in the first game of the day. And just to keep you up to date on what's going on, we're going to bring you the standings as well, just to show you how those points were accumulated and who ended up where.
Yeah, I think we know where first place was. It was TSM, 21 points in total. They got 9 kills on their journey. Flora, after being kind of free of the Alliance battle, were able to get second place, 12 points for them, and then a solid performance from both Perfection. And we have to talk about Passion on the Reventate combo have turned up today. Maybe they just needed a little bit of a warm-up after being a late addition.
Yeah, Passion looked good. Oxygen Esports as well, working their way towards that final circle. But if you're looking at those stats, and I know it's a very small sample size, yes, but that's kind of been something they've been working on, trying to work on, right? They get into top 5s, top 6s for the KP. Sometimes doesn't come across at the same kind of pace and the same kind of speed. That seems to be the case for them in that game number 1. But looking down at the bottom of it, Dark Zero is the story, Dan. And we have to start worrying if they don't win this next contest. If it even happens, will Dark Zero give this up? Will they try and play from Tree, which we know is a free POI? But if they do that, then maybe they're going to run into an Alliance team.
Yeah, I could see it in the chat in the pre-game. People were saying how Tree was free. Do Alliance then try and claim it again? Are we going to see Dark Zero back away from Harvester? Where is Dark Zero's ego at, right? Back-to-back LAN champions, just taken down 20th place in that first game. Do they say, look, this is our POI, we need to dominate it going into the rest of the tournament, or do they back away? It's a very big decision here going into game number 2.
That's a good point as well, right? Even if they win the next one and then the game number 3 contest doesn't go their way, other teams who are landing a Harvester, maybe in their region, they're going to think, hey, even though Dark Zero are here, we've seen they haven't been too hot in the contest, so maybe we're trying to force them away, and then that's more questions for Dark Zero to have to answer. So a lot on the shoulders of those 3 gentlemen that you can see on your stage here. But again, like I mentioned, Dark Zero don't do it the easy way. They like to do it as hard as possible, and they have success doing so.
They do have a lot of success, but haven't been able to find a win just yet, especially on World's Edge as well. We've actually only got 2 teams that yesterday found a World's Edge victory. That was FC Destroy and that was Dreamfire. Of course, now TSM have joined them in this lobby. Even though we've got a lot of teams who are quite World's Edge dominant when it comes to the regular season, it just seems like there's a few teams that are a little bit off the pace when it comes to LAN, but that can very easily change and can certainly shift the further we get into this tournament. Remember, these games very quickly start to disappear right in front of your very eyes. If you don't get results here, you've got, what, 1 set of group games left, and then suddenly you may be finding yourselves in those elimination brackets.
And the elimination bracket is the last lobby it could be for you if you don't manage to scrape your way through and push your way up to the top of those leaderboards. Then unfortunately you'll be watching from the stands, much like some of these wonderful people that we see here early in the morning here in London. By the way, shout out to everyone who was here when the doors opened, because you guys are the real MVPs. I mean, we were in pretty early this morning, but there was already people waiting outside, so I mean, we can't really complain.
Yeah. Always appreciate the support in UK LAN events. Everyone always turns up, and that's what we absolutely love about UK-based events. But now we need the UK-based teams, maybe, too.
And the UK-based travel for us.
Yes, UK-based travel is nice. But UK-based teams, Vex, did not have the best of games starting in it. They were able to pick up some kills, but I was seeing, again, chatter in the game chat. People saying, hey, Vex, what's going on? Why did you grief us? They pushed an LG team who had Caustic, which is always going to be a difficult push anyway. But it just seems like Vex haven't really found their rhythm yet so far in this tournament.
Yeah, they haven't. And I have to say, coming into this LAN, I did have some question marks about Vex, right? Because the games and the game days that they've succeeded a lot in the Pro League has been when there's been, with all due respect, some weaker teams in the lobby. They've been able to feast on them. It's been easy pickings for them on an edge of zone. Now you're in a lobby where every fight you're going to have to work hard for, right? It's not just a case of there's a couple of teams that have made it through the qualification, made it into Pro League, looking for a place to drop, and whatever it might be. Now every single fight is a war between these teams. We've seen it between every single fight that we've seen. No team has got run over, apart from maybe Passion yesterday, but that was an outstanding circumstance, and they answered back today. But I think they're starting to learn that you've got to pick your fights a little bit smarter here. It's not just a case of seeing a team and thinking this is a 3v3 we win.
I mean, I was chatting to the Vex kind of coaching team yesterday. They said that's one thing they've been working on leading up to this tournament is knowing when to pick their fights, to not just have mindless aggression. But maybe yesterday they went a little bit too deep into that, really struggled. They were trying a new composition, they were utilizing Catalyst. Now they're shifting away from Catalyst going into today, maybe trying to find something a little bit more familiar to their rhythm. But sometimes that mindless aggression isn't always the worst thing, right? If you start thinking about things too much and you overcomplicate things, sometimes you just need to shoot your gun and perhaps Vex just needs to relax a little bit, and they might be able to find some of that success.
That's the passion I want to see, by the way. That was a serious, that wasn't even a cheer, that was a roar. I want to see more roars today from the crowd. He agrees with me. He does me. Shout out to you. While we wait, by the way, we do have an opportunity to look at the final circle from our game number 1, where, as you can see, TSM, perfect shot from the cameramen and the fans with the TSM shirt on to see how TSM did close things out.
Yeah, and TSM were probably very happy to hear all this commotion that was happening on the northeast side of the circle. It just allowed them to walk up for free, and even though it could have been a little bit awkward just because of the rocks they had to climb over to finish off these kills, because everyone was so weak and it was only 1 or 2 players from each team, as long as TSM strategized correctly, it was never really going to go wrong. You can see Reps was quite far away from Verholst and Imperial Howl, but they spread themselves in a little bit of a triangle just to try and get around those final players and be able to hit all angles.
I love the end to that game as well. It's like the wind's up here. Just take this last player down who's hitting the grab lift, and you're seeing that champion banner appear on your screens. And TSM, like we said yesterday, strong-ish start in game number 1. Good KP, worked her way towards the end zone, but even in that game came up short against Exet, didn't take home that win. Exet did have an amazing game, by the way. Hopefully we can catch their POV at some point to see exactly how that went down. But this is the same story. Gino mentioned it on the desk, right? Yesterday, TSM had a pretty good start. They've had a very good start today with that win in game number 1, but we would need to see the consistency. That's what they've been famous for throughout this split of Pro League, the rejuvenation of TSM, so to speak. Without a doubt, the best team in North America, week after week, consistent points. It wasn't one week where they just put up a monster score. It wouldn't surprise me today to see that start to come back.
Well, if yesterday is anything to go by, in Groups A versus B, we saw Exet win Game 1 and go on to win the entire group, as it were. In C versus D, we saw Fnatic win Game 1 and go on to win the entire group. If history is going to repeat itself, it's a good sign here for TSM, but I think you're completely right. We need to see that consistency from them. Even though we follow TSM a lot, we always talk about the TSM. They are due a win, right? A LAN victory would be everything. I think no one would doubt they are the best team in the world if they were to win LAN, but suddenly if Dark Zero come back in, or if someone else comes into the equation, things change. I would like that as my wallpaper.
Well, I mean, I can't compare. I mean, I try and hit a double bicep sometimes, but it's not as strong as that one, Dan. I've got to be honest.
And Dreamfire will be looking to try and replicate some of their success from yesterday. I mentioned during yesterday's broadcast that Dreamfire, a very successful World's Edge team. As the look towards camera suggests that maybe Dreamfire aren't feeling it as much this morning.
They're locked in, they're focused, all right? I mean, sorry, I had to giggle at that. It just looked funny, let's be real. But I mean, one man who's looking serious. Wow. Doing his best Dwayne Johnson impression right there. That's going to be Hill on Oxygen. And Oxygen, like I mentioned, found their way towards that end zone. And that's important for them, right? Finding their way towards end zone. But like I mentioned, the question for me about Oxygen always coming into this event was getting to end zone, getting in a great spot. They've been brilliant at it. It's what they're known for. Can you turn it into a win? And if you can't, are you able to pick up the KP necessary to put consistent scores from game 1 to 6?
Oxygen still haven't won a game on World's Edge so far throughout this season. Like, in regular season and including LAN yesterday. And that worries me a little bit if you are relying that much on Storm Point. You need to make sure you are consistent across both maps. But everything can change, and I do think that they have shown those elements of success in certain areas. But you've just got to get to these final circles, right? You can see that if you can get into the right area, sometimes final circles can be very easy for you if you're in the right spot.
One cool thing about the copper box as well is if you do have the awesome hairstyle that we can see on our screen right now, the green, you always find a chair that's going to match the color. So the camera shot looks great. I kind of like it. Looks like we're about to get ready to go into game number 2. Thank you for staying with us, everybody who's here in London and at home. And it looks like the game is loaded and we're ready to go. Game number 2 is about to get underway, Dan Gaskin.
And we posed our big questions, right? Are we going to see the contest yet again? Is Tree instead going to be occupied by one of these squads? I think Dark Zero have to respond to what happened in game number 1. Whilst we didn't see it from our POVs, it looked like a relatively clean fight on the kill feed. It wasn't any knocks going on the other side from NorCal. So Dark Zero need to better position themselves, maybe try and drop a little bit differently.
Sometimes it can just be what gun you find as well. You know, you can land on the same pill twice and one's got Peacekeeper in, one's got a couple of syringes in. Cool. I guess I'll deal with this.
A syringe can only get me so far.
A syringe can get me back up for a few seconds, but it's not going to win me a fight. But it's going to be interesting to see how this game progresses. The story you have to say coming into this, though, is initially what's going to happen in those contests. Are we going to see a little bit of a kind of concession from some of these teams who are thinking, okay, that's one game now, we need to think about points, you know, total across the 6 games, but also are TSM about to be able to find the consistency that they've been looking for.
I do appreciate there's a lot of different representation of teams in the crowd as well. There's a lot of support for various different teams. I still feel like it's a TSM heavy crowd, and that seems to happen everywhere we go. Even in the UK, it seems like we get TSM
This is a UK heavy crowd, let me tell you. Do you not learn anything from the desk? You say the word London, everyone starts cheering. Well, let's get into game number 2. Let's see who is going to come out on top. Will we see one of the EMEA teams step up a little bit as a region? You've been quiet so far, teams. We need to see a bit more.
And also, we've got quite a diverse legend selection in this lobby. We didn't see much Caustic yesterday, but now Caustic coming into the equation. Of course, we've got the Revtain being a factor. We have a Newcastle on NorCal. We've got plenty of legends that can influence late-game decisions and can really change these final circles as well.
Let's see what happens then. It's time for us to jump off of the dropship and into some POIs. Let's see if we do see those contests. Will we see concessions, or will we see a little bit of ego being flexed by some of the teams who didn't manage to get the win last time?
I mean, Thermal Station is a hot drop, and we already know it could be a very hot drop. But look where Dark Zero are heading. Are they going to go into Harvester, or are Dark Zero saying, hey, let's take Tree? Alliance will see that as well. You can see the little arrows looking over towards it. Dark Zero say, well, if Tree's free, we're taking it.
This is very, very interesting indeed. And Lava City as well, completely free. So that's interesting to note. But Alliance now, this is interesting for them. They could be pinched by 2 teams, Flora and Dark Zero. So Alliance, who went away, strategized overnight. How do we want to play this contest? Do we want to just get out as a 3-man, get the loot that we can, and rotate towards Tree? If they do that this time, Dark Zero might be waiting.
Yeah, this is very frustrating for Alliance because you are relying on all of the loot at Tree. Where you're dropping right now in Thermal is not going to provide you with much to actually fight against Flora, because Flora take the high ground, and I tell you what, that one player has only got a slither of health.
You do, just single tapping. Hitting some flesh damage. And you can see in the kill feed as well, we have another fight going down. North Epson are involved. And they're picking up a couple of kills as well. That's over by Geyser in the respawn village just outside of it. So interesting to see already aggression being shown. And Genome said, I'm not quite sure what's happening in this lobby. I have to agree with him. Everybody looks like they're ready to throw down.
Well, it is going to be a circle that's heading southeast this time. I mean, we kind of ended up southeast, to be honest, last time, but it was maybe more Middle East. And at the moment, Lava Siphon looks like it's going to be a heavy area for contest, and that's where TSM are dropping, so they're going to be more than happy. As for Alliance, where do they go from here, right? They either have to try and fight their way back through Thermal, or they're going to go to Tree. Their hope may be that Dark Zero rotate away from Tree because they've got the beacon information.
Looks like Dark Zero are rotating away, so Alliance will be able to at least hit that beacon that is over at Tree and get a little bit of zone information, but the difficulty for them now is there's no loot left over at Tree. They're going to be picking up the scraps, and they're going to have to maybe think about making a rotation towards a crafter, maybe completely altering the way that they would like to rotate in order to continue this game. But looking at where the teams are heading, looking at where that beacon information teams are heading as well, it looks like Launch Site might be the place that we're going here, Dan.
Yeah, everyone now trying to get as south as they can. And it looks like TSM even considering going to Dome at the moment, and they might set up just on the eastern side and hope to see that pull. We have seen that pull across towards the lava outside of Dome.
Well, one place that TSM like to play is kind of the rocky high ground. Yeah. Just outside of Dome, they can use Dome to back up. They can also hold the teams coming in from the low ground of Lava City through that Vault Tunnel choke as well, and they can approach and clear out that side of the map towards the end game as well, while all the other teams kind of have to engage with each other. So TSM doing what they do, doing what they do best, sticking to a rotation they're confident with. Dark Zero, though, you can see them on the screen, and they're already taking a little bit of damage, and it's Luminosity who are firing down.
Yeah, Dark Zero, it was never going to be an easy journey here into Launch Site, and unfortunately, when they find out who they might be running into, as soon as you see those caustic barrels, you probably avoid that fight. You don't want to be taking it, because even if you were to win that engagement, you're going to be so weak from all the caustic gas, you are just victim to then a third party that potentially could happen, and let's be honest, will happen from what we've seen so far in this lobby. Teams have been pretty relentless with their pushes as soon as they smell an ounce of blood.
I mean, the one good thing for Dark Zero here is, yeah, they've decided we're going to go Tree. Zones help them a lot here. They do have quick access and a good prio to where that zone is going to be, so you see them, they're holding down that kind of southern building in and around Launch Site. They can fire down on all teams, rotating down through Lava Siphon. Speaking of rotations, this one's a little bit later. This is the team who drops right at the north side of the map. It's Crazy Raccoon. Good day yesterday, but they're going to have to work hard here to get Whisper back up.
You've got to work so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here.
Mike is going to go down here. A little bit of hit fight from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like Alliance maybe have the advantage here, but now Hackis goes down. Mandy goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch
versus 2. A wingman versus a peacekeeper. It doesn't matter elsewhere. Still action happening. It's fun. Taking down Vexed again. Eliminated in the early stages. And they are 2 huge fights that have just gone down. And it is going to be fun. It's going to be Alliance to come out on top.
A little bit of hit fire coming in from the 30-30 there from Karampu. He manages to pick up that final kill, but like you say, Vexed again. Points just scarce. Almost impossible for them to find at the moment.
It's all well and good being an aggressive squad, but sometimes when other teams are set up, when they're poised, when they're expecting the push, you can situate yourself to ensure that you get those angles, that you can do those damage and punish teams who are relentlessly pushing towards you. Crazy Raccoon, though, have been able to get back on their feet, so there is good news somewhere in this lobby, because it was looking pretty dismal at one point, as ESA now will take to the skies. They will make their rotation. Can we see some of the success that we saw right at the end of those regional finals?
Pretty smart decision this from Esports Arena as well. Not just using the skyward dive from the top of the construction building to get the maximum distance, but they saw how many battles seem to be breaking out inside of Fragment. By taking this opportunity to rotate, they're now ahead of all of this. They can hold down this choke. They can gatekeep all of these teams. Might be an opportunity if they do have some range weaponry here to pick up some KP on those teams trying to make a move.
And this next beacon information is going to be huge for these teams because we've got a pretty even split between launch site and dome. People are banking on either of the kind of east pool or the south pool here. And whoever actually predicts this correctly, you're going to be in best chances to try and win this game. If you don't predict it correctly, suddenly you've got to fight your way across the lava, and it's not going to be fun.
Well, Esports Arena, they're going to be chilling for now. They do not have beacon information, so they're just going to be maybe looking to hold out, gatekeep, and look to make a late move, and maybe see if they can spot a couple of teams making a rotation and base what they think is going to happen off of the actions of another team. But for now, Luda's going to be picking up a little bit more ammo for that wingman as we move over to Geyser, a Passion who had a pretty good time over here last game. They're looking to have a bit more fun.
Yeah, we're seeing the Eastern teams just kind of rotating around, meeting each other in Geyser. It may be a case that Passion just run away from this one, but we saw what happened last time when they ran away. They very much can set themselves up and they can get ready for things. On the other side, you've got all these teams maybe banking towards Harvester to try and get a little bit of beacon information as well. So there are a few teams trying a very different strategy on the edge at the moment.
Attacking here.
So Passion have decided to readjust here. Passion featuring Case Winnie from E6. Now Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be in a little fight. You can see the exhibit is down here from the Seer as well. E6 are going to be using that Revtain to try and get the advantage once more as we do get a little bit of face cam action now from Swinny. E6, the IGO on your screen, he's going to make the calls for his team.
And E6 can very much influence how this game goes with this combination of legends. They can really ruin people's day. They're looking like they're trying to push up. It's FC Destroy on the other side of things yet again. Remember, these two went toe-to-toe before. It was FC Destroy chasing after them previously.
And it's Crazy Raccoon who are trapped in the middle of this. This is completely being pinched by both teams, and Hammer Drill's just firing down. He's going to throw down that Rolling Thunder as well, as E6 will finish off the final members now of Crazy Raccoon. The greatest news here for E6, didn't take any damage. Nobody down, which means that they can hold off this push coming in.
Yeah, Swinny's not in the best of shape when it comes to health, but it looks like he's got a med kit. He'll be fine. And I don't think we're going to see FC Destroy push up on them just yet, mainly just because the circle is going to be coming in a minute of 44, and you could argue FC Destroy in a better position. Circle has moved down further southeast as we were expecting. Launch site and Dome are both still in it at the moment, but Lava City, Big Mord, you can see a few teams are going to be rotating late down from this east side.
Yeah, interesting to see. E6 should be okay here, because FC Destroy will have to make a move. Fun 1, 2, 3, they're rotating through the storm at the moment, but Iron Blood Gaming, they've got a little bit more attention in front of them to deal with. Scans are going to go down from the Bloodhounds, give them the information they need, see where that team is, and it looks like they're ready to fight here. The exhibit is down. They'll get those player outlines and strafing with that heartbeat sensor and a PK that's loaded. He's ready to go.
Oh, and they are pinching as well, and the shreds do come through. The assistance is going to be there, and it looks like Passion are going to be shut down immediately. Only one remaining play.
Yeah, no real opportunity here for Passion to make something magical happen. A couple of knockdown shields to play with, but they'll get whipped away nice and quickly, and it will be Iron Blood Gaming who step up here for their first KP in the lobby.
And they needed to, right? Game number 1 didn't go well for them, but we were expecting a lot from Iron Blood Gaming, especially considering the success they had in regular season on World's Edge. In fact, 62% of their points were from World's Edge rather than Storm Point. So when they do transition over to Storm Point, you need to be setting yourself up so you have a healthy point total going into arguably your weaker map.
And this is the team who want to move out of the Dark Zero Shadow, right? This is the team who won their split in Pro League over in the APEX South region. They're the team who have looked extremely strong doing so. So for Iron Blood Gaming, an opportunity in game number 2 to start writing that story a little bit more. They have control of Big Mord. They've got to make a move. Of course, as they won't be safe for that next circle, and you can see Singularity are actually going to be inside of Lava City still, so they're going to have to deal with them.
Yeah, Singularity are in Lava City, but they're on the western side of Lava City, so it should allow Iron Blood Gaming just to kind of creep in behind them and at least hold a building for now. As we go back to E6 and their attempt to get into the northern side of this circle, they're still being held out by teams. It's ESA that are on the other side of this.
A couple of interesting things to note just on our map overhead as well. TSM have moved out of Dome right towards the southern tip, outside of the Dome, and everyone else who is coexisting inside of it now, at some point, is going to have to engage when that zone moves. So I like this positioning, not just from TSM, but from Oxygen as well. This is that small eggshell. We've seen finishes over there where Oxygen are at the moment, but I've got to say, not for some time.
We also have to point out that LG have beacon at launch site, and they're still at launch site, right? So do they know something that maybe other teams don't? Is it going to be finishing down maybe in that lava area just east of them, or are we going to be pulling further towards Dome? A lot is going to be said in this next zone shift that's going to happen in about 10 seconds.
Fun 1, 2, 3. They're making their way through Lava Siphon now. They will be safe if they want to just set up and call this place a little cozy home for now. But they will have a tough move to make, especially with a couple of other teams inside a Lava Siphon for now. ESA making their way just to the northern side of this zone. You can see them sneaking in on your map overhead right now as well. And Singularity, the team who are holding down that Vault Tunnel choke.
And there's the pull. Okay, we still don't know loads, but we also know we're going away from launch site, and those who were focusing on Dome have been rewarded. Singularity actually still okay in the Vault area they find themselves in as well.
Game 1 was a little bit crazy and reckless, right? This one is looking like a more traditional lobby. Everyone has found somewhere to play. 16 squads still alive. And only a couple of early teams going down, you would say a couple of contests that we saw, a couple of people getting caught on rotation. But nothing too kind of untoward as kind of ruthless aggression, if you want to call it that. That hasn't been the case now.
We are going to lose a lot of teams in this next circle shift, though, because there's not much playable area that's left. All the Dome positions have kind of been taken, and now we're going to only have open areas that all these teams are going to be forced into, and then naturally you have to fight. So if you are one of these teams who's on the edge, you need to be thinking about, all right, where are we picking up our points? Are we going for a risky skyward dive to try and take a priority position? Or are we looking for kills? And if we are looking for kills, is it third parties, or are we going to have to push the initiative here? Do we need to start getting aggressive on teams?
One of the teams who has to make a pretty tough rotate, not just because there's teams in front of them, but also you can see the terrain in front of them is going to be esports arena. We have a listening queued up. Let's see what the next move is going to be.
I was looking for you guys. Cypher's not pulling up?
No, they're not. I think they went this way. Fighting in zone right here. I think you shot at. They're rotating. I think they're rotating into the eggshell though.
Yeah, rotate eggshell.
No, on bridge.
Turn around. I'm crossing back.
They know.
I got an angle on the right.
Cracked. Yeah, I cracked him.
That's all you need.
I queued him.
I'm popping one cell.
They're down low.
They dropped.
Yeah, they're down here.
I'm getting an angle on this right.
We're gonna have to kill these guys if they keep pushing this. 70 on the Revenant.
Chewing him.
I might have an angle. Revenant cracked. I'm gonna Horizon ult.
Look at that kid. Yeah,
Horizon ulted.
We're just gonna have to look to our clear this 100%.
Not a good Horizon ult. They have to run it. I gotta get a bat off.
Go for it. Get the bat off. We're gonna have to walk it in. Cracked Rev. Bottom. 1 HP Rev. Rev's actually won. Knocked Rev.
They're trying to send Cody.
Yes, play together. They're bottom. All you, one.
I stunned.
Run his own.
Yeah.
Cut left. Come
Coming.
Just keep cutting to me. You should be fine. This team's not gonna gatekeeper in here, okay?
Hurt. Popping a cell while sliding. We got bang ulted from the right. They're gonna walk down on us.
Just come. Valgo right here. 100%.
2 seconds. Go. Get in. Go.
Who needs a turbocharger? That's all I can think. It will be Esports Arena who take down E6, and now they take to the skies, but the oxygen is thin up here, Dan, and there's not too many places to softly land.
They're one of about 5 teams that have just gone into skyward dive to try and find a position. They do land, they do find a space, but the circle keeps moving down towards Dome. So you spoke about TSM who positioned themselves on that southern tip. They are in a fantastic spot at the moment, but we'll have to revisit that later as FC Destroy are having to fight their way out of a troublesome situation.
Oh, they're getting stuck in the mud at the moment. That black hole's doing all sorts of damage and causing all sorts of problems. Hammer Drill will go down. It's down to Ubichan. But I don't think he's going to be able to survive for quite enough time to really have an impact on this endgame. Fun 1, 2, 3 looking to have a little bit of a save. But Karen Poo will also go down. They are eliminated. 7 teams now out of this lobby.
But we have to commend Esports Arena. They landed late. They've been able to force their way against all of these teams whilst doing damage, whilst picking up kills. But it is not done yet. They still have to fight tooth and nail here.
They have to fight, but they've got a couple of armor swaps to play with as well. So even if the team needs to send it, they're going to have to fight for their lives. Connie will go down. Phonyhead's going to do big damage with that Volt. Gets the reload as well. He's going to be hitting some big shots. Now he has to swap out once more. Hits the reload and hits nearly another to the floor. Luna now left on his own, thinking about one of those armor swaps. Goes fishing in those boxes and finds himself a blue.
There are other teams there in the area that are doing damage as well, so Luna has a lot to do, but he's being griefed from a distance. Frex, the other remaining player, but Luna will pop up, but unfortunately then falls straight back down because Team Singularity also in the area to do the damage.
And that is why that rotation is so tough. Everybody moving uphill, everybody shooting down from height. Look at the bodies, it's a graveyard down here.
Singularity might be the next ones to be falling into said graveyard as well, because FC Destroyer on one side, NC on the other side. It is an absolute collapse under Singularity, who eventually, even though fighting their very hardest, are not going to be able to escape. And I think NorCal are going to be the last remaining team here. They are the kings of this mountain, and they can now relax for a short period before they have to
very short period of time. More fights now breaking out in and around Dome, because Dome has now been completely cut in half. Half will be safe, half will be inside. And so JMW, my goodness.
Invictus find themselves within Dome, but look, they have to move still. The circle is going away from them, and unfortunately that means they have to force themselves into a bottleneck out of one of these doorways. There are going to be teams watching them. Where do IG go?
IG make the play. IG make their move. Are they going to be able to find somewhere to play? JMW takes height and will be safe up here as well. He's got a couple of players to deal with as well and has to drop back. It will be NC who are up on that height.
This is mayhem here in Dome, as now IG down to 1. Graceful, the last remaining player, the old guard of IG, one of our oldest players at the tournament. Ironblood Gaming go down, so did Northeption.
Northeption out. Graceful still alive, and the longer that he stays alive here, the more placement points he's going to start picking up. So a solo player can still do so much damage. But who are the team that won game number 1? It's TSM. They're on the other side of this, and Hal's going to have a little poke here through the zone, and he's going to pick up some KP as well.
But TSM are on the other side of the eggshell, right? They are not seeing any of this action, which is great for them as another team falls. Dark Zero, though, still alive. It's going to be Dark Zero versus LG here at Dome. IG get eliminated.
IG out, but what the performances have been from Dark Zero. What a turnaround from game number 1. They didn't even get to play the game for more than 30 seconds or so, but now they're involved in a final circle, and this is one of those final battles that could decide who's coming out on top. On one side we have Alliance, on the other we have TSM of Verholz. He's been taken down, shields broken, and a little bit of health damage being done.
Oh, he manages to get the bat off. That's huge for Verholz, huge for TSM. Mandy versus Hal. Mandy wins, but the assistance is there. 2 versus 2.
2 versus 2. Reps and Verholz. Hal has gone down. Couple of teams here in this commotion going down, going to have a little look as well. M&K and Controller combining together to try and make something beautiful happen, but the grenades are landing, there's explosions everywhere, and it's all up to Reps now. One of the most experienced players in the Apex Legends Global Series to go massive here for TSM, but here comes Yuki. He's clutched once, but he can't clutch twice. It will be Alliance eliminated.
TSM survived, but we still see DF in the area. Are Reps and the rest of TSM able to stay alive? Yes, okay, he can just avoid DF here, but now needs to do something. They're going to try and hold him out as smoke comes in, but unfortunately he's going to be peppered through it. TSM go down, but they did the damage, they got the kills as DF. They've done what they set out to do. They get the achievement of taking out those squads who were on the other side of the eggshell.
Dreamfire, Dark Zero, Luminosity, your final 3 teams. As now Dreamfire try and make their move in towards Dome. We are still in and around Dome. This is a finish again that I haven't seen for quite some time here on World's Edge. A little bit of ammo being distributed between the players to make sure in this final fight they can contribute.
Remember, Dreamfire were one of our teams who found a victory yesterday on World's Edge. Throughout the regular season, they dominated on this map as well. Now we need to see more of the same. It's about biding your time. It's about picking the right moment. We saw it so many times in so many instances yesterday. Dark Zero are going to be up on this higher side of the dome, guarding themselves from smoke at the moment. LG are going to be stuck between two teams, but at least they've got the freedom of being inside.
I mean, Dreamfire should be in the position to take this game home, right? Because Dark Zero are going to be forced to move because of that zone. LG have to leave that building. However, the one kind of thing that could throw a cat among the pigeons are those smokes coming in from Bangalore, cutting off those lines of sight, causing a little bit of mayhem, almost like the reason that people play on Storm Point, right? Turns 60-40 fights into 50-50s.
Well, I think LG know they're in one of the most difficult spots because they have to escape through this doorway, which they would imagine is going to be watched. And you can't trust Bangalore smoke, right? A digi-threat could be very much on a gun, or if not several guns, when you see a Bangalore team in the area. It's about patience. You can throw as many caustic barrels down as you want, but you've still got to get out of that doorway.
Now the question is, who has the ultimates up as well? What are they looking like in this situation? What has been expended by these teams? Is the caustic Nox gas available? Can Nizel have a real impact? Can he throw that down on Dark Zero? Completely stick them in the corner, play for those KP. It looks like they do have that Nox gas to play with. It's gone down now. LG have to make their move and the gas is doing damage. But look at this. Also doing damage is Dreamfire. Dark Zero, they're going to be eliminated. Luminosity might have a chance now. However, it's a slim one, and it's going to be Dreamfire who clean things up. Game number 2 belongs to Dreamfire.
I think LG and Dark Zero knew that game was Dreamfire's, and it was a matter of just trying to hold the other one out to try and secure second place. And as soon as LG noticed there was considerable damage down onto Dark Zero, that's when they pounced and they gave the game to Dreamfire there. Remember, it was Dreamfire who pushed the eggshells, that pushed the message onto TSM, onto Alliance, to not allow the freedom of that southern side.
So well played in that end game. The second time that we've seen Dreamfire being announced as champions so far in London. They are loving life in London at the moment at Dreamfire. And I tell you what, they're making a fan out of me as well, Dan, I have to say.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more screenshots, there's going to be more wallpapers made throughout this tournament because Dreamfire are going to be turning up game after game. They always seem to find themselves in these late circles, especially on World's Edge. My biggest question that I'd have to pose to them is, what are we going to see on Storm Point? Are we going to still see that consistency carry through?
Well, that's a question certainly for them to answer, and I'm sure that they're looking forward, to be honest, to getting onto Storm Point. But before we get there, we've got one more World's Edge map to be played. Let's send it down to the desk, though. Dreamfire will be the team who take home game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Fallout here. I'll join alongside Glitter Explosion and Genome to break it down. I know, Genome, you're excited seeing APEX South team on top in game number 2.
Yeah, Roy coming up big there. As the boys at the desk were saying, it was kind of in their hands. You know, Dark Zero, they switched up their drop spot. So they get beaten by NorCal to start with and then actually decide, look, yeah, we're not playing ego here, we're here for points. They go down south and actually get rewarded. Zone pulls over there, nice easy rotation into Dome. But yeah, as it sort of changed out towards there at the end, you could see they were just hiding in a corner. They're like, well, we can't really look at Dreamfire here. And that makes it a very easy target for the caustic gas coming out of LG.
Yeah, agreed. And I love that decision. Put your egos aside. Alliance did the same thing. They decided to split the drop and thermal station. And guess what? Instead, they make it to the top 5 as well. So a wise decision here as this man here on Dreamfire making fans live from this crowd with all types of hand signals here, Laura.
Listen, I am waiting for more of the hearts from Roy, okay? That's all I want right now, because those are some of my favorite screenshots from yesterday. But phenomenal performance from Dreamfire. We heard the boys talking about it as well. They performed well on World's Edge yesterday. This is clearly their comfort zone. Storm Point could be a massive determining factor for them.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, everybody in the crowd, can we do a quick little heart here for Dreamfire, everyone?
Yes.
Rep for Dreamfire real quick. That's what's up. Make some noise for Dreamfire, ladies and gentlemen, live in the audience. Making plays today, that is for sure, is the Dreamfire squad, and that's a big game for them in game number 2. But Mark hit the nail on the head, onset. How are they going to perform on Storm Point once we get there is a key question here. You know, I'm not sure if you know how they, you know, obviously you casted the region for a while, the difference between them competing on World's Edge and Storm Point.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of differences. I talked a little bit about it yesterday, right? You know, they've been playing differently throughout the season, so how it's going to be on LAN, honestly, completely different question, especially considering it's only one of the 3 members we saw throughout the split, right? But considering, you know, how they played in Rally, we're seeing similar themes come through there, where it's really Bolin and and Roy who were picking up the pace, right? 4 and 6 kills for those guys. Tao really being the supportive player there in that game with the goose egg.
That's right. We'll take a look here. Alliance opts not to drop in 50-50. They drop in the outskirts, but they find themselves a late fight in that play from Yuki in a 1v2 perfection with the wingman footer.
Those shots were beautiful. I mean, at this point, it's just Yuki being Yuki, able to clutch up that situation, but that's got to feel good for Alliance because that was a little bit of a rough start, so those extra KP are going to be super useful.
其實咧，我想講咧，琴晚咁樣睇，即係今日咁樣再睇咧，好攰啊個人。Super long day, it's crazy. 我看打嗰啲，你諗下。
Yeah, you can see a lot of teams, you know, it wasn't, you know, there was a bit of fighting going on, but it seemed very different to game 1, right? It wasn't just this absolute bloodbath out in Narnia. A lot of teams did get into
今日要打12場，我想講佢哋。
A lot of teams inside TSM, you know, taking the bottom of
即係而家呢個 stream 係 Group B。
Quite work out, but
yeah, and speaking of the teams able to hold the spot in Dome, LG obviously
Me
they're
too.
putting them in a solid spot.
有少少悶。
specifically for this end zone, but
咁唔一
it's
定
getting
係
themselves
場
into a better
場
position
都
to get
好
more points in the board because they were someone that I've been keeping my eyes on. And they didn't do poorly yesterday, but we know that they are capable of some insane plays, John.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the moment where Reps clutched up a 1v against Yuki. Obviously, Reps had a lot more health overall. Ended up winning that fight. Both of them ended up getting taken out.
又係打輸喎。但係我覺得
decisive win conditions we've
啲
seen.
Fire 八大佢哋贏喎。
With that and the guerrilla warfare strats here, look at it popping out of a tree basically.
咁
My favorite.
係會有啲位係好。
Yeah, listen, APEC North has
因為真係
delivered in
係
the reactions category.
match 都好好
DJ
睇。
action earlier. Techno beats being bumped. Let's take a look at the match 2 results.
但係就總會有一啲好 amazing 嘅 moment 咯，每一場。
Close to first overall, neck and neck with TSM, but Dark
唔
Zero
知
and
AC 嗰
Luminosity
邊
also show up alongside Alliance.
因為呢邊係講真，大熱都係 TSM 加 C 喎嘅兩條線，同埋呢邊有多咗好多新嘅 crew， 好多舊嘅戰隊咧有啲解散咗，譬如 Team Liquid 嗰啲一早解散咗，因為譬如 Team Liquid 其中有啲即係可能比較熟悉嘅。 鋪批轉咗去可能係全部都比較新嘅。我估呢度20隊有差唔多接近8隊係新嘅。
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, we're looking at the second page here.
都未必
In the event that you're only able to get one placement point, those 9
SSG
kills at a esports
譬如
arena, leveling up that aggression, that's
FC
going to
係新㗎啦，分123新㗎啦，之後 OE 係新㗎啦 ，Passion 新㗎啦，即係都係好多都係新嘅，因為北美同歐洲。 都解散咗幾隊，然之後有幾隊新嘅，同埋有一兩隊就因為簽證問題，所以嚟唔到，轉咗另外都有。
All right, so we've got the caustic pick. Obviously, you know, a little bit unusual.
嗰邊可能好睇啲嘅，不過嗰邊主要都係
ALGS, but this time LG one of the only teams running it. That means teams can't push into them here. The barrels are set up. They've got all of that. I think the caustic ultimate, the grenade, yeah, you can see that's just gone out. So they're waiting for that to tick, push Dark Zero all the way back right into the zone. They're clumped up there. They've got absolutely no chance. Unfortunately, LG take a little too much damage in the backside from Dreamfire as they pop out to take that fight, but it still does secure them in second place and a couple of KP.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say LG played that as close to perfect as they could.
因為始終同埋始終比賽嗰個嗰個叫咩？比賽形式同平時大家睇頂獵嗰啲 highlight 或者平時就咁打積分咧，成個框架好唔同，所以會覺得有少保守同埋比較悶係正常。不過你問我琴晚 J-Links is amazing。
in those buildings and keep so many people away for a while
because
of that gas in general. So they got the place points and they still had some good kills as well. Now they just got to wrap it up for the dub.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We know Luminosity is certainly capable of that.
即係睇晒係會有啲悶嘅，正常。所以好多人都淨係睇 highlight。
you mentioned the team running caustic.
不過我自己就我唔學埋嘢就都可以嘅。
They don't care if Seer is that dominant or they can run the ALGS comps. They run whichever team comp that they want that fits their playstyle.
Well, if you think about that, before, we saw Furia like that at Rally, right? They weren't listening to everybody else, right? They were just going with what felt good for them. And all of a sudden, Seer came out of nowhere, and it was amazing for them. So you don't necessarily have to just play by everyone else's rules.
Yeah, in fact, sometimes you shouldn't. I think Furia proved that. I think Luminosity has proved that all Pro League. They played so well with completely off-meta comps throughout the entirety of Pro League and ended with a top finish. So kudos to Luminosity. The question is, how will they continue to perform in this competition? Yesterday, not the exact start that they would have wanted, that they expected themselves.
Yeah, and when we think of the pop-off moments that we saw from LG throughout the last split, I mean, we got to highlight Yanya a lot. They had some crazy clutches. They're capable of lots of aggression, and so a quieter performance for them, it's not that it's bad, it's just maybe what we weren't expecting. Like we said, that could be down to a lot of factors. The first day nerves, is it the groups being matched up? Do they play differently once they're up against this particular group? We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's right. On the flip side, enough of our top 3 teams from last game. You're taking a look at a few teams you just saw drop from SSG. It's so interesting, the Space Station squad. They continue to just be silent performers. I mean, we don't talk about them often. We don't hype them up often. They're not necessarily an in-your-face aggressive team playing edge. They play a fairly early rotate game, but they always manage to show up, Glitter. Space Station's a team that finished 5th yesterday, but we didn't really see a whole lot of them.
I feel like that's kind of their MO, though. They always fly under their radar, even though there is so much talent on that team. They keep themselves in a spot where they will make sure they qualify through and just live on to the next day. I'm waiting to see a day that's just dominated by SSG.
Yeah, it's going to come at some point soon. TSM obviously stays consistent with their gameplay as well. They make it to late game 2 out of the first 2 games, but similar story. That's what happened yesterday. TSM started really, really strong, was in the top 2, and then slid in the back half, which was actually on World's Edge. So, if they can have a similar storm point to what they had yesterday, we'll see how they will fare. Alliance with the big game last game, just to start. They got to get that engine roaring. Maybe it's like an old Cadillac or something. It takes some time to get going. But once it does, we'll see what Alliance can do alongside Mandy as a sub. But hey, looks like game number 3 is just about ready on World's Edge, our last map of World's Edge. The crowd's cheering because they are excited for this one. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Mark and Dan at the caster's booth to call the action.
Come and join us, everybody. Come and join us up here on the God Spot. We're going to take you through the final game of the World's Edge part of this series, Dan. Before, of course, we hand it over and we send our teams towards Storm Point. I mean, again, Dreamfire, the winner of game number 2, TSM, the game winners of game number 1. What do you expect to see from game 3? Are we going to see a little contest go down again, or do you think that now that Tree has kind of been sorted out for Dark Zero as the place they're going to drop, does that change how Alliance may be trying to approach this drop?
Yeah, I doubt that Alliance are going to continue to drop on the southern side of Thermal if now Dark Zero are going to be there towards Tree. Instead, Alliance are going to have to take the fight like they did yesterday, right? Where they were dropping below Flora and they were really then having that 50-50 because then they got the pills, they got better loot. And Dark Zero may force them to go back to something a little bit similar there.
We're going to have to see if that does occur, or if they're going to be happy with just the loot that's left over from Dark Zero, much like they were in match number 2. But it's the final game of World's Edge before we send our teams over to Storm Point for a little bit of a throwdown, a little bit of a ruckus. But I tell you what, Dan, I got no idea what to expect in this game number 3. Game 1 was absolute carnage. Game 2 was more traditional by all kind of aspects is what we expect.
Well, by the process of elimination, this should be an in-between, right? Maybe carnage involved, as well as a late game that's more traditional, but we will see what happens on the southwest side of that map. Dark Zero look like they are going to give up Harvester again, but are we going to see a more aggressive drop from Alliance? It looks like from the map overhead, yes, we are going to see a more traditional fight from Alliance and Flora instead, because Dark Zero have forced them this way, and now because of that, Dark Zero get the beacon as well.
That's so interesting how the complete game has kind of shaped around everything that's happening down on the southwest side of this map. And you can see Flora, maybe they're going to be caught off guard here, but not this time, because Yuta gets that first knock onto Mandy. And you have to say, overall, Flora have kind of, we'll say, certainly earned the respect of Alliance. And now Alliance are learning that maybe respect wasn't enough.
I have heard that the rest of the lobby is very keen to find out who has been winning these engagements, and in the moment it looks like it's going to be Flora. Hackies goes down as well. Alliance eliminated, and Flora dropped more aggressively that time. Considering they've been dropping at the top of Thermal previously, they took the fight to Alliance, and they are rewarded for it. And oh boy.
A little bit of a stretch there from Pinator on the horizon, just making sure that death box was squared away at all edges, I think, from that horizon member. But you have to say, I mean, that's an a crazy thing for Alliance to have to experience, right? Because let's take ourselves out of this, right? It's not like they're just matching up from different groups. These two teams have been in the same group. We've seen this contest going down for 2 days now. Is it going to continue? For Alliance, I think it's massive because Alliance have only really ever played from Thermal Station. All their rotations, all their gameplay, all their strategy is based on this POI.
And this is why I love international events, right? Because you may own a drop spot in your region, but suddenly now different teams from different regions say, well, actually, in our region, this is our home, and we are going to challenge you for it. And it may end up that one team goes to winner's bracket, one team goes to loser's bracket, elimination bracket. We'll have to see what happens.
TSM, they're involved with the fights. Crazy Raccoon on the other side of this as well. Just to give you a little bit of circle information, it looks like we will be pulling up towards Fragment, which is going to be interesting to see how these teams rotate. And I tell you what, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of playable area. Probably one of the most habitable areas to coexist that we have in all of the Apex Legends competitive maps that we see. So for teams, it's a case of, do we want to try and get to endgame? Do we want to try and find what we think is a good endgame spot, not just to survive, but maybe explode out towards that endgame and pick up some KP? Or is it going to be a case of maybe Edge is not the way to play this one? We'll have to see how this works out. But for now, Crazy Raccoon, we can confirm they're going to disengage from that fight from TSM. They are going to head towards Fragment.
Also, because a lot of the buildings have roofs, and I say a lot because some don't, because, you know, there was that terrible lava that came through World's Edge and just changed Fragment ever so... Well, a very sad day indeed. We lost a few buildings, but it means that you are going to be able to skyward dive a little bit more successfully into Fragment and potentially find somewhere to call home. And we may end up with, you know, 16 to 17 teams in a very tight space, in a very late circle, because teams are going to be reluctant to push. Like, Crazy Raccoon won't want to take this fight. All of this at the moment is just body posturing. It's just letting them know you're there, doing a little bit of damage to ensure that no one pushes you.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Crazy Raccoon push.
I mean, yeah, when it was Crazy Raccoon, I was a little bit concerned, but for the most part, teams shouldn't be pushing teams when they are building to building.
We'll have to see if they do try and do something a little bit spicy and make Fragment East a very interesting POI to watch for the majority of this game. But NorCal Esports, they're making a little skyward dives themselves towards train station. This is a quick rotation from Harvester as well. You can see that from just the loot pool. All white across the board, a little bit of a swap on the floor is going to save a few cells, but NorCal Esports are set up here for the long game, and look at this composition as well, Dan. Watson, Newcastle. I mean, you're going to need some tools to break into this setup.
You really are, and I think this is perfect for NorCal. When they saw this circle and they saw where they could head toward, they said, look, we could lock this one down. This could maybe be the perfect game for us to pick up some serious points here. And remember, NorCal, they bullied Harvester. They bullied Dark Zero away from that POI, but now they need to make it count. Dark Zero will be like, well, we could have won that game from that position, right? So NorCal needs to show us how it's done.
Teams who are rotating extremely late at the moment. Flora, they're taking their time, understandably, to loot all of Thermal Station. You've got LG, and over at launch site, they're down at the bottom side of your screens. You can see Vex, no surprise to see them, as well as E6, excuse me. Way outside of the zone for now, just the traditional Edge teams that we've seen who like to try and fight. They're not going to have anyone to run into to take any fights at the moment. Everyone else, though, Dan, I mean, look at the population of Fragment. I mean, prices must be dropping at the moment because everyone's purchasing land.
You've also got TSM in the respawn village as well, or just kind of trying to utilize that beacon, you'd have to imagine, which is going to be very valuable. When North Epshire, who are going to come from the southeast towards Geyser, they will be probably thinking something similar. We can rotate through Vault, we can take beacon, and then we can gain info, but maybe they're not expecting a team to be there. But when you see 19 squads in a lobby, you always have to presume someone is going to be in the position you're trying to get to.
We've got Apex South versus EMEA here. You've got IG down on that low ground. You've got Ironblood Gaming just above them as well. Crypto Drone's going to get information. Looks like Ironblood Gaming want to do a little bit of crafting here. And look how beautifully dressed up this Devotion is as well. All gold across the board. You don't want to run into that. You certainly don't want to go up a zip line into this.
I thought you were talking about the 8-ball, actually, when you said it was dressed up. It looks great on the gun, it has to be said. Maybe in his past time he was a pool player as well. But Ironblood Gaming looks like they're not going to have that engagement that they were thinking they could have. And instead now we're going to see how they try and decide to get into this circle. They do have beacon information, which is very important. They can now assess how they want to approach things. They know they don't need to be immediately rushing because they're very close to the round 3 circle and can craft here, right? They can take their time to make sure they've got all the loot they need.
Oxygen Esports was the team with a few charge rifle shots from distance there as well. I'm sure that Ironblood were just saying, can you not? Can you just let us craft, please? Let's get on with our business. IG, though, trying to think about what their next move is going to be too. The drone is going to go down from Noisy. He's trying to scout out what the next play is for them, but a difficult position to play from down in this time.
And IG probably aren't used to lobbies like this with such a lack of crypto. We've only got 2 cryptos in this lobby. When we look at EMEA and how things progressed during the region, at one point we had 7, 8 cryptos starting to be involved, and IG can really use this to their advantage because that drone can be such a game winner for them in the late times, but it also can do so much, right? You can get beacon information, you can also push a fight because of it, you can defend yourself because of it as well, and it looks like Noises is just going to be hiding away, waiting to see if he can get that beacon information after.
Well, IG just taking their time here, trying to work out what their next move is going to be, but 2 teams who might be engaging very, very soon are down on the southern side of this zone. We do see where that zone pull is going to take us. No surprise here, we're going even deeper in towards Fragment. It looks like we might be pulling slightly north of it. But Vexed and Flora, this is the fight we wanted to see here, Dan. In and around Harvester, Tyler already got that red armor.
Well, it's 2 teams who aren't afraid to fight, that's for sure. We know Flora have been very aggressive in terms of their composition, in terms of who they want to be fighting up against. Well, Vexed, even more aggressive of a side.
As we go into the fight, we're going to jump into the comms as well. We have a listening lined up with Vexed.
There's 2 up top, there's 2 up top. 25 foot, Malcolm might be far right.
We need to go from left side. I'm on height right now, okay?
What, are we going from out and left?
I think I have to go left on height and then watch for you guys, no? I mean, where are they?
What, up on the mountain? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go from left side. Are they inside top right now? I'm going to climb up and watch for you, come. Because I don't see them at all.
Yeah, you should just walk up with us and scan for us.
Yeah, I'm scanning. Scanning now, Dango.
I'm going to queue in.
They're on the doors,
Come out on the door,
Just get ahead, get ahead.
I have it.
They're falling back.
I'm
They completely in. Left side. Killing right now, not scanning.
Yeah, I'm walking up. I'm walking to middle.
I'll come with you. See, no one, probably running snake.
Okay.
I'm walking up again. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's snake. No one on scan. Oh.
No, I mean, the door's not closed. I think they just ran maybe S-stroke.
Don't know. In front of us, I think. Yeah, end of snake. Leaving. Yeah, one of them snake there, maybe? I'm seeing one's still here. I'm seeing right.
Yeah, he's running left now.
Look, he's running up the hill.
Well, Vex trying to find this fight, but it looks like, unfortunately for them, Flora trying to rotate away as well. Take that high ground, and that makes the rotation more difficult for Vex. Keep a note as well. Vex expended so much in that. You saw the Horizon Black Hole go down, the gravitational lift being used, so they don't have a huge amount of utility now to try and take this fight, especially against the height.
Also notice there was no consideration of rotating away. It was all about that fight. It was trying about winning it nice and early. Good shots to come down to save Matafi there from an opposing black hole, it would seem. Matafi a little bit split from the rest of the team and needs some help because Flora are trying to surround him right now.
Yeah, Matafi is kind of having to play bait here. He's hoping that Tyler and Unlucky can keep him alive. The exhibit's going to go down as well, which is going to slow the fight down because Flora know they step into that exhibit. They're going to be shown up to all of the players here on Vexed. And when you got players like Tyler, and maybe a 301 or something in his hand, you ain't gonna take too many invitations to take that player down. So, but Flora's about resetting themselves now. Nice spray coming in here from Yudu. She's gonna almost break the shields, but the longer this fight goes on, we always worry a little bit about third parties, but it looks like it's going to be a fight that just takes place on its own.
Yeah, it's isolated because everyone else is over towards Fragment East, and it doesn't look like anyone is going to be even putting a cup to the wall here to try and listen to this fight. So instead, it's going to be whoever wins this one gets control of the southwest side of this circle. And they've got a little bit of time, but the zone is going to start to play a factor here, as now we'll see the first knock.
Oh, here's the Peacekeeper. It's starting to pop as well. Unlucky goes down. Yudu with 2 here for Flora.
Flora should be able to clean things up. You can't imagine there's going to be anything left for Vexed, and even though there's a knock, it's not going to do the damage to actually stay alive in the fight. Flora win yet another engagement, and they have dominated the southwest side of this map many a time.
They certainly have, and it's a dagger through the heart of a lot of EMEA fans. It just seems like it's every single time. There's a EMEA team they take down, but Northeption, they're trying to make a move themselves now. Crazy's going to go down, though. Northeption now down to just 2. They might be in a position to get the res if they can punch this player into the corner. Crazy Raccoon have been eliminated, and all of a sudden the action is starting to pick up here.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw Singularity also get taken down. IG are having a fight with LG at the moment. It's the Gs versus the Gs. TSM also with your kill feed getting involved against LG. So a lot of teams over towards Fragment are having fights, but it's the respawn village where TSM are doing the damage from.
Luminosity and Ironblood 4. We're now down to 14 squads. We mentioned how when everyone's stacked up, expect those lobbies and those teams to fall quicker and quicker as the zone gets smaller and smaller. And very interestingly, Dan, the zone has completely pulled away from Fragment now. So everyone who had kind of set up and was like, we're here for the long game, they have to leave and they all have to bottleneck into each other.
Yeah, all those wonderful buildings we talk about that you could cohabit in are suddenly not in the circle. We are going north towards more epicenter now. It still could pull towards the lava around epicenter, and we will see people trying to hold the high ground on these areas. IG at the moment, they're in a good position to kind of look what's going to be happening below them, should be able to pick up kills, and also as this circle transitions closer towards them, they may be in a position to actually win this game as well.
Yeah, this circle's been a little bit of a blessing for IG. We mentioned how they were in a really kind of tough spot. If that would have moved towards Fragment and they had to rotate out with Iron Blood above them just last time we were on board with them, but that zone pull means that they get good access to where that zone is going to be going, and that's a big, big EMP coming in from Noises here. He's trying to give the information to his team as well to finish this up. Is Northeption, who are down on that low ground. IG and TSM trying to combine together here to pick up KP.
Yeah, two of our incredible World's Edge teams now either side of Northeption, so it's not going to be an enjoyable time for them. It looks like they've been able to find home in the little pipe below and should be able to just delay things, stay alive. And hopefully, eventually, they can think about trying to plan a route of escape. Oxygen still alive, you can see on the southwest side of your screen there. 14 squads still remaining. This is kind of what we expected when we saw this circle, when we saw how much playable area there was. But that is very quickly going to disappear. I would imagine we have this lobby when this next zone closes.
IG's just trying to hold Northeption out here, down on that low ground, not letting them out without taking damage. And the last thing they want as well is these KP to go to TSM as well. They want the KP to themselves. That's why you're seeing teams just, both IG and TSM, kind of wait for the other to do a bit of damage before they try and make a play off the back of it. But 14 squads still alive. Like you say, Northeption still down in that tunnel, trying to work out how they're going to move from now. On the other side of the lobby, you've got Dark Zero, bang center in this zone. Oxygen, you saw in those train carts. We have seen finishes over there, of course. But Northeption, they've managed to creep their way. Silent Snake slipping through the grass here.
I think TSM have spotted them, so Northeption are going to be, unfortunately, griefed from their right-hand side, and they're running right towards Flora as well. Flora are going to be one of the latest teams to be joining the fray here, and may be a pain for Northeption. A lot comes down to actually which rotation Flora makes here, because it looks like Northeption are going to be forced to try and at least hold back TSM ever so slightly, because they realize they can't go much further south.
Rolling Thunder coming down as well from the skies. TSM trying to pick up these KP. They're doing decent damage, but these are KP that you can't let get away. The smoke's going to make it a little bit more difficult, though. Verholst needs to be very, very careful. Though you saw his shields were broken. IG still in the vicinity. Northeption trying to make the move, and Verholst is going to go down. I mentioned how IG need to be thought about here by TSM. It seems like they just forgot about them.
IG with the charge rifle, doing the damage. Verholst is going to be able to get picked back up. Hal now is just trying to apply some pressure here to keep his team alive. Verholst gets the bat off, so it's all okay for TSM. But are IG going to take another look at this? It looks like no, they're not going to.
IG choose not to give up the spot, but Imperial Hal will go down. Northeption doing what they can now to turn this fight on its head. It looked like for all the world that this was TSM going to be picking up the KP. But remember who we're playing against right now. Tadar's going to go up into the air. He's got the wingman in his hand. And this will be TSM eliminated.
But SSG now pushing from the southern side. Northeption, they need to loot up quick. They need to get the shield swaps. They're good. They're healthy. It's another fight for them as SSG will look to try and pick up the pieces. But unfortunately, there isn't pieces to pick up. Northeption are very healthy elsewhere. Passion, they're struggling to stay alive. They've been knocked. Dark Zero are on the aggressive side of this push.
Dark Zero trying to make their way into zone. Northeption eliminated. We have a listening ready with Dark Zero. Let's see what the plan is for the Aussie boys.
Yeah, I am. It's a solo, baby. No, two. There's a Watson. 100 ping. Okay. One jump. Watson. I'm almost here. Killed one. Don't die. Help, 80 another one. In the knockdown. Cracked. Oh, died. Kill him. Do him. I was over the corner. I'm crawling. I'm punching you. I can't. I'm crawling around here. I'm trying to shoot them. I'm batting. We're getting shot on the right as well. I can res this. Don't res Sharky. I'm getting shot. Put your knock up. It's up. Okay, heal and then I'm gonna res. Okay, I'm resing. No, on the right. Swing right. Hit 60 on him. They're pushing us. I'm shooting him. I'm leaving this side. Okay, coming. Batting back. Behind you. Holy shit.
Dark Zero did what they could, but it's Esports Arena who move in. IG International eliminated, Oxygen eliminated. That means everything that was on the east side of the map has now been taken down.
It's why it's so hard to kind of land central as well, because you've been seen from so many areas. Teams that are in the distance can just pepper you, they can grief you, they can make sure you cannot res comfortably, and unfortunately Dark Zero go down because of that. But now we have 6 squads left. There's a small amount of respite for some of these teams. Esports Arena are assessing their situation from the north side. SSG are on the south after they picked up their kills on Northception. But it's going to be Fun who are on this east side of the lava, taking a fight with FC Destroy right now. Look at them peppering each other from one side to another, but it's actually FC Destroy who are doing more damage.
30-30 in the hands of Karapu here, trying to see if he can just chip away at some damage, create an opening for them maybe to walk up onto. But speaking of the map overhead, SSG are the team, you have to say, maybe in the best position. Everyone else is on the other side of the map. Everyone else is going to have to engage, and SSG should be able to pick up the pieces.
I will say, though, E6 are one of the teams that could be a problem for SSG. They are swinging east. They are going all the way around to try and get into a better position, trying to get some of that high ground, trying to get into a spot where maybe they can be the third party, the final party to this fight. And remember what composition E6 are running. It's the Revtain combo, which we haven't seen come into the equation in the late game yet, but you know how punishing that can be.
ESA making a push here as well. Luda's taking a little bit of damage. This is 2 of the final teams we see actually still alive inside of the epicenter. ESA have the height, they have the damage as well. This is going to be a really, really difficult situation for FC to Destroy to try and get out of, but we've seen them get out of some sticky spots. Let's see if we can do it again now.
I mean, ESA and FC Destroy both should be going down here in this next circle. It's going to be tough for them to get out. It looks like ESA may try and escape on the northern side because Fun are going to be holding out FC Destroy. FC Destroy will try and join ESA on their rotation north. Here they go, but unfortunately they're just going to end up in exactly the same spot as ESA and have to fight them head to head.
Oh, that's so important. They had Seer in that situation, the heartbeat sensor. FC Destroy tried to swing behind them, tried to shadow the rotation, and now ESA, having got the information, that swing was coming in and managed to pick up that first kill. And it looks like FC Destroy, unfortunately, are going to have a tough time of it here.
Yeah, ESA are doing the damage and should be able to control this side. Fun will move south. E6 are being griefed by SSG as FC Destroy do get confirmation of being eliminated. Now, E6 versus SSG on one side, ESA versus Fun on the other. It's almost a 3 versus 3 on both sides, but who's going to get the knocks? It's SSG who start us off.
SSG are going to move in and try and finish off E6 here. Big spray coming in from dropped, and E6 dealt with, handled. They are out of the lobby. 2 squads remaining. Esports Arena out as well. It's Fun 1, 2, 3 versus Space Station. It's APEX North versus North America. A little bit of time here. Fun's going to take some damage, though. You can see the Oblit is going to go down. Denial gets the first knock. SSG, we've been waiting for them to turn up for a few moments, for a few games, and maybe day 2 is theirs. Space Station Gaming will take the final game here on World's Edge and take all the confidence they need towards Stormpoint.
You heard it on the desk before this game. Glitter said it is a matter of time until we finally see SSG step up to the plate and show us what they're truly made of. And it was a fantastic hold in that final circle. They dominated that eastern side. They bullied E6 away from their area just with one player, forced them away. And as soon as they held that high ground for that final bit, they were always going to win that game.
Space Station, we've been waiting for you to arrive. Kind of the silent assassins of the ALGS, you would have to say, never kind of talked about in the same breadth as some of the other teams in North America, but demanding respect on the international stage here in London. That's what we wanted to see from this lineup. That win is going to do them the world of good.
So SSG, Dreamfire, TSM are 3 teams that find victories on World's Edge, but you know what that means. After 3, we go to Stormpoint. So all these teams who have been finding success, they need to replicate that on a different map. Do they have the same consistency?
That's the question that we have to have answered, right? It seems like the hot start is difficult to keep going in these lobbies. It seems like consistency is difficult to find in these lobbies as well. And it's going to be up to the teams to find that consistency as we head over to Stormpoint. But for now, we're done and dusted. We're going to throw it down to the desk. Fallout, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mark. Much appreciated. Glitterstradamus, she called it. It's just a matter of time till Space Station wins. The next thing you know, big dub from them.
Listen, if I'm somehow the good luck charm, I will take it, because I don't think that happens all that often. But that was a phenomenal performance out of SSG, and we needed that. We were waiting for it. They came into the day in a decent position, to be fair, but they are capable of so much more than that.
Yeah, completely agreed. And look, the reality is, announced on Twitter, the last dance for the Space Station squad. And, you know, it's going to be one heck of a run, whether or not these three stay together with their future org, which may or may not be well aware to the public right now, or there's a lot of rumors going on of where Dropped is going to head. So, you know, obviously this is a big moment for them, Gino.
Yeah, with the team changing up, you know, that leaves them honestly without a lot of pressure, I feel. It's not like they're sitting here being like, oh man, we better impress or we'll get dropped. I mean, we've seen that happen before from teams who haven't made their mark at LAN. So look, with a little bit of that pressure off their shoulders, maybe that frees them up to start performing like we've just seen.
Yeah, that's a great point. And at the end of the day, this is one of the longest lasting teams in ALGS. And, you know, they've been playing together for a long time. It's sad to see, you know, them under the Space Station banner coming to an end, officially announced. But we'll see if they can end it with the bang for SSG. But hey, let's take a look at the match 3 results. Hey, speaking of the last dance in Michael Jordan era, 23-point game here for SSG with a big 11-kill W. Fun 1-2-3 right behind them, though, with 14. Esports Arena stays consistent in the last 2 games. And E6, you see them right behind, tied with Oxygen for 7 points overall, Glitter.
You know, I'm looking at this and I'm keeping my eyes on Esports Arena because they were one of those teams that I called out that was on the second page, didn't get the placement points they wanted, but got a lot of kills. Able to pick that up here and kind of match it even across the board, putting themselves in a much better spot after this match. But there's some other squads that I'm hoping will start to pick it up as we switch maps here, Genome. I want to see more out of IG, more out of Dark Zero. A little bit of a pickup there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Dark Zero there. It was a very long rotation for them. Unfortunately, just got caught in the middle of a couple of teams. But I mean, even as we move down to the bottom half here, you're seeing that the kills are very spread out, right? And that goes back to that theme of these lobbies just being really tight-knit, you know, quite evenly matched. And that's why I think in comparison to Pro League, where you do find a lot of teams will just bottom out with the zeros, especially in that bottom 10. Here, a lot of the teams quite even, and being able to trade effectively means they will walk away with a couple of kills, and they're a lot more spread out over the entire lobby.
Ooh. Well, as a result of 3, let's take a look at where these teams stand. Space Station ties with TSM for first, but wins the tiebreaker with a bigger individual point gain. That's the first tiebreaker rule. So they take first place. TSM tied with 32, but right behind them in second, Dreamfire with 31. Look how neck and neck this is, Glitter, all the way down to Flora with 19 points in 8th.
This is going to be a fun switch on over to Stormpoint after this. The fact that everyone's currently only separated by a few points is going to be, but it's also opening up the door for everyone else that's on the second half of that, right? Because the point gaps aren't that much. I mean, 15 points to get yourself back up in a top 10 spot, that's easy. Yeah,
and remembering, you know, you're targeting about 30, 35 points per series. So teams that are already getting up there, they're quite happy. But when we go down the list a little bit to Luminosity, who didn't have a great day yesterday, they need to pick it up a little bit. Fun, they're kind of making up for their performance yesterday. And then on the other side, you've got IG sitting down there. Ironblood Gaming, who started well, but have been very, very slow here on World's Edge.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, take a look at the left side of your screen. Top 10 teams, a pretty even distribution of regions. APEC South, APEC North, North America, and South America represented. One region that's not, EU. And look, we all know Fire Beavers, Aurora, 2 of the best teams in Europe, not here, which is so tragic. We would love to see them compete. Our heart goes out to them. But big storyline is EU, again, not showing up. Teams you'd expect to, at least. Alliance, IG, struggling a little bit, Glitter.
You know what? We're starting the rivalries early, John. I like it. But there's something to be said, and we've talked about this even before we even headed into this event. There is so much talent in APAC. I love that that's what we're seeing now reflected here. We saw that start at Champs. It's even more so now in these playoffs. And I think they're going to be a scary, scary region by the end of this weekend.
One of the things I was a little worried about with Aurora not being able to make it to LAN was we wouldn't see as much team comp diversity. But I've got to say, with Revtain coming through, Caustic's coming back, you know, we've got a lot of fun stuff happening. So look, maybe we're not seeing the Maggie Catalyst necessarily. We did see a little bit of Maggie earlier on.
Vex is running Catalyst, on Stormpoint especially. We've seen a lot of diversity.
Exactly. So other teams really coming in clutch there, I think, to keep the entertainment high.
Absolutely, that's right. Just one last note on the point of regions. One thing that we haven't discussed enough this weekend is based on regional performance, teams will be taken away from how many slots they get or given more slots for invited teams for the next LAN. So if EU does not perform as a region, they might only have 7 or 8 invited teams. APEC South could earn an extra 2 or 3, which is a really excited kind of micro storyline here in the grand scheme of things. But hey, a lot of discussion, a lot of top talent, especially in the APEC South region. We've talked about it quite a bit. You, of course, are very familiar with that APEC South region. As we give our teams quite an extended break here for halftime, we actually had a chance to catch up with the Moist Esports boys yesterday. Let's listen.
Hey everybody, here with Moist Esports. We've got the IGL MT and we've got the Roller Fragger in Waltzy with us as well. It's great to be here in London, guys. You've made it to the playoffs, but look, we want to dial it back a bit and start at the start. So I want to talk about like how you guys got into competitive esports at all. MT, why don't we start with you?
I played Destiny. I was just like kind of having fun playing that, and then Apex came out, so I moved over. And then shortly after I moved over, I was like pretty good at the game, and then we had like a $15,000 tournament, which at the time was like insanity, and we like managed to place third, and I was like, this is crazy, I can actually make money playing the game.
So Apex was your first competitive at a really high level?
At any level.
Yeah, wow, that's insane to have done so well so fast, I guess. What about you, Waltzy?
I don't know, just played video games my whole life, and then ended up on Apex somehow, and then, I don't know, it was like top pred ranked was like too easy, wanted more competition, just worked my way into the comp scene with Jen Burton actually, so yeah, and just kind of kicked it off from there. So yeah, Apex was my first actual esport too.
Yeah, wow. So for both of you, it's you've got to the top level, like pretty much the first tilt at. That's incredible. You were talking about some of the early tournaments you'd played, MT, and like Poland was I guess the second LAN that Apex ever had, but certainly one of the earliest ones. How was that experience for you being there? Obviously, like things have changed a lot now. We've started up the ALGS, but yeah, back in Poland, like how did that feel? How did you guys go?
Well, like, cause I knew LANs were like a thing when I knew about competitive and esports, but then like getting invited to one so early in the game was like, at the time, that was like obviously my dream was like to go to a LAN, because there was like the X Game qualifiers, and sadly we didn't make it to that. So then like getting then invited to Poland was like the next best thing. So going into that was like crazy. We were like super excited. It was pretty hard to get over there though, because we didn't have like an org to back us. We had to pay for all of our flights and accommodation there. And then as I was like, so we were like super excited. And then as I was getting over there, my teammate pulled out whilst I was on my way over in Singapore. So then I was like, went from super excited to super stressed out. And then luckily we managed to find a decent sub and we managed to do well there. So it was like an awesome experience.
At the start of the sort of APAC South, when that became a region, and we started competing as a region with that, you were playing for EXO, which a lot of the good players in APAC South at one time or another have played with, and that was the team with you, Zero, and Sharky, and you guys are absolutely dominating. What do you think that made that roster so good? And considering you and Zero have gone on to become IGLs after that roster, how do you think that kind of shaped how both of you treat that role?
Pretty loaded question. I don't really know. What made the roster so good is, I mean, Zero and Sharky always, like since the game came out, have been like just unbelievable players. And then Zero, after Poland, because I placed the best out of all the Australian teams, he wanted to team with me because he didn't know how to IGL at the time. So he just like kind of wanted to play with me, and then we picked up Sharky and was just meshed and played really well together. And then he wasn't confident IGLing at first, and then he kind of just like paid attention to what I did, and then I don't know, he's just always been like a smarter player than me, so once he got confidence in how to actually IGL, he just became probably the most valuable player in the world.
Like, how are you guys kind of feeling about your position in the region now, and is that giving you some extra confidence going into London as well?
I think the whole time during Pro League, we never doubted that we were the best team in our region, but the way we play has always been, it works better in a more stacked lobby, and I think this is mostly on me, we just didn't take advantage of the weaker teams in our region, and we should have played a different play style, and I think if we had, we would have probably dominated APAC South a lot more. So I think that was like the biggest issue, so that's why we were like so inconsistent and like that. And then why, when it came to the regional finals where it's the most stacked lobby there can be in APAC South, it was just so much easier.
You were talking about yes, the roster changes there. Like, that's not the first time, obviously, you guys made the roster change. And if we go back to Sweden last year, in the second year of ALGS, it was Pricey that you dropped at the end of that. So what's it been like on that journey, sort of like, having to make that decision at the end of Sweden, and then coming back full circle, I guess, and sort of being happy with where Pricey is now and how he's performed and helped you guys get to LAN?
After Sweden, that was like probably the hardest decision I've made in esports, and that was like miserable. I absolutely hated that, but then Pricey is a completely different person now, and I think when it came to picking Pricey back up, I knew it was the right decision, so it was a lot easier compared to at Sweden.
Let's think about Rally for a second then. That was, I think, a really special time for you guys. Where we started on the first day with the original member of the Burger Brigade, the man who came in with, I think, like a single burger sign by himself, found a friend next to him, and then by the end of the tournament, there was like an entire stand, like an entire section of that crowd was cheering for you guys. Like, how is that to experience that, going from, you know, being this like underdog from APEX South and, you know, yeah, just like seeing that and feeling that in-person support from all of these people who just loved you guys?
That was like a completely surreal experience that we would have never guessed in like to ever happen, because obviously I have like extremely small socials. Like Jaro didn't have big socials, and then Waltzy's like the biggest out of us, but he's still like, compared to a lot of the big names there, like not big. So like we expected absolutely nobody to be there cheering for us, especially being across the world. So like having like, even like on the first day, the one dude cheering for us was like crazy. like after like, when we're like feeling a bit down, like maybe the game didn't go away, I like look up and somebody's cheering for you was like the craziest experience ever. And then obviously by the end of the tournament, having like a whole group of people was like just something I'd never expected. For me, it was like always just been like a dream to go to an org, like go to a LAN and be able to represent an org I'm actually proud of. Having been to this now, like having already been to 3 LANs unsigned, like my dream the whole time was to just like be able to represent an org I'm proud of, and it was just like a dream come true, getting signed to Moist.
All right, and now, you know, we're here at London. It's another year. You've made it to every LAN we've had so far in the ALGS. How are you feeling coming into London?
I think Waltzy's could be arguably the best controller player. So, like, I'm pretty confident in our team fighting. Like, often Waltzy could probably just jump in and just go crazy and we'll win a fight just off him.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Waltzy?
I mean, not the best. I'm not going to say I'm the best controller player, but as far as team fighting goes, yeah, like we are often at a loot disadvantage, at a comp disadvantage, because, you know, we play Crypto Watson, we've got seer teams running at us. It's like, even in scrims when people are doing stuff that they would never do in a game, they're still struggling to kill us. Or we're trading, we're both dying. So game day comes around when the confidence isn't as high, when there's more teams around and they're doing like these sort of plays. I feel like we're gonna have no issues, because if they can't kill us when they've got all the confidence and all the advantages, then on game day, I couldn't imagine what it would be like trying to win that fight.
Look, you've made the final lobby in both of the other LANs we had last year. What are your goals here for London?
Goals, obviously, our expectation is to make the finals, and the goal for this LAN is to, at a minimum, top 10. Hoping for a top 5.
Okay, yeah, that'd be a high point for you guys. I definitely want to see it. I think you guys are in great form. Yeah, well, thanks for having a chat with me today, and good luck at the LAN.
Thank you.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the APEX Legends Global Series. Insights. Such a great interview, Gino. You did a tremendous job. What was the experience like, having a chance to talk to the boys about their journey so far?
It's awesome. I mean, you know, how intimidating does Walter look with a red light behind it, can I just say? You know, but when you get him down, when you sit him down like that, he's just like a cuddly bear, man. I mean, they're lovely guys. It was great to hear, you know, giving a lot of respect to their other teammates from the region, you know, previous teammates in Zero, talking a little bit about that. So yeah, super cool to get their insights, and they're feeling great, and honestly, they're looking great so far. Yeah. The way they are playing is phenomenal, and I think they genuinely might be on track to have their best performance ever at a LAN.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, they quietly had a monstrous performance yesterday, looking really solid so far. Are the Moist Esports boys, former Team Burger Brigade in the chat. We know you're hyping it up. But speaking of hype, ladies and gentlemen of the crowd, I need y'all to make some noise for the very first time. Casting behind me, we'll have Spider Tiff in her debut here at an ALGS LAN. Make some noise for Vicky Kitty and Spider Tiff. Over to you, gals.
Thank you so much, John. I cannot believe that someone let me up here, bro. No one escorted me out of the building just yet, but London, thank you so much. I could not be more excited to be standing next to Vicky. Vicky, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and I'm just gonna let you know I'm not surprised one bit. You deserve to be out here, and we were having such a good time. We've been chatting it up in the back, talking about the first 3 games that we got to see on World's Edge, but now we're diving onto Storm Point, and you and I were also talking about some 50-50s that we're gonna be seeing. It may not be the Alliance Flora 50-50 that we saw earlier in Thermal, but we got some 2 interesting different contentions going down here on Storm Point.
We definitely do, and I cannot wait. One is going to be at Cenote Cave. That is going to be ESA and Fascination Colors Destroy. Such a dominating name, and I can't wait to see how APAC fares over there in the cave. But another one that we've been waiting on is going to be that Launchpad contest. We're going to see Vexed and SSG taking on each other for the first time. They didn't even dabble in that in scrims, and when I spoke to Vexed, they were feeling really confident, but the results aren't there just yet. So let's hope they find success on Stormpoint, which seems to be their map.
And you know what's great? Whoever wins at 50-50, look at this. It's the hot spot, it's got a beacon, you got it all. Everybody could come out of Launchpad winning out here as we get to take a look at the drop spots for our teams. It's gonna be great now too, you can see it going down. So many other league competitors are gonna have information too, looking at FC with the beacon right there, right to the south of Yukon. It's gonna be a good time.
It definitely is, and there's a beacon over at Launchpad, but Unlucky down already. Talk about being very unlucky. Now Matafe, the IGL, and Tyler going to have to clutch it up, but if Xenile is gonna pick up that Sentinel off drop, you pop a headshot, it's like 126.
And Tiff, this is something that Vex Gaming can't risk right now. They're sitting in 20th place overall in this lobby, and losing out on Unlucky already is going to give Space Station the advantage. They also have the high ground and drop, picking up the purple Evo. Talk about winning out here.
Yes, this is not what you do. If you give up high ground advantage this early on, they are just going to look for an LOS and close that distance. I mean, a PK, you just get up in their face with it. We saw exactly what Vaxlon did just yesterday. 1v3ing a team, it's beautiful. So he's just looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, landing those headies, it doesn't have that shotgun bolt. You can see some shots getting taken on the low ground real quick. They're trying to fight for the high ground currently, as Frax is going to go into the safety of Drop's arms inside of the second floor building. Also really like to note here too, with so many PKs now, just being able to blast through the competition. That's a gun that I'm like, you know what, I land quick 11s, but I'm out here seeing these legends being able to land some of these great headies.
That is definitely very true. It's a gun that you want off drop, but I feel like this is the smart route. They are going to take ultimate high ground, go up there, definitely get out of dodge, grab beacon, get your information. Hopefully you were able to get some banners back so you can go for the clean reset. Because at this point, you came into this series 38th stacked up in groups. That's only 2 people behind you. You cannot afford to lose any more points.
Especially after the results that we just saw from Space Station. Game 3, an insane game with 11 KP. They're doing fantastic so far too. So they're in the top 3 at the moment right now. Leading the way, first place overall currently, right before we dived into this game. Dropped is able to restabilize, but again, I like the call to just reset real quick. You land at 33 with the charge rifle, 27 right after that.
Look, anytime I see someone with a charge rifle in their hand, I'm usually the one running, but they are staying here for a challenge, and just look at this, charging it up, wanting to just catch them off guard, and it's not gonna connect at that distance. You are gonna have to use the charge rifle, but unfortunately the 6x scope, not gonna be beneficial. Seer Exhibit coming out is going to give everyone the information, and SSG now just trying to, there we go. You gotta destroy that.
Yeah, taking care of the Zero immediately, gonna try to take the Horizon lift, the alley-oop real quick to see if they can try to get onto the high ground. But while this fight is taking a bait, we have to think about the other teams that are dropping in very familiar POIs to the south of them. It's gonna be Luminosity, Wondering, Oxygen also with a quick rotate here too. But there's other fights going down with another Seer ult here between E6 and PS.
Dude, I'm so excited for Passion. I was able to talk to Sabs a little bit before this game, and she was giving me the inside scoop about this team. And Kay Swinney absolutely hip firing the R301 Amphi. Such a great fragger in addition to Element 6. So they already have a good upper hand. They just need to find the last member of Passion, and this should be over.
And Vex as well just lost out on another member, so there's only one member left right there. They're gonna break down the door. Kool-Aid Man coming in, and Passion get eliminated, the first squad to go down in this lobby on Stormpoint.
Should be an easy, clean reset for them, and they don't have to worry about too much there, but Space Station and Vex still in a nearby vicinity, but they don't need to go in just yet. And as I say that, Xenile going to get
Wow, Tyler's the only one left right now. He is running for the hills. Xenile getting dropped means Space Station are gonna be able to try to recover that banner, but that's gonna set them back a bit. Maybe a little tilted that they couldn't finish off Vex right away.
I mean, they could snag the banner and head for the respawn super quick. You might as well get it done and dusted. Sure, it's going to give off the beacon of information to all the nearby teams. Hey, we're down a member, don't even come challenge us. But it's really tough to get a reset late in the game. So I feel like if you can just send it, definitely do so. But looks like Dark Zero might be in some trouble off screen as well.
What's going on here? A lot of these teams are coming in from the north side. This is going to be one of those circles that probably will be pulling towards the north. So you can imagine that Beacon by Cascade Falls are going to be contested easily. And this is what we're talking about. What's going on in the north? It's going to be Reps that has already been knocked here. Burles and Hal taking in a good amount of damage, playing off the back end. And Burles needs to suppress fire.
Yes, it's kind of interesting. Reps is usually the last one alive on TSM, trying to hold it down. And Mia out here with hipfire and the charge rifle, not able to find a lot of success. But Verhol's going to fall as well. And TSM NorCal eliminated from this. But the fight is not over yet, Vicky.
No, third party moving in at the proper time. I believe that may be IBG coming in out here too. So YouTube being the only one left alive for Flora, it's IG coming in instead. Graceful coming in, gonna be able to finish off 2 of the last Flora members, but gets knocked immediately from the other side. Oxygen also getting sent down. High octane action off the rip here on Storm Point.
Dark Zero coming in clutch, but taking out Oxygen Esports in the meantime. That is not what Oxygen Esports needs, and I've had the pleasure of watching them throughout this journey, but just like Vex, they're just not able to get things moving here in the group stages, which unfortunately might send them to the elimination bracket.
Little Dark Zero's here. Singularity as well. Flora still has Mia alive. Singularity just trying to find where IG is going to be, as they're going to be able to just reset in time currently right now too. Holding onto the doors. They have the information from the Seer hold. They get a crack. Oh, but they have to back up in time. Some suppressed fire coming in on the other side.
So many teams making their way to Stormcatcher. You have to start to think IG International, one of those zone-heavy teams that will prioritize those quick rotations. That makes me think Stormcatcher may be endgame or a good god spot for those zones.
Definitely interested to see where that circle is going to be pulling right after this fight here. Watson fences are going to block Noises' point of view. He's going to be able to knock down one of those fence lines. He's going to try to take prioritization of the high ground. Just all that information that they need right now. Seer Tactical coming in, just trying to find one of the members of IG. They're going to take out to the high ground, and a Valkyrie out the skyward dive up ahead. So many other teams have made their way into this vicinity. I believe E6 is here, and Flora just decided to dip. They said, okay, we lost out on a member. Let's try to reset. Let's try to move around, and they'll also pick up some information with the skyward dive to see any other team that's playing edge to try to approach here.
Very interesting. Off screen, I think Vex was able to get one member of their team back, but IG just sitting here waiting, getting charged from afar. I think we have a listen in with them, so let's jump in. Let's hear what they plan to do next.
What, on our team?
No, on Valk.
I think we can triple swing on Jay maybe. I don't know, boys. Where are they?
No, they out Jay.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Boys, I think we should look
Jake, take my armor, Jake.
They don't have zero, but I don't have EMP. Any heavy for me? Any heavy for me?
No heavy.
No heavy, I'm light PK.
Boys, I think we need to try and kill him.
I'm 75. Do we wait for it or no?
They're gonna have it too, though.
Yes.
Team out here
How
now?
long for your EMP?
84.
Yes, so you will have EMP.
Okay.
We double zero, then we EMP their asses.
Yeah, I hear you.
Wait, I got double seer scan.
But guys, I think we have to play this as we're gonna get 3-beat again.
We have to play from the north, Jay.
Like,
we have to play from the north,
Yeah.
From the north, over here.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. So we drop on that side?
We have to try and run across the roof, take that side, okay? In fact, can we do that now?
Okay.
Oh, but bro, if there's fences there, it's bad.
What? I don't see any fences.
No, yeah, but you don't know.
You will EMP after the zero. Then I throw my zero in the middle. They will counter zero, and then we EMP. You know?
They're on this side. No.
Just in sight and close.
Go through this door, no?
Yeah, I hear you.
I can start this by throwing my ult. You ready?
I can park my drone. Yeah. So we're gonna look through this door here, yeah?
Yes.
I can EMP them now.
Wait for this zero.
No. Take some angles if you can.
Yeah, they're in the back right.
I'm just gonna...
You're listening from IG, hearing their plans, and now they are sieging Stormcatcher. ArcStar's going out, but there it's not going to be easy. It looks like we had another version of that contest off screen with Vex Gaming falling officially to Space Station. Let's see if IG can have some success here.
To get the crack right now, we know that there's so many other squads in the vicinity right now. This fight needs to be successful here for IG to come out on top with another squad to their 6 right now. They get the crack, but both of their teammates right now are also cracked between Graceful and Noises. Now the combo for the Storm, double ArcStars tossed in front of Noises. He manages to try to restabilize just a little bit, but they only have slow heals right now. They don't have a shield bat to work with.
Yeah, that's gonna make this reset a little less clean, especially when you see those ArcStars coming your way. But so far, no one has inted straight into them. And as I say, that Noise gets peppered. So
有啲嘢要整啊，所以我落咗佢。
that information on that passive, he just needs to find
本身今日未去到係一個好得閒嘅情況，即係呢段時間。順便買埋個外賣，因為 long day 啊今晚。
With the Watson fences set up on the left side, maybe thinking, all right, there could be another squad that could approach from this direction, but they're playing a little split up to call out the third parties that are going to be rotating behind.
我都唔係 miss 咗好多啫噃，因為佢要休息，然之後再開始，而家15隊 match 4。
Already has a member dropped off screen. I'd be really curious to see how that is going to go as well. Raz came into this as the kill leader, 18 eliminations, and it's just been an immense amount of success for Crazy Raccoon.
That momentum that you want to carry over. Now look at this with the overhead view. Shout out to our observers. Got Singularity on the other side. Crazy Raccoon on the outskirts of that side of Stormcatcher. E6 on the rooftop right now as well. So with Aiju playing underneath, this is what? 3-4 squads already in the area. Luminosity were able to rotate away from Fish Farms on the outskirts of this circle to approach past Launchpad. So they're also overlooking all this chaos from the little buildings on the east side of Stormcatcher.
I mean, imagine teams coexisting in a POI. I mean, I haven't seen that. I watched so much scrims and it was absolute chaos, but now there are layers and layers to these fights, and it's just been so great to see here at LAN thus far. But I start to think, you talk about the zone, right? I know Alliance is holding that north end. They need to it's a little drone race action through Stormcatcher.
Trying to swat it like a mosquito swatter. Get out of here. E6, so they're going to be able to scurry away. Swinny's trying to get even more information. Something else important here is the information that these teams were able to hold down.
風暴點個變化咧，比賽係好大。
Stormcatcher already so congested. I can only imagine what's happening.
如果大家本身有
have to rotate from north side.
有追開 ALGS 咧，就會知道。
It is going to be pulling. It's on that hilltop on the north side of Stormcatcher. We've seen so much chaos ensue in these type of circles because in that hilltop, you have the squads that play off the high ground with Flora only having one solo. That would be crazy if you could hold it down.
Yeah, but this is going to be massive right here. You have North Eption. They are being gate-kept by Ironblood Gaming. You know, first place, formerly known as Chicken Sandwich, coming out of APEX South. We want to see them get some success here on the main stage, but Suzuki's not going to let that happen. Get some nice opening shots off with that 30-30, which could really help Taida and Co. maybe close the distance and get some excess damage.
Rolling Thunder there, too, to buy in some of that extra space. Here comes the Seer ult, too. The heat on the grenade. Oh, huge right there. They get the first knock. This is the opportunity to fully send it right now, and North Eption is not going to waste any time.
I mean, there is only one member of IVG left standing, and you know how aggressive North Eption can be. Sure, EMP may stun them for just a smidge, but it is not going to stop the domination that they want for here. I had a pick that I wanted to win LAN coming in, and I know this sounds crazy, but I really wanted it to be North Eption. We're just in the group stages, but let's see exactly what they can do. They are that slow burn. They warm up, coming in from preseason quals, but Ironblood Gaming, I don't know if you're going to get out of here. Crypto doesn't have any movement.
No, and he's playing off the high ground with small heals as well. The Missile Storm coming in to reveal that he's still got blue Evo shields. He hasn't been able to recover the banners. He's playing off a little head glitch right here too with some natural cover. Another grenade coming in from his left side, but he's playing this beautifully. Catch me, ring around the Rosie, hit fire shots, and he gets the knock. But Lin not being able to clutch out that 1v1 on the high ground.
哇！一下。
He's playing this
就係差呢一下，睇下先，轉翻嚟37 SSC 贏咗成37。
That was unfortunately a caster curse. Ironblood Gaming now down and out. Dreamfire relegated just to 2 members of their squad. Let's hop on board with Fun and see what they're up to.
Yeah, Fun now making their approach to the south side of Stormcatcher, playing off the low ground. The Bloodhound scan coming in to reveal where they're trying to approach currently. They have the Valkyrie. Not going to be able to cross too much distance right now, and you can see on your feed, Alliance also in some trouble.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. They needed to hold their back up by Thunderwatch, but North Eption decided to rotate through the ring and come down onto Alliance. I was so worried that was going to happen, but hopefully they're able to withstand.
Ooh, a little rock right now to give them a little bit of elevation, see what they're going to plan to do next. The fight finally going on between Alliance and North Eption currently. Yugi gets taken down, it's only up to Mandy. He's going to try to approach from the low ground. He's got the shield about to reset right now. He's looking to his 6. He knows that there's another player right behind him. I believe that could be the solo that is Flora that we were talking about.
Yes, it's going to be really tough. This hill on Thunderwatch is so atrocious, and they need to rotate downwards, which is better than going up the hill, obviously. But Mandy relegated to the last person. Yuki still down in front, so he's able to play that knockdown shield, which can be so valuable. Hits that grab lift, throws down all the damage, but unfortunately, North Eption just going to get the best of Mandy. Alliance once again falling.
Satsuki said, bring it in right now. They were also playing off of that 2v1 versus Mandy here. Now they're going to be able to rotate off from the high ground over to the side by the big rock for some natural cover. Again, that one straggler Flora still alive, by the way, on the other side of this uphill.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. We look to the circle, and it looks as if a team has perfectly called where that is going to go. Luminosity has a 64% win rate on Stormpoint. And now, granted, they came into this in group stages 18th place overall, just barely keeping themselves up there. But a lot of teams vying for it, and one of those teams in particular is going to be Dark Zero, who is absolutely kitted right now and positioning them just outskirts of the ring in the building. They should be able to farm here.
Yeah, let's talk about Luminosity's rotation there too. We talked about it before, rotating away from fish farms. They were able to try to get on the outskirts towards the east side of where the circle was pulling, and then obviously keep away from all the chaos that's been going on in Stormcatcher. You know that when this next circle closes, all these teams that are going to be funneled outside of the inside of Stormcatcher is going to go into the open arms of Dark Zero. On the other side of Dark Zero, as you can see right here, so many of these teams are going to whittle down right now.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Fun going to fall right there, down to one member, but it's going to get caught from someone in Stormcatcher. But this is that moment you were talking about. Dark Zero still in the building space station, trying to get ready and take their attention to Dark Zero. But the issue is, Dark Zero has a building and space station out of the zone in the open with only this kind of fence to play off of.
Getting almost deja vu here. This is where Dark Zero posted up to win the champs right now, and Space Station are playing on that fence line with the circle pulling more north than what we saw in that game here. Double Seer ult, very colorful here as Dreamfire going to be able to hold on to the high ground. IG as well with that EMP. They're looking to engage. Gets a little jump off the zip line here as IG are fully sending it down on the low ground.
Yeah, Cody Luda already down. We're just looking for Phony at this point. IG really healthy in this scenario, so they can just get a shield swap and continue on. If I'm Phony, I am ratting for my freaking life at this point, but it's so hard in a scan meta. How do you rat?
Said no one saw me. I'm gonna just hang out here on the high ground while IG gave up that space. Again, there's so many teams that are still inside of, oh, they didn't see him. He's hiding by the fence line. Nothing to see here. Mind your business. Space Station now on the high ground. You see the Rolling Thunder coming in, but not from them, from another team that's out in the distance trying to rotate. FC also on the outskirts of that next circle, about to run into Singularity. I believe it's only up to Elysium, who's the last one alive for that squad. So we got two solos helping alive right now, as Space Station's gonna take some shots at IG and Dark Zero, who are making their rotation.
Esports Arena out, Team Singularity out, IG International out, and Space Station wanting to run it back to back, hitting that grab lift, throwing out the grenades with all that, and Zenal just trying to duck under the tiniest sliver of this rock, but this is going to be an all-out brawl. We have Dark Zero in here, and they are eliminated.
Dark Zero out after they were forced to get out of that building with the circle closing in. Space Station are about to send it onto Luminosity. Again, it's the two squads that are unfinished. Floor still alive with the solo. Space Station playing off the side. Frank's falling incredibly low. He gets knocked. 4 squads left in the lobby. Luminosity still up and alive, taking onto the high ground of the rocks.
I was going to say, let me get that Luminosity POV. They have been waiting for all this action, playing this zone incredibly well. Going in with the Prowler hipfire, looking so good. 3 squads remaining here in map number 4. Flora has fallen. We have Space Station, North Eption, and Luminosity.
Our last 3 squads right now as Yanya is looking to restabilize. So is
TSM 又一早收咗。
Here is North Eption as a duo are playing off the slight little high ground.
Stormpoint 真係冇乜點贏過，我想講 TSM。
Right now, he just popped the med kit. He's going to be able to move forward.
兩屆啦。
Luminosity also the only squad to be the full 3-man up and alive.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They have to go to North Eption.
Yeah.
They have to make that play, and they are going to hold it for their life. And so that's what you look at. When you have the final 3 teams, it's like, do I play for second if I have to? If I have no other option to make a play for the win, do we just try to end that fight as quickly as possible, get those points for the eliminations? Or do we try to force the other 2 teams to fight? And it's going to be really tough to make that happen. But Luminosity is starting to make their move, and with Dropped being solo, I mean, you gotta wait it out. You want those other 2 teams to fight.
He's looking at the graveyard right in front of him at his feet. The 8 death boxes here before he makes his next move with the circle closing in right behind him. Having to cross that little fence line, that wall that he has for cover. Yanya knows he's there. You see Yanya just trying to peek behind the rock, waiting for him. Come into my arms here, dropped as he just scurries for cover with the Bangalore smoke, though he buys a little bit of time before he gets finished off by Luminosity. And as you said, Tiff, they have a slight high ground. They have the natural cover of this next circle, and Luminosity have to walk right into them.
Yeah, and you look at it, Luminosity doesn't have a Ryzen. They're not going to have a black hole to try and yeet onto them. But what they do have is the Bangalore. So I'm curious to see if that Rolling Thunder is going to be available and utilized. But patience is a virtue. You can see they're passing around the Digi threats. It is in the crafter today. So a lot of those Bangalores easily getting those Digi threats, which can be an absolute nuisance.
So important, especially with the squads that like to hog the replicator. We saw it a lot during World's Edge, as they should too. We have the purple laser sight as well as the mobile respawn for the weekly rotation. Izul just taking a little peek right now. Haguatis trying to give him some suppressed fire. Satuki taking a nice little off angle here. I like the position that we're currently seeing from North Epson.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. They have their Horizon up on the high ground, just ready and waiting. This is going to be detrimental. Rolling Thunder's coming out, but it is a 2v3 situation. But I have faith in NCH if they can reign supreme in their position. I just don't feel like that ultimate went to good use though, Vicky. I'm not gonna lie.
Unfortunate right there. Just wanted to wait a little bit of extra time. Closing in behind their backs to be able to take.
哇，好有影響啊！嘥我大 LG 會唔會贏翻？
Pressure, another Bangalore smoke to block out the view from Luminosity. Here comes the Rolling Thunder now on top of Northception. But again, it's a natural formation that they can actually hide behind, avoid taking any of that extra damage.
All the smoke
啊，佢到 push 站你冇咗大之後。
Yanya just healing up just a little bit, but this is what we're saying. We always talk about Yanya being the fragger, but so many players on Luminosity are so talented. I just feel like they're a little underrated. You don't have to count out Luminosity. They are going to take a lot of damage, which is going to force Yanya to heal, but that's what Northception needs to do. Force them into an uncomfortable situation and reign that high ground.
This is uncomfortable. Playing off of this position, off this low ground on Northception is just on Pride Rock currently. Again, look at Satuki. Look at this angle that Satuki's holding. Haguatis also being on the bang, having these smokes is huge to be able to take advantage with the repositioning play right underneath them.
Yes, it's like a dance. I feel like we are watching an actual dance on our screen.
This is crazy. Yanya taking a little bit of the high ground, the patience, the calm before the storm, before this final circle just engulfs all the players that we have left here. Northception versus Luminosity.
Let's talk about the patience that this takes, bro. I would have wanted to int on them so long ago. I'd have been like, just send it, just hit it, find a knock, get that opening opportunity. But when the numbers are sitting on double red, which will make that a little easier. If they could just isolate one of the members of Luminosity, but that's not going to happen as that ring continuously North Epson is going to get forced off the high ground eventually, and Yanya is waiting.
Here we go. Ray's dropping down, falling incredibly low though, playing up the back end. Luminosity finished them up just as quick. The moment that Northception drops down, they take the game. They needed it. They were sitting in 10th overall before that game, and now that's going to allow coming out from LG.
I mean, do you expect anything else? They always talk about Hal being the CEO of Apex, but have you heard of El Presidente? Get those flags out. Let's go.
Viva Mexico. Luminosity coming up to show up. Nice patience, and like you said, it's a difficult situation. You're saying, you see yourself, all right, we got the number advantage. Northception playing playing off the high ground, but that positioning alone would allow Northception to come out on top if they were able to pick off Luminosity one by one if they try to crawl up those rocks. So that's why Luminosity was playing off the low ground, playing patiently. You saw the Rolling Thunder had already been used up. That could have been from Luminosity trying to force them off the high ground, and the black hole coming in from Northception before that circle was closing in too. So a lot of utility was used before that final circle was closing in.
And that's tough, right? You never know when you should prioritize those ultimates. And as soon as that black hole went out, unfortunately, it just went to waste. The positioning that LG had, they could just kind of tuck out of distance of that, and it worked out so well. Playing it patient, everything went the way for Luminosity. The only thing I would have loved to see more is, well, I'll channel Zane from yesterday, a little more kills there, but I'm curious to see what the Dustcast would think about it. Love sending it to you, Fallout.
Thank you so much, Tiff. Day of firsts, first statement win for LG. That was a massive one, game one on Storm Point. And for the very first time here this weekend, we're excited to welcome our first guest to the desk alongside us. Ladies and gentlemen, give some love to EU's very own TSM Sam's joining us on the desk here.
Hello.
pleasure to have you joining us. Congratulations on getting signed to TSM. For those of you who don't know your mom, though, give us a quick introduction about you, your background.
Oh, so basically I'm trying to focus on a comp. I'm trying to also inspire a lot of girls here, females, everyone, to like just go high. It's not the barrier, anything. Just you can do everything you want. Literally just believe in yourself.
Amazing. Such a great message, and you're trailblazing. I mean, the reality is there are just a few, women that have competed at the top level. You're one of them. You also have to give a shout out to FZ and Esdesu and Girl and many others that have competed at kind of the pro level. But you're the first team, all-female team, to get signed by a Tier 1 pro org. How does that feel?
It's amazing. Actually, I hope I'll be inspiring everybody on the scene. I think we can do a lot in the scene to help everybody. Like, just believe in yourself, like literally.
I love it. Amazing, great messages. Obviously a big game right there. Let's talk about what we just saw on screen. Luminosity with a statement win in a couple early contests. Sabs, last question I have, and then of course open up to Glitter and Gino. But last question, you saw the early contest. It was one that you're not a big fan of because it was against your boyfriend, Unlucky, and the Vex Gaming squad. Talking about that early fight between SSG and Vexed.
I think it's really rough. I think Launchpad is one of those places that you have high ground, and it's literally, it's 50-50. Who's getting the high ground is basically winning. Later you're just playing time. If you're getting the house, it's really hard. I think they managed to do it very well.
Yeah, so. That's exactly right. SSG playing the 50-50 overall incredibly well. And I agree with you. I mean, there's certain POIs that are more of a 50-50 than others. I mean, POIs like Antenna and Wall are more skill-based. More skill-based because you can slow things down a little bit. You can play, for flanks and rotations, but where you just drop and try and get loot, more of a 50-50 overall. But Glitter, talk me through what you saw here in this mid-game. IG just teasing the idea of this fight, but not a whole lot happened.
And they were one of those teams that I had said that I'd love to see kind of pick it up here today, a squad that's capable of some really impressive gameplay. So like you said, it was a little bit slower in that mid-game, but at least we're starting to see them get into those
Wow.
And you know what? Iron Blood Gaming, another one.
呢個戲就係
at the beginning of the entire day today, Gino.
Yeah, they're struggling. It's a strange comp, right? They're playing 3 recon characters. They've got the Seer, the Valkyr, and the Crypto. And I'm just not sure about that on Stormpoint, honestly. I feel like you can fit the Watson in there, something like that allows you a little bit more defensive capabilities while still, retaining that ability to scan beacons.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, they were known to play that Watson originally, and it worked out well for them. I think a big reason that they stopped playing Watson, Sabs, is so many Cryptos in this lobby that can just delete a Watson.
Yes. Crypto is very aggressive legend if you're gonna use it well. I think like Caustic, Watson, like they sometimes don't have a chance against that.
Way too defensive overall, and it's really tough to get some of those aggressive team comps. Completely agree. But take a look at the overall results from match 4. Luminosity for the first place win, but not necessarily the massive game that we're used to seeing Luminosity get. Glitter 18 points, but right behind them is Northeption and Stacey.
Wow, how close
I will take it. I will take it because they at least get the dub at the end of the day. I am impressed with Space. We called out Space Station. They have the dub last game now coming through. They don't get the win, but they get the 9 kills as well. The points that they're going to be gaining in just these last 2 matches alone are going to be massive for them when it comes to keeping them in a top spot.
Yeah, that's right. Right behind them, though, is APEX Northeption looking really, really solid here, Gino.
Yeah, they're looking so strong. I mean, I called them out at the start of the weekend because we were wondering about how many kind of final circles they were making. Obviously, a very strong fighting team, but they have managed to get there a couple of times. And as you can see, 8 kills. To dominate in those 3v3s, and that will easily see them through to the winners bracket.
My flip side. Not the best showing here. Not the best showing here. Crazy Raccoon. Good showing, and then
佢呢邊又報翻。
Expected, and then right behind them is Vexed Gaming. I know there's probably 2 teams you're rooting for here, Sabs. TSM being one of us. The other one. You know Vex probably better than anybody. What do you think?
碟聲啊，碟聲啊，係啊，碟聲啊。 俾少少時間咯。
That's all it takes.
哇 ESO 啱啱開始喎，呢個係。
Let's take a look at the series results. You'll see a similar story, I think, overall.
我諗住睇下啲分數添。
TSM gonna fall in 5th with 32. So Glitter, it's a similar story to what we saw yesterday.
咁可以 close YouTube 啊？睇 Twitch 啊？
I'd love to see them have a really strong performance on Stormpoint, but I'm looking at these points now. I mean, Dreamfire now in 3rd place, putting themselves in a really solid spot, and then moving down, Dark Zero at least in 9th on this side of the points are starting to get closer as we continue through the. And this is what we had said earlier. It was going to slow down after the chaos.
暫時撞得追嘅，但係唔係好樂觀啊！我對 TSM。
Now things are kind of leveling out.
Yeah, that's right. And we're seeing a couple of APEC teams really thriving here, Gino.
Yeah, I mean Dreamfire definitely one of them. Slow start to yesterday, but yeah, look, second series.
不過呢 group 係比琴日嗰 group 難打，唔係，因為呢 group 係比琴日嗰易打㗎啦已經。
With his antics, but also in the game because that man will put numbers up every time you put him in the server.
You said it in break room. Top 5 mechanical player in the
world. 我睇 TSM 之後對咩先
？Roy is certainly performing this weekend, that's for sure. Of course, Dreamfire, a substitute team playing for Dua United, and they are showing up big time. But hey, look, it's been one heck of a day so far. We have had nothing but intense competition here. TSM starting strong. Can they finish? Meanwhile, Space Station, Dreamfire, Northeption, Luminosity trending upwards. We'll see if they can maintain.
哇！對 Group C 唔容易啊 TSM。Fnatic EXO。好難講真係，唔容易打啊真係。我現場就好啊！睇下佢下年 ALGS 會唔會選擇喺亞洲打先？又係一早睇咗啦，我睇優先場啊！係紀錄片，好睇啊！
is the official storage partner of the APEX Legends Global Series.
你入去睇咪知咯。如果係香港人都幾有。幾有呢個共感嘅其實。雖然你唔係女仔啊。唔關年紀事，係因為你點都會你點都有19歲啊嘛，你點都會到達19歲啊嘛。係咯，你00後啊嘛。但係你點都會有19歲嘅時候㗎。19歲即係佢哋準備入 U 嘅時候。
Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs are being used at today's event, so check out the new colorways on Embody Gaming Online. The new colors have a white base, galaxy, and
其實係一個時代嘅，佢哋已經而家30歲㗎啦，啲人已經。又未到，又唔好似唔係30，好似20都係20尾啊。係拍咗10年㗎段片，唔係套紀錄片，跟再拍到而家，拍到好似上年定前年疫情中間。個時間線我就唔係好記得，但係核心價值係在於你作為中學生嘅時期，你未面對社會，就係面對學業。面對入大學選科嗰個 struggle， 或者你覺得你人生會做啲乜嘢，即係嗰啲好我的志願啊，到你真係出到嚟社會一段長時間之後，你又保唔保持得返當初10幾歲嘅自己呢？又係咪做得返晒以前自己承諾過自己要做嘅嘢呢？類似係咁咯。 咁當中有好多細節嘅，咁細節就留翻入場睇啦。但係你話大概就係一個咁嘅紀錄片咯，同埋係好香港人嘅紀錄片咯，所以好睇啊！我嚟講係好睇。因為我睇嘅時候我都諗翻啊，因為19、20歲嘅自己係點咧？同而家同咁樣嘅過程裏面係咪你做咗一個你討厭嘅人啦？譬如你討厭啲人點，你討厭啲人點，最後你自己都成為咗嗰啲人啦？定係你仍然保持到嗰份善良，你仍然保持到你想成為嘅人咧？獨士正常係嘅。咁紀錄就係攞嚟打破㗎。我成日哇成排啊！係一招會唔會輸翻咧？烏黃溫啊！8格嗱，我就衝落去啊！即刻2隻衝落去啦，嚟咯，完啦，好唔好啊？夠串得起，殺我啦！上 game 今場贏翻次，好有 feel 呢位 ，APEX 最有 feel 就係呢位。Unfortunately, we cut into the end of the fight, and Urban deals the final blow to Oxygen. Now, this is interesting, right? This you mentioned it was one of those teams that came in as a sub. 獨士就仲正個時代，我唔係話佢拍得唔好啊，佢都好好睇啊，但係再加上仲正個時代，咁就 number one 都唔出奇。He said, you know what, it's okay, I don't even need it right now. It's about being fresh out here. As NorCal Esports also get eliminated in the feed by Floor. They just finished off of this fight inside of this building. They also have information on where this circle is going to be pulling in. 但係我自己就中意正義回廊多啲。That we were looking at here before too. So with that information, they're going to be able to loot up. I'm looking at the squads that are playing still on the outside of Launchpad. I'm thinking of IG with the rotation, Vex after coming out of that win against Space Station 2. 有啲始終我嫌毒舌描寫啲人唔係好立體啊，描寫得，所以唔係好中意。同埋佢有啲我唔知係剪接問題定係劇本問題，總之出到嚟有啲位係有啲棘嘅。Finished the last game in 7th with 9 KP to their name, cleaning up the squads that were playing by the edge currently. As we tune into PS playing on the outside of Antenna, getting shot at. Antenna getting congested very quick, by the way. I believe there's like 3 squads. 嗰個年代即係咩年代？我唔記得咗。90年代。唔係㗎，到以前好啲喎，而家差啲。而家先至係啊，或者調翻轉，其實一路都係。係個世界一路都係咁運作嘅。坦白講，所有國家、所有有關政治喺個世界裡面嘅，其實都係咁運作。Yeah, it is TSM with a quick rotate. Talked about it before. This used to be their old POI. They made the rotate quickly from the wall, the new POI, all the way around here, passing the choke point quickly to secure this building. 某程度上呢個係現實啊。不過你又真係仲，你哋即係如果以2000後嚟講，都真係仲係好細個。但係又唔會完全唔明嘅。不過你話真係要有一個好 exactly 嘅體驗嘅話，你哋就未有呢個機會咯。但係個世界本身就係咁，唔係講緊唔可以改變，不過而家個世界係咁咯，以前都係。因為呢個係一個好深層次、好根本性嘅問題同矛盾嚟。喺呢個前設底下，如果你想了解多啲，我會建議你睇多啲有關 講呢個世界嘅，譬如講過往嘅歷史啦，特別係即係一戰啊、二戰啊，唔同國家嘅衝突啊、利益關係啊，成個世界其實係點樣運行同點樣玩啊？你有呢個概念會好啲咯，咁你就會好明讀舌講嘅嘢。但係同時間亦都會更加明白佢劇本上面嘅缺陷。咁本身有錢事實係可以做嘅嘢好多嘅。咁九品芝麻官好睇啲我覺得。如果真係要嗱，如果真係要比嘅話，九品芝麻官好睇太多。作為00後嘅大家，坦白講，以香港人嘅廣東話文化，香港人嘅文化係冇可能唔睇周星馳嘅，其實。即係就算可能你覺得哇，周星馳嗰啲，妖80、90年代我都未出世，仲要差20年。頂你我00後，而家23年，可能我先20歲，你俾啲90後，即係90年代嗰啲戲俾我睇，我覺得好悶啊，或者唔好睇啊，或者唔係大家嘅共鳴啊。但係我會建議就係你睇下先啦。周星馳嘅所有戲其實都好好睇。感受下香港嘅傳統幽默文化。如果再有興趣嘅，可以再睇得再遠啲個年代，但係即係暫時可以睇下周星馳咯。睇完周星馳再介紹啲再好睇啲嘅電影，因為我覺得電影同書係一樣。係好睇嘅電影同好睇嘅書，或者好聽嘅音樂都一樣。即係你音樂你都唔會分音樂會分時代嘅創造，但係唔會分潮流啦。係啊，好聽嘅音樂其實你有啲我當你 classical 古典音樂，可能有而家好多可能00後都會聽古典音樂㗎，中意聽就 OK， 好聽就 OK。係啊，咁古典嗰啲係講緊過百年歷史添，所以我覺得電影都係，電影啊書啊所有嘢都係好好睇啊！周星馳基本上完全就係香港人嘅文化，係比任何2000年後出嘅所有電影都嚟得更有香港文化。周星馳我會介紹睇《逃學威龍》啦，睇《家有喜事》啦，睇《回魂夜》啦，睇《九品芝麻官》啦，睇唐伯虎點秋香。睇晒呢啲都好夠啊！當然仲有好多套嘅，但係我覺得好夠啊！睇呢啲5、6套就已經好正。睇咗先咯，周街都有得睇㗎啦，九品芝麻官、Netflix 啊 ，Netflix 都好似有你，去 Netflix 睇下。我都想睇，我都想知道下2000後究竟，唔係我都識一啲2000後，其實都覺得周星馳好好笑，即係周星馳嘅戲，係啊，睇下你覺得如何咯？如果你冇睇過嘅，反正你又咁中意睇戲嘅，因為我係好中意睇戲嘅。即係未有 Netflix 嘅年代都好啦，冇咁方便都好啦，你買 CD 又好，入戲院睇都好，我係好中意睇戲。
那我們屁股山上的還在嗎？屁股山還在。你去找。前面是想撈東西嗎？哎，過點，擺給我。一個打100。1D，我打74。 OK。让他们绕吧，他们这里还可以绕。好。他们绕了，我们就可以跟山上的打，然后公园可能会来。山上这个得打，山上这个得打。他们那个密克希尔。有几个人不走吗？
哇！呢隻藍色燈好靚。
我這邊的還在，你那邊的呢？
出嚟 ！Oh my god！ 可唔可以以後都 keep 呢隻藍色燈？好靚。
你過來找吧。好，我來。看不到，是不是蹲在角落啊？在哪里？哪個方位？掃一掃。樹後面掃一下。沒看到。走掉了。他就是走了，那我們可以打身上了，身上往前了。右邊這隊呢？右邊這隊還在嗎？剛還在。他們有一隻往前了，我們只要搶到山上，我們就是高打低。
Very interesting. You saw them poking and prodding over to North Epson, but no fight breaking out. And honestly, with the ring on the move, we got to start prioritizing that a little bit. We saw Crazy Raccoon nearby in the distance, so they could be getting gate kept here, and that'd be really unfortunate. But
哇！冇接近冇成行啊！ 哇！嗰邊又炸翻佢，兩邊都唔敢推啦，即刻喐圖超大。轉翻嚟大家都可以留意下，如果大家想睇下 APEX 嘅話，因為轉翻阿伯弟係台灣 best 啊 APEX。如果大家得閒即係想了解多啲嘅話，都可以睇下伯弟。但係台灣 best 啊！如果用台港澳去講嘅話，佢就係台港澳嘅 best 啊！伯弟 APEX 嘅第一人，台港澳。又好波零必反。
Let's talk about this zone because it's absolutely atrocious in my personal opinion. We got a good look of it and you can see there's not really a lot of safe area here for Dreamfire. They're pinging right here underneath and this is where we'll see the team typically play. Teams will just kind of forget because no one wants to drop down underneath.
同埋咧，我發現咧，普遍咧打 APEX 咧，好多咧都係肥嘟嘟肥仔，都勁喎。APEX Gaming 又有啊，然之後分又係啊，即係分 FPS 又係啊，好多都係。咁當然唔係全部都係咁，不過好得意咯，佢哋全部。It's not only 伯弟。其實分 APS 同 APEX Gaming 嗰個肥仔個樣都好得意，好搞笑。啲雖然係外國人，但係都最有種 QQ 感。哇！一排啊！即係雖然譬如頭先阿 Love Cat 話APEX 有時好悶，係嘅 APEX 比賽有時係好悶，因為大家都打保守，但係學即係我自己其中一樣嘢喺即係點解我要睇咧？我長期都係 ALGS 咧，點解我唔睇 highlight 咧？因為 highlight 就淨係睇埋牙嗰一下。對槍開槍嗰下，但係前後死之前大家點樣部署 push 唔 push 點 push 有冇走錯位點揾 cover 呢啲所有嘅決定就唔係 highlight 睇唔到。即係 highlight 就係純粹就係如果你對槍嗰下啫，如果你準嘅。即係當然都有啲操作好勁啊，即係好似琴日咁樣，琴日 Day One 咁樣都有啲操作好誇張啊。咁但係咁操作係個人嘅技術咯。但係幾時 push 啊？幾時推？幾時唔推？用咩技先啊 ？K 啦嗰啲嘢就係一隊 team 嘅 concept 咯，就唔係個人嘅能力。Wow.
I just don't think they're going to be able to do it. Maybe heal up and play your life sometimes. Having a player knocked and being able to use their knockdown for just that little bit of cover is everything.
你一個走錯位就可以收皮啊！基本上鋪皮嘅世界，輕鬆走錯少少嘅就冇行，可以冇行血，冇到佢行格，冇100幾血，呢下嘅。好似捉棋咁，個細節係幾好睇。我冇戴 headphone， 因為佢戴到好攰啊！琴日戴咗成幾個鐘。喂，係啊 ，Split 嗰個呢個係 Split 嘅特色嚟，即係 Split 同阿 CEO 咧嘅分別咯。雖然大家都係叫做指揮官啊，但係Split 我會形容為 Split 就係諸葛亮咯，而 Individual Hell 係將軍咯。唔係一個真係好勁嘅決策士啊，或者軍師咯。但係 Split 本身係一個好勁嘅軍師。如果用翻即係中國或者用翻我哋嘅通去講嘅話 ，Hell 就係好勁嘅將軍。所以我呢個比賽我就冇睇 NLG 啦，即係冇睇界 group 啦。一陣間都會對嘅 Hell 佢哋，因為 Split 係好，真係。即係當然，即係佢至少佢有時喺一個劣勢裏面，佢盡量諗嗰個路線啊，或者諗嗰個 timing 嗰個決策啊，都係以最大化自己隊 team 嘅情況之下去做決定。即係呢一樣嘢係唔易啊。反而 Hell 咧，你留意下 Hell 打法咧，即係 TSM 係癲嘅，因為佢哋係用係啊，超級清楚啊 Sweet。但係 Hell 就係癲佬咯，即係你真係要同佢one on one嘅話，真係唔容易咯。係啊，佢自己個人技術嗰啲走位啊、推線啊、搶點啊，其實係好好嘅。呢啲位係好好嘅。佢冇諗得咁遠咯 ，Hell 係啊，所以就係將軍咯，即係似將軍咯 ，Hell 就係一個好勁嘅將軍。係啊，但係 Sweet 係一個好勁嘅軍師，所以好睇㗎。有時北美雖然大家一定係睇唔到嘅，因為瞓覺嘛，係啊，即係凌晨打㗎嘛，北美區。你睇 Hell， 你睇有時 Hell 會好心急啊！我覺得有時 Hell 個唔好處就係有時好心急，然之後佢會希望其他人去跟佢嗰個節奏，而唔係點樣有效可以更加用到其餘兩個隊友。未去到呢個位咯 ，Hell。所以世界賽好睇嘅地方就係北美都好睇嘅，但係北美基本上個實力又未去到超懸殊，但係有好睇嘅地方，係即係都開心嘅，都即係技術啊、娛樂性都好睇嘅。但係去到世界賽個分別就係，因為世界賽啲人真係好勁，你唔好即真係唔係淨係得北美。佢俾兩個人夾啊 ，Hell 喺度 ，Hell 褪咗後啊嘛。有時睇北美賽區咧 ，Hell 嗰啲決策咧， 就知道哇！但係亦都因為佢有呢啲決策，所以有一啲位打出嚟係好恐怖嘅。
That they needed, but still, I mean, it's enough to keep them obviously feeling good. But Vex came in, I told you guys, 38th place overall out of 40 in the group stages before this series. And you want to find yourself in the top 20 to make it into that winners bracket.
即係如果真係要講北美聯隊，你 Sweet 加 Hell 加我覺得 C 王都一半。即係雖然John Biden 好勁，個人技術好準真係，但係得 C 王某程度上就係喺決策上面或者整體展現嘅時候好唔穩定。雖然佢上年贏咗，上年係好睇嘅，上年嗰兩波。上年 World Final 係好好睇嘅，真係得笑。戰術咯，同埋 TSM 咧，成日啲戰術咧好鬼死。好鬼死！即係我講緊係好死啊！佢啲戰術，有時睇 TSM， 即係我睇 TSM 同 NRG 都比較多啊。啲戰術好死嘅 TSM， 有時我都會睇北美賽區嘅時候，我都會有諗，哇！做乜咁打？做咩要咁樣去啊？做咩要咁樣入圈啊？點解要行嗰邊？即係有好多呢啲。咁當然我係上帝視角啦，咁但係 so far 就算你唔係上帝視角，有啲位係你睇地圖你知啊嘛，你唔係上帝視，其實佢哋都係上帝視角，因為每一隊飛去邊落地去邊點入圈，其實每一隊大概都估到。有晒資料嘅其實，所以有時係 TSM 係海鮮咯 ，TSM 係利物浦咯。有時我會覺得有時好搞笑，我覺得 TSM 有啲似利物浦啊，大佬。勁起上嚟真係頂你，好似琴日 Game One 咁樣，黐孖筋。Game One 好，因為個感覺好似其他隊都未醒咁，即係唔係未醒晒。即係Game One 一炮過嚼低9件，3隊。咁有時就係咁㗎啦，有時你要知道3圈都仲有15、16隊嘅時候，其實真係好易 third party 嘅。所以有時就係因為咁樣世界賽，所以我先至有時我就係嫌 TSM 啲戰術好鬼死咯。其實好多時咧 TSM 攞嗰啲位唔係一啲好靚嘅位嚟，好少嘅。你即係我睇得多我就知，佢哋好少站喺一個好靚嘅位置。佢哋啲戰術好少，即係好少好早入圈。TSM 係好少好早入圈，但係咧其他譬如 SSG 啊。某一啲可能中低水平嗰啲隊咧，其實佢哋啲戰術有時會選擇早入圈，同埋個路線咧會比較容易啲處理。但係坦白講 Storm Point 基本上係 TSM 嘅死局嚟，我未見過 TSM 贏。坦白講，由北美賽區到世界賽，我未見過 TSM 贏過 Storm Point。因為佢哋啲站位，即係佢哋揀嗰啲位置好差。係啊，成日都係咁㗎 TSM， 唔知點解啲戰術要揀到咁㗎。我成日都話，即係如果你純粹講3個人技術殺人嘅話，其實真係北美嚟講真係好 Q 勁。其實就算世界嚟講都好 Q 勁。哦，係咩 Maggie 嗰排好似贏過1-2次咁咯，但係 so far 都係個比例好低啊 ，Storm Point 普遍都係長期收皮。不過算啦，佢攞翻第2都算係咁。唔係咁又唔係聽日嘅，佢哋最主要唔好打苦方賽啫。
Yeah, I mean, impressive performance out of Element 6 actually with those 9 kills on the board as well, keeping themselves in that top
TSM 夠分唔打副方賽就 OK。但係危險㗎，因為 Group C 都勁啊 ，Group C 勁過 Group D 啊啲，唔係 Group C 同 Group D 嘅水平差唔多，但係 Group C 勁好少 ，average 嘅隊。
Yeah, I completely agree. And the interesting part for that is they're the most early rotate heavy team, and those teams have been typically
勁㗎 SSG， 但係 SSG 咧打北美咧成日都輸，冇贏過 SSG。即我講緊唔係單場贏啊，即係成個 series 嚟講好少贏，真係 SSG。
Not a terrible situation, unlike Crazy Raccoon, Team Singularity, IBG all the way on bottom, but nonetheless not what you'd expect from them. Meanwhile, on the front side,
好難講啊，睇走唔走線咯，佢哋都唔係㗎，都唔未必打得翻上嚟㗎。雖然上屆都係咁，上屆佢哋都係負方打法，係咪咧？最後好似係，最後好似係負方打法。
Not necessarily in a negative way. It's more like a concerned way. I think what happened is that across the board, all of the
Stormpon 真係 TSM 嘅死局，晒邊緣好啲咯。好啲啊！
Well, I think one of the interesting things about their performance so far is just how little respect they've been given, right? I mean,
我希望 APEX 可以再，我希望佢因為下季應該唔出英雄啊嘛，好多人都話會調整下隻 game 啊嘛，咁我覺得都好。即係如果比賽再係呢啲組合咧，就冇乜驚喜。其實琴日有一隊好正㗎，我幾中意㗎。世界邊緣嘅時候幾屈㗎，係啊。紐卡素搭華森，再搭一隻咁樣，搭咩都得其實嗰隻。但係你紐卡素搭華森其實真係，通常咧紐卡素搭華森啲戰術都係好早入圈嘅。因為你要攞位，然之後就做防守。如果唔係前期嗰啲，可能對槍好快就已經輸咗嘅話咧，通常都好 Q 快入圈。琴日都真係幾好睇嘅，黐線！琴日 Asset 真係 ，it's crazy，Asset is crazy 今日。
Interesting. And here's the big thing to understand here. For those that are maybe tuning in, not sure how the format works. Well, there's 40 teams here in these groups.
超好啊，係咪？成啲路線同埋個戰術控制，頭嗰幾場真係好好。
But there's no difference between 20th and first. There's no seeding advantage. So if Dark Zero can sneak in 20th, they're just as happy as the first place team.
有時 TSM 咧打到好似打頂獵場咁嘅啫。我笑到黐線。有時真係打到好似打頂獵場咁，衝過去啦！呢度走過去啦，走邊都冇乜所謂啦。係啊，夠打嘅一定黐翻嘅。世界賽咁樣真係唔得。
We all know they'll have that confidence. Coming off a LAN championship, they're going to have no concern, no inability to reset.
如果佢哋琴日唔係，即係佢哋殺人容易咯。琴日 TSM 都係，呢自從佢殺人就好容易啊。但係就長期都入唔到前5咯。琴日。我記得6場好似唔知得1場定2場入前。琴晚嘅事雖然只係。
composition that we've seen from Luminosity on Stormpoint here also really interesting because we had a look at the caustic composition earlier in one of those circles. So the fact that they're playing two of those pairing two of those kind of more aggressive heroes with the Valk for Stormpoint.
食完嘢開始醒啦，個人。有咩有啲攰
about Seer versus Bloodhound as scan characters and which ones people want to use. Baiting that Seer ult out, feeling a little bit vulnerable because you can destroy that Seer ultimate and then all of a sudden your wall hacks are gone. So the Bloodhound wall hacks not necessarily as good, but they are a little more reliable.
係咪 up 下嘢？我又睇下咩先，睇下 update 咗未先。有 Canton List 㗎，我想講，不過我唔知呢條友喺邊咋。有啊 ，broadcast talent。
Obviously, also helps the two of them kind of as a wombo combo. Smokes combined with scans, basically a digital threat plus throw.
冇啊，佢哋冇打啊。Iswason 冇打啊，佢哋。 佢哋冇打預選賽啊，所以冇入到嚟呢個 PV Final。佢連預選賽冇打。我印象中 Hiswason 好似話想停一停啊嘛，停一停唔打職業賽住啊嘛。我印象中好似係，雖然佢係黐線佬，係啊，唔係你其實如果講準咧 ，Hiswason 係準過 Hell 㗎。係 Hiswason 真係準得好緊要，即係我覺得 Hell 都好準，即係如果講緊唔係，但係 Hiswason 係準到。Hiswason 係準到一個點，真係我永遠都記得佢串 Hell 啊！真係好笑啊！真係。佢串 Hell 真係好好睇，黐孖筋。點解可以咁好睇
？Yeah, the Revtain, man. I think a lot of people honestly probably have nightmares about that comp still. So the fact that it's coming back in is just nightmare fuel for.
嗰邊 Fnatic 正啊 ，Fnatic 齊人啊，追到日本仔，絕對值得睇。我想講 Fnatic EXO， 基本上 Group C 基本上某程度上都秒晒㗎啦，佢呢兩隊。我未睇分數，之後就 NLG 啊，呢三隊，然之後就對家啊。APEX Gaming 都冇打啊。北美嘅話，唔係 APEX Gaming 有打，但係入唔到咯，贏唔到 APEX Gaming。同埋今季太多新隊啦，真係多新隊。同上年世界賽咧，基本上又好似差唔多成一半係唔同嘅。咁當然有啲解散咗啦，即係譬如 Team Liquid 嗰啲解散咗啦。但係 so far 真係有成半係新。因為其他國家啲人越打越勁啦，開始。我想講真係，Fnatic 真係 Fnatic fans 自從上季 World Final 之後，有 feel。我哋嚟到 Game 6啊，係嘛 ？Game 6啊。係嘛 ？Game 6 last game。That's gonna be TSM. So I'm keeping my eyes on them. 2 points outside of the lead right now, sitting in second place. So anything can happen.
I mean, after that last game, that was the best game that we've seen so far on Stormfront, where they were able to get second.
冇啊 ，CGA 本身開出嚟都唔係真係貨電競喺我心目中。同埋喺香港搞電競真係蝕錢蝕得好緊要㗎。我想講 Full 嘅而家呢一隊嘅馬他法，我都有睇馬他法，即係我好少睇佢哋打比賽，但係我好少睇歐洲賽區，但係馬他法我有睇佢 stream， 馬他法都勁，我想講 Full。
Where they're just looting outside of Cenote Cave instead, which is why we've been focusing on
CGA 就算啦。
going down since there's no other 50-50 happening so far on Stormpoint. And I'm curious to see where the circle is going to take us because we saw the rotation from Vex after they came out on top versus Space Station in the last game.
Look, just peeking through the little window, looking for some information. Like, hey,
係啊，其實係㗎。其實係㗎。唔係，其實攞唔到，其實我覺得 CGA 要做嘅其實係可以攞好多。啊，不過都唔可以咁講，不過都係蝕嘅。 即係你話行動上面，你話攞轉播權，譬如攞轉播權咁樣香港播咁，即係唔係 watch party 啦，即係直接真係有埋旁述啦，我當咁樣，其實就真係蝕到怕街。但係你話 watch party， 我覺得係可以。唔會啦，不過喺我心目中 CJ 真係唔係做電競，so。即係當年我都好開心嘅去開 CJ， 但係再了解多啲成個行業咧，香港我就發現唉算啦，大家純粹做件事出嚟睇下有冇錢揾。大於一切咯。咁我唔係話一定要蝕錢做啊，我嘅意思唔係咁，而係大家冇即係除咗淨係諗點揾錢咯，但係冇諗過個生態其實未 support 到你可以揾到多錢，但係你又唔願意花時間做個生態嘅時候，咁咪收皮啊！不過香港係咁啊，即係好似貢茶嗰啲咁啫嘛，即係興牙咁啊，周街開到10幾20間貢茶，20億幾間咁嘅所謂手搖珍珠奶茶店咯。好啦，然之後開始賺夠啦，就開始執勁多間咁樣。而家淨係留得翻天人茗茶同貢茶啫，而家全部執晒啦，咩歇腳亭啊嗰啲都差唔多執晒啦。之前成間都10幾廿間分店噶嘛，賺到即係賺一陣錢咯，就係為咗當初佢哋搞 CJ 都希望賺嗰陣電競熱潮錢啫嘛，都唔係真係想做大個電競嗰個氛圍，然之後有得長遠賺錢，唔會，所以香港就係咁。我慘啊！CL 都仲頂得住。But it looks like they had to just go and back up at the same time because FC have now taken the opportunity to move in after they got that knock with the charge rifle. Look, I'm sorry, FC's got Hammer Drill on their team. That man wants to lay the hammer down on IBG with Umachan and the charge rifle holding their back. They can utilize that to maybe poke and prod and keep those teams uncomfortable. We were talking about that, right? Oh, but look, they're going, and that's going to connect. Shields cracked every. 哇！做咩事？做咩事？哇！唔關我事，我以為係我網絡問題添，係佢嗰邊信號問題。佢一窒我，即刻望下 YouTube 有冇斷線個 live， 冇喎，好流暢喎，仲係綠色喎。咁係佢嗰邊問題啊！試下 reload 下先，睇下係咪 Twitch 嘅問題先。係喎，真係佢嗰邊信號問題。reload 咗 Twitch 都係咁。睇下其他台先，求其撳過嚟睇下先。咦 Liquid 呢邊又冇事喎，咁我哋睇住呢邊先啊。呢邊都係 last game 啊，最後3隊添啊，快啲添啊佢哋。
Yeah, I think this is going to be an ascend W. I think the most important thing is to just hold that left side and not allow
ACE
to swing to the left. If they can force them into the building, then Onyx can.
我去睇呢個 play 啦，嗰邊窒窒地。
Oh, here we go, baby. We're going to have Lufka getting some kills. Great shot by the kid. And it's going to be a 3v3 now. Onyx versus Ascend. If Ascend wins this, there is a chance.
喂，係啊，啱啊！我都真係成日睇翻美賽區咧，我都發現自己英文係有進步，即係聽有進步啊！即係以前可能一啲好簡單嗰啲，未必聽得切，但係而家會聽得明同聽得切咯。咁當然你話有啲好專屬嘅生字或者本身啲生字從來都唔識嘅，咁嗰啲就唔知啦。 哇靚喎呢個，靚喎呢個 play。我哋翻過去睇下先，睇下搞掂未？睇下搞掂。
Trying to get through the edge of the circle. You can see the missile swarm coming in, probably from ESA to get some Evo Shield information if it landed on any of them.
以前我覺得就係以前好老土咯，叫你喺度讀報紙。我心諗睇報紙同讀報紙，我心諗頂你個肺！你隻字都唔明點查啊，大佬！以前我好記得咩睇收 China Morning Post 咁樣。唔知喎。佢自己放㗎，頭先有華生話。
Because that is where their POI is. And very similarly, TSM have made that rotation away from the wall, which means that they'll be rotating from the high ground. They have the beacon, as you can see as well, with the side-by-side map, with beacon to their north, so they have that information. So
Storm 啲圈咧。
Now trying to approach inside the building. ESA neighboring them still have not left, just trading, and you see the smoke grenades coming out too, just to deny them that information.
Yes, it's going to be really interesting. I'd be curious to see if ESA could get an isolated 3v3 fight against Fun, but you see the member with the charge rifle trying to hold their back and can maybe get a cheeky line through a window, deal some major damage, and just allow the other two members to just...
係啊，其實以前呢啲神靈因為要咬字講得好清楚俾你聽啊，所以其實佢某程度上係講得幾慢，咁即係證明你進步咗啊嘛。係啊，拓海原理。係，當你聽嘅嘢越嚟越慢，即係你越嚟越快。拓開原理。
Trying to take a nice longer angle in case Fun wants to approach the inside of the building, then they're going to get pressured off to the side by that one player from ESA. I believe that may be Phony. Of course, the other two players inside of the building, we're going to have to see. Esports are going to, yeah, it is going to be Phony actually inside that rock. And Cody takes them to the high ground here, but it is risky. If they do opt to stay on the high ground, they have that slight elevation over where Fun is holding that building, and their backs are towards the other teams that could be trying to get involved in a third party. And look who has made
Game 6完之後，唔知係唞幾耐先至再開下 group 咧。我都至少半個鐘啦。哇哦 ！push 哇！側邊有一隻都見唔到啊！冇啦 ，ESA 咁輸啊！哇！嗱，哎呀，上蛋啊！啱嗰下又收皮啦。又輸，就係輸上蛋嗰下。嗰邊都係得翻一飛 PK。47分唔夠啊 ！TSM 最好呢場攞20幾分啦，佢哋有60幾會好啲啊，穩陣啲。琴日 S 嗰啲頂你玩70分啦已經，淨係計琴日啫喎，未計今日喎。如果今日好少少 S 佢哋應該過100分㗎喎。
Yeah, I like to talk about what Luminosity is doing, and I just also want to give you guys an update too.
攞多20分啦呢場，攞20分差唔多 TSM， 穩陣。
And Iron Blood Gaming, like we saw on screen earlier, with all the chaos happening by the Prowler Den. Luminosity have now taken up that space. They are blasting players from a distance with a charge rifle currently right now. You can see some pings going down because they heard the fight between ESA and Fun right now.
唔係啊 ，Seattle 都係一時時。間唔少會贏到一場或者頭2、3咯，但係都唔係啲長期可以 keep 到頭10嗰啲隊伍嚟嘅，其實試下。
Aggressive comp, and they've been playing a little slowly, and they had that caustic earlier on World's Edge, and it's so cool to see just how adaptable Luminosity is.
哇，下高好睇啊，睇 EXO。但係有少格食格嘅其實。
be great, and they're doing just that. You can see Oxygen on the left side of your screen. The desk earlier was asking a lot about them. Speaking of identity, they we saw them for a brief time jump onto that Bang Blood and then revert back to the Watson Crypto.
日本嚟講都真係 Fnatic。
If the option here is to play what you feel more comfortable, where you feel is more consistent between both maps.
韓國嚟講就試下係嘛？我冇記錯。不過冇得講啊 ，Sally 真係。太多勁人啦，其實。但係佢上屆有去嘅喎，我想講。上屆 World Final 佢有喺美國嘅 ，Sally。即係有去到美國嘅，有打我唔記得打咩咧。如果我記得佢係有去㗎。 好似練習賽咯，佢有過去打練習賽，但係正式比賽冇出咯，冇打正式比賽。哦，係咯，係咯，我就係記得佢有去㗎嘛。Sally 都勁啦，黐孖筋。但係 Sally 啲身法唔，但係 Sally 比賽嘅時候用得唔好咯。 我想講 Fnatic 嗰班日本仔先勁啊！真係黐孖筋，上年 World Final 嗰下 PK 真係，你呢個嗰下彈嗰下身法真係咁樣彈上去，然之後再跣低再跳，我頂你個肺嬲咗睇到。即係雖然 ACU 都好勁身法，但係我想講日本仔勁太多啦，勁過 ACU。 喂，冇輸啊，大佬！有輸 TSM， 唔好搞啲咁嘅嘢啊！大佬仲要搶分啊 ，BB 你！哇！你睇呢邊，呢邊度，追佢！ 非常呢個位真係冇飛機女係慘，因為飛機女真係可以飛嚟飛去。係啊，窩樽 PK 真係黐下線真係。琴日我想講琴日有個 play 我唔記得邊個嚟啊，但係琴日有個 play 又係好靚㗎，硬場 PK 黐孖筋嗰下硬喂。 開完槍，然之後硬場避開子彈。琴日都有一下係好靚，但我唔記得邊隊，我好深刻啊！黐孖筋。除咗孤狼 J-Link 之外，嗰下 PK 嗰個操作，嗰下決定，我頂你個肺，又係嬲咗。 世界級操作，黐線。Mobile respawn beacon getting called in by IG after they lost one of their teammates, but Tao gets blasted over to the side. Ooh, and just like that, they already had the numbers advantage at the hands of Dreamfire, but this is the last member of IG International, and Roy has a PK, and the hipfire coming out. They are going to do just fine. They only have a little bit, but if that player can stay alive, the res should come in. They wanted to stagger him just so that way maybe they could get another free KP right here with that player coming in with just white shields and a dream. Oh, he's just shooting through after he got TSM 去翻52，琴日30幾啊 TSM 好似80幾分啦，過百會好啲咯。啊呢度有70分就差唔多啦。好難啊！我而家都入唔到場，成日都唔可以每一次都咁準確。其實真係好，唔係，但係雖然我轉咗掣，但係我覺得唔易咯。我要再諗下，可能遲啲又轉下，又再練。啊，得翻佢自己啫咩？我唔係嚇死人咩？咦唔係喎 ，TSM 得翻 Hell 啫咩？唔係就係死咗啊！死咗 Even 啫咩？哦，單咗。 夠啦夠啦夠啦，冇人啦而家。夠啦 Hell， 係啊冇人啦。頂住頂住，頂你7隊咋，差唔多尾圈啊，頂住先啦。哇！嗰邊推啊，嗰邊推落嚟，哇！冇咗航，哇！走錯位啊！頂你成行冇咗 E6， 頂你一嘢飛落去前面，成行血就收皮。好彩救得翻，如果唔係就好笑頭先，跟住成排冇咗即刻。
We know North Epson was up there in the points as well, and we are looking for a winner of this matchup in group stage.
睇下 Hell 捱埋到頭3。我冇帶 headphone 啊，我唔知 TSM 走咗未。好痛啊，戴到係咪？係戴到好攰啊隻耳仔。但係我有開住嘅，即係聽到聲嘅，聽到佢講嘢，但係未去到超清楚。收皮咯，原來收皮啦，收皮。Alliance Yuki 今日都呢2日都打得差啦。你換咗 Mandy 落嚟打得咁差 ，Yuki 都勁啊！我想講。你係 full team 㗎？我 full team， 我以為 Hacky 唔喺度添。冇聊 TSM 收皮，應該入呢個圈嘅時候俾人秒咗。OK 啦，頭七至少頭10名先，即係得應該有90分啦，80幾90分 TSM， 我都可以嘅，有120分穩陣啲啊，打3局。And it's going to be fantastic for them. E6 are also sharing this building, playing on the outside of this dome with Singularity taking on the inside, and this trident play over to the side to make up. 但係 Mandy 打，我 Mandy 都唔係好夾到，係。我估唔係話真係練好多，一齊。我睇佢尋日睇佢哋幾次都真係。哇！冇啦，立刻收皮。你喺間屋度都冇用啊！有機會阿拉人贏翻次喎，會唔會咧 ？Randy 可唔可以贏翻次咧？頭3啦，阿拉人贏唔贏到咧？阿拉人輸晒啊！琴日阿拉人大佬，哇！SNG 頂你打死 SNG 先啦，大家！唔係嘅，唔係俾突然之間俾 SNG 偷翻，係啦，頂你俾佢哋偷咗個頭咁點啊？梗係殺咗佢孤狼先啦，2隊唔好打住啦。係啊，我都覺得係。我覺得 Mandy 唔好用天際線咯。我自己覺得，我硬係覺得 Mandy 本身嘅打法好唔適合用天際線。我就係覺得 Mandy 用得唔好咯，用隻好拉士。贏啦 Alliance，Is Alliance， 哇 NTH， 哇 NTH， 哇成行啊！冇啦，哦。 Nice NH。我話 Mandy 咁快就 Q 上去，你係做箭靶 Q 上去咩？
You were talking about it before, Tiff. They were doing really good earlier on Storm Point. That first game, I believe they got second with 8 KP to their name.
贏2次喎 NH， 冇記錯。
On World's Edge with 6 KP, it was so close for them to take that dub, and they finally come out on top out here, taking the dub finally in this final game. Better late than never, and they got a good amount of KP to their name. Before that game, too, they were sitting in 4th place overall. So how does that fare? They were tied with Dreamfire. How is that going to extend here? Them being the winners, them securing that a good amount of KP.
其實亞洲隊都好勁，亞洲隊越嚟越勁我想講。亞洲隊已經勁過晒啲歐洲隊啊。
Made their way to North Pad, rotated down towards
APEX.
the caves, come behind that. That's right. NTH win. Do a little dance, show it off. APEC North for the win.
I like that.
I wish my hips moved like that.
Routine. I want to do that too.
I'm a little stiff. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I can make. I don't
即係咁 Q 似中村嘅呢條友。
Look at this team. They are feeling themselves. I love the enthusiasm from the coach right behind them here too.
Bubble 好難啊 ，Bubble 都。
Final game here. What a close top 5.
唔係邦家個煙咪最限制咗手掣㗎啦，已經最容易同最有效化 CP 值最高一定係邦家個煙。因為 Bubble 你都係一個 cover 啫嘛，但係冇影響到本身負苗嗰個狀態嘛。咁對於普 P 嘅世界嚟講，其實就冇分別。但係邦家嘅煙嘅好處就係你喺煙係會冇咗負苗啊嘛，直情係將負苗 cancel 咗，嗱，即係會跑槍。但係你 Bubble 只係一個 cover 啫嘛，但係你都可以唔炮噶嘛。
And I wasn't quite sure that North Epsom were that elite edge team that can really thrive in this insanely high pressure environment, but they are proving it here. These guys are here to play.
其實我覺得現階段嚟講，真係得3個人咧，就真係好難揀直播羅圖。真係，除非用舊戰術，即係廖卡索。我感覺係，即係你用廖卡索，我唔用廖卡索用直播咯。但係你揀得直播咧，咁人哋可能用 Maggie 啊，即係知道你呢一隊會多直播羅台咧，就會有好多隊會用 Maggie 啊，所以都真係好睇戰術。即係譬如有啲隊係會靠 Crypto 彈出彈入散彈，如果普 P 其實冇太大分別啦。普 P 個水平就你個彈出彈入，大家都係彈出彈入，其實就 level 翻件事啊，冇分別咯，啫。同埋你用得直播嘅話，就一定有人帶 Maggie 㗎啦。
Basically said the same thing. He said, Hockey's in these early games needs a little bit of time to kind of get his footing, and once he unleashes the beast, which is the Hockey's IGL machine, they're flying.
雖然 Maggie 個大真係好快。
Yeah, I mean, I remember a time at Sweden, where I think they would.
咩個大真係好快，快到一個極致。
The swagger was unreal. So this guy, when he's got the confidence, certainly can be one of the best players in the world, but. You look into those higher tier lobbies, sometimes that's not there.
That's right, you just want to see that
consistent,
that's for sure. Big story here, Dark Zero goes down to the APEX South champion, former Chicken Sandwiches, IBG. Perhaps that's a preview of what would have been if Dark Zero stayed in APEX South.
好啦，完啦，唔知唞幾耐之後先至再。呢一 group 完咯，應該之後會打埋下一 group 嘅，咁就今日就係咁啦。應該打到我哋凌晨嘅1點到2點。
Exactly where they would have wanted them, and they need to continue doing that to kind of keep up with some of the other performances of the teams that we've seen.
Yeah, that's right. Kadi with the clutch 1v1 there to keep them alive. Meanwhile, TSM, third-party Vex, to maybe look for a second, like they were going to do it, maybe go back-to-back with another big game, but TSM ended that train. IG needed a big one. You called them out. Unfortunate for IG fans, they go out fairly early as well as TSM, so that opened the door for teams like North Epsom. SSG was alive. Dreamfire was alive with an opportunity to potentially take first place from TSM. In the end, North Epsom shows up, Gino.
Yeah, they did manage to get there in the end. I just noticed we got a couple of the car there. The scout was coming out earlier, so people still are crafting.
Oh, this is what happened,
right?
This is what
睇下 Liquid 嗰邊先，呢邊 highlight， 睇下嗰邊完晒講緊咩先 ？Right back， 哦 ，1 hour 15 minutes 啫喎 ，be right back 喎，即係差唔多成粒鐘之後先再打。咁我哋就打陣 APEX 先咯。咁我哋就 hea 陣 APEX 先咯。我哋等埋呢度完，睇下係咪 1 hour 先。
In the crafter. Right at the moment, it's on floor loot, and that just makes it so much easier for them. They've got the reps in on it, and they're just making it look like the best shot because it is.
有待改進。
3v3 there was so interesting. Mandy broke ice, and they play those 3v3 so well. You said it, we were talking. Reception has the win condition.
19分，哇，少喎，因為殺7啫。黐孖筋，琴日 S 殺17啊，大佬。
Was it enough though? Is the question for a first place finish. You also have to give a huge
TSM 第6，都係得8分。
Down in the standings overall, but a decent game here. Solid game. 6 will help them out. On the flip side though, you see Dark Zero.
哇，慘啊！得0分呢場。
Yeah, I mean, definitely surprised to see some of those names down there at the bottom. Even Crazy Raccoon, a team that we talked about at the top of the show, they had a good day yesterday and then weren't able to replicate that here. But we're looking at
總分排名先，睇埋我哋就我去埋個廁所，我哋就翻嚟 hea 陣。
All the way down to a 5th place and now 10 in 11th.
Yeah, this is probably the least that we've seen it out of any in this.
54。
I think that might happen sometimes at the end of the series, especially when
哇，好 close， 頭10位都係頭6位都好 close。
Northception who takes first place over TSM who inches past Space Station for a second place.
正常發揮啦 ，TSM 應該要50幾分基本啦，琴日打唔差，仲好講。
First overall, but kudos to Space Station staying consistent with a 3rd place finish. And you got to give a big shout out here. E6 and ESA popped off there in that game 6 to get.
唔係，我都話82分先至係穩陣就係咁解我都話。你諗下，而家仲有一 group 未打喎，打多 group 你攞多50分就170分。講真。你睇 asset 都係零六。頭八。你睇 NRG 94，有嘛
？You heard the debate at ramen dinner with all of our talent. I said J-Wings is a top 5 team on set set. Are you mad? I'll name 5 teams right now that are better than them. We'll take a look now in 2nd place overall. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the fringe here. 21-22 currently will not qualify.
差40分，好難追啦。下面21到40隊，21到40好難追。好難追上面頭10隊。你差成40分差唔多。TSM 穩陣就攞多，一陣間攞多40分啦，咁就穩陣。你而家打到咁，冇82分真係好唔穩陣。而家90，即係佢哋要攞總數攞多30分以上。咁啊攞40分，攞好似呢場攞50分就好啲。如果唔係除非佢嚼低 NR 好似。
Japanese squad Northception, Rainday live with Razy making the plays there against Alliance. Rainday, take it away.
Well, John, we call it the ALGS, but it's important that we really clarify it is the APEX Legends global series.
經典日本仔碌咁樣感覺，佢呢個髮型。經典讀 L 啊，我唔係歧視讀 L 啊。經典讀 L 髮型。我有呢個感覺，即係唔知點解。瘦啦，係啊。笑咗，我哋睇下有冇廁所去先。去完廁所翻嚟，大家聽住訪問先啦。
なんかホッとしてるって感じですね。ウィナーズに多分抜けれるポイントを早い段階で獲得できたので、今はホッとしてるます。
I'd say that like I'm so relieved that like I was able to clear all the points I was able to without missing them. So yes, I'm so relieved.
I have a question too, because we don't get to see APAC North on the same level as sometimes North America and EU is broadcast to the world. What did you do to prepare for this LAN, knowing you'll be facing teams from all different regions? What was your preparation like?
でそのノーサンプトンのことはあまりアメリカですとかヨーロッパではそれほど深く知ることができないんですけれども、実際にこのような世界大会においてはどのような準備をされているのでしょうか。
そうですね、準備という準備はあんましてないかもしれないですけど、チーム間での、仲だったり雰囲気だったりとか、その反省会も含め、チームみんなで、動くってことが大事だと思ったので、チームで頑張ってきました。
Well, I'd say that I don't do any specific preparation as such for these events. However, that collaboration and teamwork is very important, I think. So this is a team effort. We work together closely.
You're certainly showing that your team is one to be dealt with. I want to ask you, who is a team that you respect in this lobby, in this tournament? A team that maybe you feel is a challenging team to fight here?
チームワークはおっしゃる通りよく垣間見れました。今回参加のチームの中で、レイジー GG さんにとって最も手強いなチャレンジングだなと思われるチームはどのチームでしょうか。
TSM
I understood that. I didn't need a translator for that one. Thank you so much, Razy GG, for the interview. Congratulations, Northampton, on getting the W here. We got more games coming up, but I want to send it back to the desk, get their thoughts on that interview.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Awesome to have our first translated conversation interview so far in the competition. It's one thing I love about these tournaments here. Thoughts on that interview, though? I mean, Rain Day asked for it. We got to deliver.
Yeah, look, TSM, I'm not surprised at all.
We all looked at each other and said he's going to say TSM.
Not surprised that that's who they picked, right? But yeah, look, would he have a different answer if we asked him tomorrow or the day after? Maybe.
Are you foreshadowing a TSM failure? Is that what you're trying to do? Are you trying to make enemies? Do you know?
All I'm saying is, I wouldn't say they're looking like the #1 team right now.
Yeah, that's a valid statement. I would agree with that. I think coming into the tournament, everyone thought they were the undisputed best, but they've shown some weakness for sure. Glitter, your thoughts on that interview, your thoughts on Northampton's performance so far?
I mean, they were somebody that we already were talking about yesterday. They're showing up again here today, and that's got to at least put them in a really comfortable spot, literally on the leaderboards, but also mentally. I mean, you heard them say that it's a whole team effort, collaboration thing, just lots of planning coming into this event. That is being illustrated in their gameplay right now, and I love that they're keeping their eyes on TSM.
Sure, and I gotta apologize to you because I convinced you not to pick them as a team to watch and to pick Crazy Raccoons instead. Sorry, my bad. I love you. She predicted Northampton. Let the record show. But hey, look, obviously these teams performed here today. They performed courtesy of a few little items that certainly helped them along the way. It is time for one of my favorite opportunities and discussions. It's time for WD Black. What's in your pack? And the discussion here, I know you guys haven't had a chance to partake in any of these conversations before, is all around the charge rifle is the item we're going to highlight today. We all know how powerful this weapon is. We all know how insane it is, despite the nerfs that came in many seasons ago. Still always in the hands of these top players, you know.
Yeah, this is the thing you want in your hands if you're trying to charge up the Evos. You pick it up early game, it helps you do that damage.
Charge rifle.
It's the only weapon in the game that is hit scan.
And
that means it's so effective at long range.
最賤格嘅最長。
By any means, with connection. You see some blind fires with it. You see players using it close range, mid range. Obviously, this is where it's most effective. You get the purple long range 6 to 8x scope, and you can absolutely fly with this thing, Glitter.
And I love that it's something that has just become a staple in so many of our trios weapon comps. Once you get it in the hands of certain players, you know that you'll be able to charge up all of the Evos on just that solo person. It is such a utility item on top of being a damage dealer that it is a must-have in the kit.
Yep, and I love that last line on there, maybe for some of the newer players to Apex that didn't know. How do you do so much damage with it? Well, it's a two-part shot and a final discharge of additional damage. It's more important where you end with the shot versus where you start. Just a little pro tip for some of the new folks out there. But hey, look, this has been a good discussion, been a good conversation around really the most powerful long-range weapon in the game, without a doubt. This has been WD Black, What's in Your Pack? Obviously, the stage is now set for our last and final series of the day. Crazy Raccoon, you saw KCP on the fringe, 21st and 22nd, with a variety of teams right behind them with an opportunity here. Going to be an interesting last and final series, and guess what? We're going to have a chance to see NRG, the Guard, and a few others on main stage for the first time.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see the last group of teams that we haven't seen up here on the main stage. I'm also excited to see some action from Fnatic. I know that you will be excited to talk about them as well. I think we're in for some really good games.
That's a good point, especially with how Fnatic has been playing so far. Another solid performance in their second series. I think they placed top 10 overall. They, of course, won yesterday. On top of that, though, you have the Kansas City Pioneers. You have a couple of their teams. Who are some teams in that group you're looking out for, Gino?
Yeah, KCP definitely one that I've been keeping my eye on just because of how many times they've been contesting these other teams and the effect that's having on their early tournaments. So after having what looks to be an okay first series here today, does that mean they continue on this process of trying to go with the lesser POIs that they've had to pick up, or is that has that buoyed their ego to the point where they're ready to challenge again? Who knows?
Nasky ego? What are you talking about? There's no such thing.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it with that guy. No such thing. No, but yeah, they're very similar to Dark Zero, where they just continue to get contested. We'll see how they play in this next matchup, in this next series. And speaking of which, let's tell you when exactly it's going to be. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the competition here. Well, guess what? We'll be kicking off at 3:25 UK time. See the rest of the times, if you're in the US, 10:25 Eastern time, bright and early in Pacific time. If you're joining us from the West Coast of the US, shout out to you. I know it's early, very, very early.
12:25分。
Of course, what we're going to see for the rest of today's
係嘛？我冇睇錯啊。Group A vs Group D。
Our next matchup on the main stage, we'll have a chance to see some new teams on display for the first time.
咁 B 對 C 咧
I am very excited because this is going to be the final piece
A
of the
對 D 就
puzzle that we've been
12:00
kind of putting together so far throughout the entire
2個幾鐘
stage. Obviously, there will be other games going on the B stage as well. So make sure you're checking out both streams if you're trying to keep up to date with how close these scores are going to be getting, because it's going to be tough.
And the other thing is that once you see the separation between winners bracket and the elimination bracket, the 20 teams that are in the winners bracket, that's a bit of a preview of the match point final on Sunday, right? Usually you get at least about 15 teams carrying over, so it's very cool to post your eyes up on that one.
Yeah, it's a good point. One reminder too, placement matters in that series because the top 10 teams will get an advantage, a couple points going into match point format. First place team gets 10. So yeah, we're of course getting a bit ahead of ourselves with the winners bracket that we'll have in just a day, but we still have one last group stage to go. We hope you've enjoyed the action so far. We're of course going to take just a bit of a break. We'll be back live at 3:25 local UK time. We can't wait to see you there. We have our last and final group stage. Who will be in to the winners bracket? Who will be forced down to the elimination bracket? We'll find out when we come back in just a bit. We are live from Upper Box Arena.
佢話翻嚟係9點啊？
here in London.
Huh?
Just have to walk up on this, surely. Just hit your shots. TSM.
咩啊
On day number 2.
？10點、9點、8、7、6、5、4、3、2，而家2點喎。
And it's going to be Dreamfire who clean things off. Game number 2 belongs to
我聽唔到喎，有冇聽錯？
The Peacekeeper is starting to pop as well. Space Station Gaming will take the final game here on World's Edge.
Can't be ring around the rosy. Hipfire shot and he gets the knock. Ray's dropping down, falling incredibly low though, playing up the back end. Luminasi finished them up.
We're gonna get geared up for map number 5. Let's get hyped. Oh, like that now. Unlucky going off and deals the
廁所未先？
Vex Gaming are your winners.
IG are popping off. They get the crack. They knock 2 players from ESA. There's only one left and they cleaned them up. Northampton looking to make the comeback, looking to take another step out here. And they come out being the winners of game number 6.
誒，好，咁就佢冇講啊，佢好似冇。睇多次係幾？12點幾係 Group B Group D 啊？12點幾啊？咁 Group B 唔係 Group A Group D 就12.5咁即係幾點？我想睇下 YouTube 個情況。誒冇咗啦噃，唔係啊有 APEX Global Series。哦有呢度有，係嘛？我 match point file 呢個係 Day 3 2月4號下午啊，即係聽日星期六嘅晏晝幾點啊？睇下先，你冷靜啲。佢就係2月4號嘅喂 ，Holy 啊！我唔記得聽日晏晝幾點嘅就係 ，You 又唔講佢，垃圾！佢就講聽日幾點？聽日下午。咁點啊？笑死真係！佢就不斷撈呢個啫喎，佢唔 close 台嘅喎，佢係咪唔 close 台？係咯，唔 close 台。佢係直接咁樣去到永遠，好啦。咁我哋就用 Wavelink 嘅好處啊！我哋收咗呢個先，係。咁就應該點都要1個鐘頭以上噶啦。咁我哋而家就，收咗 Google 個聲先，咁大家就聽唔到啦。係，我哋打陣 APEX 先啊。我要等 Lex 選手們都要休息，觀眾們都要休息啊！觀眾們都要食嘢。咩料？哦，之後原來佢哋之後有呢個訪問選手環節啊，唔俾選手食嘢，仲要訪問選手環節，俾選手食嘢咁久。好啦，我將佢縮細先，將呢一個縮細係一個好細嘅，等我睇到嘅。將呢帶走。Okay, I need the time to setting something, and this one is come to here. Okay. Okay. 好，咁我哋要等下 part 啦，等啲選手休息食飯啦，佢哋都要打完3個幾鐘，傾戰術食飯。咁我哋就啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦啦。我哋而家打陣先啦。大家1個鐘頭返嚟啊！如果你想休息嘅話，大家可以1個小時之後。我想問咩事啊？點解入唔到？冇人嘅點解？冇人打積分啦！今日全部去晒睇 ALGS 係咪？喂，真係喎，真係冇人玩啊！好少可會咁都入唔，唉，我唔想打殘月啦。
Nothing surprises me.
I am ready. I hope you are too.
They say flattery will get you nowhere. It'll get you everywhere. Introducing your champion.
Take comfort.
好唔中意打
This is gentler than a
去揮殘
exchange of ideas.
Dropping in, hang on. Goes nothing.
冇嘢，呢度冇槍。冇嘢，呢度冇槍。
I need a weapon. Let's explore this way.
Using grapple.
Enemy shield broken. They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
First blood, and it's not us.
有亂，有槍亂。
Killed an enemy. Held down.
Great. Already inside the ring. Grappling.
Need to recharge my shields. Go this way. Shop's open for business. Let's go this way. Hostile right here. Remember who hooked you up? I've got your back. Contact with hostile. Attention. There is a new kill leader. Heads up. New kill leader. Might be something good this way. Thanks, beautiful.
Materials here.
Throwing jump drive. Strike out. Throwing thermite grenade. Getting shot at.
真係辛苦。
Shield broken. I've been down.
Enemy taken down.
Listen, let's move here.
Reloading.
We're already inside the next ring. There better be some good loot around here. Contact with target.
I am taking fire, friends. Don't worry, I'm here.
Tossing an arc star. Healing up. Tossing an arc star. Throwing an arc star. This way, let's go.
Broke that enemy shield.
Here.
Enemy taken down.
Killed an enemy. An enemy shield.
喂，謝謝啊！唉，多謝晒。
The kill leader tried to take what's ours. They should have known better. Reloading. Appointed. New kill leader. Patching myself up.
I am repairing myself.
Anyone up for some shopping? Healing.
Repairing.
Mama's got a brand new bag.
你咪攞咯，自己裏面。
Need to recharge my shields.
關我什麼事？
I am repairing myself.
點解要我打殘月？奧林匹斯唔係翻嚟啦。
Found some materials.
Let's check out that way.
I am repairing. Opening front, broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Reloading.
做咩啫你？飛乜嘢啫？你飛乜嘢啊？我問緊你，你飛乜嘢？
Recharging my shields.
Might be something good this way.
Okay.
Activating jump drive.
冇人嘅，唔中意打殘月嘅原因就係咁，冇人嘅。Where is the people? Where is the people? Where is the people?
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
No people in here.
Look at the map.
No
The next
people
ring is
in
far.
here.
Jump drive in position.
Replicator incoming, friends.
Contact with hostile.
Okay.
冇人嘅，喺後面喎。
Let's explore this way.
Reloading.
Opening fire. Let's go this way.
Shattered an enemy shield.
Enemy down.
炸到。
We took out the whole squad.
Enemy reviving here.
Good work, kill leader. Reloading.
45 seconds until the ring closes. We've got time, but not much.
Recharging shields. Good looking out.
I spy an enemy.
Damages. We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left. Firing.
冇能量彈嘅點解？喂，冇重彈嘅。
Giving my shields a recharge.
Enemy over here.
係咯，可唔可以兩個？
The ring's moving, friends.
Enemy shield broken.
可以啊。
Get ready, it's zipline time.
Your package coming in.
驚啊佢哋！
Enemy spotted. Can't use my abilities. Might be something good this way. Contact with target. Getting shot at. Enemy down.
Target here.
Frag out.
Hostile right here.
Frag out.
唉，唔怪之喐慢咗啦。另外一隊 ，so many people。
Listen to everything.
好 warm up 完畢，900幾傷，咁樣打都900幾傷。哇！真係冇人打啊，積分掉咗。 冇人打積分啊，好震撼啊呢件事。全世界都去睇 APEX 比賽，唔打 APEX 啦，大家今日係嘛？唔係喎，有人打嘅喎，係點解等咁耐嘅？有人打嘅喎，唔通我因為我金牌垃圾，所以唔俾我打？誒，唔係喎，原來我想講，好似開始咯，快嘅，好似開始，哦 replay 嚟嘅，嚇死人咩？睇下係咪冇人打積分先。有㗎，有人打積分㗎，點解入唔到場㗎？其實佢又唔係話真係太差啊呢隻色，950，搞到好似想買添，幾靚喎呢隻牙色。可唔可以唔好同群？真係配對唔到，好正啊呢件事。但人哋又入到嘅喎，唔中意我。大家都唔中意我。等多陣先。 哇！入到喎，竟然！Listen, fight.
We're going to do beautiful things together.
Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. Time to make some jaws drop. Let's land here. Let's find something good.
Ah, 冇人啊！
Next ring's not very close.
Throwing jump drive. Opening shop. Come see the merchandise.
We've got about a minute. Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
Mama's got a brand new bag. Come on. We've got 45 seconds and a long way to go.
I need light ammo. Oh, first blood. Well, you can't solve the eternal mystery of the universe without breaking a few eggs.
Backpack here. Level 2.
I need it. Optics here. Close range.
I'll take that. Jump drive in position.
So not to be pernickety, dears, but the ring's on the move, and we're not yet inside her.
Attention, delivering care package.
Care package on the way. I like the sound of that. I wonder what we'll find over there.
Ai 冇啦，睇唔到佢哋細粒度。
Reloading.
Recharging my shields. Healing.
Recharging my shields.
Zipline here. Fastballs are shooting at me.
Healing up. Eyes are open now.
New kill leader. Tossing an arc star. They're shooting at me. Guess the champion. Recharging shields. How about me over here? Let's go there.
I have a feeling someone's watching us.
They're shooting at me.
Recharging my shields.
Taking fire.
Getting shot at. Recharging my shields.
Found some materials.
We should go here. Thanks. Need to recharge my shields.
Go there.
Patching myself. Listen, let's move here.
Recharging my shield. Hold on, I need to heal.
Patching myself up.
Shops open for business. Setting up a heat shield. Hold on, I need to heal.
Next ring's far.
Hell of a time to go shopping. You are coming home with me tonight.
Attention. Delivery. Patching myself up. Heal it up.
Replicator incoming. Let's make ourselves something nice. Let's move there. Hold on, I need to heal. Rejuvenating.
Need to recharge my shields.
Healing. Recharging my shield.
Need to recharge my shield.
I bet we'll find something good here.
Recharging my shields. I need help. I need health.
We've got a minute until the ring closes. If you want it, bag it. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Patching myself up. Eyes The ring's near and closing in 30.
Setting up shop. Backpack here. Level 4. You are coming home with me tonight.
Warning. Ring closing.
Half the squads are down. There's a fool killed every minute. We have a new kill leader. I can't wait to meet them.
Care package being delivered.
Care package coming in. Crafting, but keeping focused.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Let's see what we have over here.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
You got a replicator coming in.
Oh, look.
Thanks.
Materials. Jump drive activated. Target over there.
Copy that. I need an extended light mag.
Let's go there. Welcome to the shop. I've got just the thing for you. My favorite kind of loot. The kind that's all mine. Remember who hooked you up? I've got your back.
Warning. Ring closing.
Good, we're inside.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Heads up. Care package coming in. Hostile over there.
Enemy there. 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Will you get your bahookies Enemies in the ring, please.
Enemy that way.
Hostile over there. Spotted a wee hooligan. Enemy rather close.
They're shooting at me. Shooting. Hostile spotted. Recharging shields. There's something over there. There's another squad on us. Recharging shields.
Round 5.
Let's go this way. Enemy over there. Let's explore this way. Look out.
I wonder what we'll find over there. Jump drive out.
Hostile spotted. Someone's got a shot.
Oh shit.
Oh, you didn't even look like you were having fun. Lighten up, amigo.
They're aiming right at you.
I think someone's targeting me. Open supply bin over here.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
The ring's closing, and we ain't in it. I'd suggest we move. We've got a bad guy close.
Spotted a numpty over there.
closing.
啊，高成師貨嚟，我唔似喎。呢個要死多次。逼我要死多次。點解要我死多次？走啦，都唔知救我做乜。黐孖筋，俾圈救我目的係咩
？Look at that! I beat you.
好笑俾圈救我嘅目的係咩？
We have our APEX.
多咗150歲嘅時間先，我頂啊！笑死啊！真係。今日真係大家都睇 APEX 比賽。等你等勁耐喎，我想講5分鐘都未必入到。Football Manager 有啦咩？等下先啦。有 Football Manager 咩？ 有喎。Gaspard 就冇免費 game， 唔係成日送啲垃圾 game， 1小時啦。玩好咧 Football Manager， 妖簡體中文嬲咗。本身我係 upgrade 個版本嘛，所以就一定入到嚟咯。
This the cage. I see the sky beyond.
Underestimate me and pay the price.
哇，其實今年 NBA 真係好平均，但係唔會咁快咯，一定。我覺得因為季後賽真係另一件事，我覺得。唉，其實真係好難講，而家 NBA 太平均。東岸啊，其實我覺得網隊有機會㗎。如果網隊KD 出翻嚟嘅話，其實網隊真係有機會。認真。喂，件金甲喺嗰度啊，大佬，可以翻過嚟啊！金甲，拜拜。
First blood, and it's not me who said I'm cursed.
Long way to the next
可以等車咁
Lots of
就。
ground awaits lots of treasure.
頂！我唔記得要早啲落添，低能仔。
We've got a long way to go and a minute to do it. Let's go. Extended sniper mag here. Level 3.
Listen, the ring's not.
Let's do some shopping.
Thank you. Your taste remains impeccable.
咁啊！諗唔到攞咩喎？係攞咩藍甲啊？攞件大燒。
Mama's got a brand new bag. Tossing jump drive.
In progress.
We're all outside the ring and a wall of death is coming our way. Sniper ammo here.
頂！咁至係㗎嘛，2倍鏡嘅重要性。OK。
Ooh, care package on the way. I like the sound of that. Don't drive out.
Labels are a curse and a target.
咁安靜嘅呢度。Holy shit！
Let's see what we have over here. Just what I needed. Recharging my shields.
我係完全唔記得咗補救，怪者佢真係行，完全冇望到。
Throwing jump drive.
頂你冇彈夾啊！我人生少咗好多希望，即刻。懶到唔使用腦啊，基本上。頂你個肺啊！遮啊嗱！照去啦，其實驚咩啫？你驚過？哇！咁都唔中啊！佢咁都唔中啊！頭先。哇！我中咗個炸彈，我諗住過得切，點知過唔切 ，set 咗，咩都冇做過，垃圾一樣。咧，我想要彈夾啫。誒，頂你有個藍色。唉，究竟有幾弱智先會做呢？頹咗個人，有個藍色攞到白色之後頹咗，成個人生都頹咗。
Tossing jump drive.
Thank you.
There's someone here. Firing.
提咗你啦！哇，遮線先。啊嬲咗，食屎啊你！
Another squad spotted their head.
Rings far. Come on.
掟大得㗎啦！哇！掟你飄到，我係垃圾。 喺邊啊？哇！你唔中
This way, let's go. Ultimate's ready. Target here. Forget it. Jump drive is amazing.
I'm taking fire.
Reloading. Enemy down.
輕鬆。
That was the last one. We're in the top half. Couldn't have done it without.
Shields are recharging. squad is firing on us.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Shields recharging.
1 minute, Tender. I'm recharging my shields.
Activating jump drive.
45 minutes to the ring. Let's move.
Shattered an enemy shield.
Singularity deployed. Mind your passes. Fling an arc star.
Beyond the veil.
可以中未啊？
10 seconds, my friends.
They're shooting at me. I cracked that hooligan shield. Shields recharging.
Jump drive.
They're firing on me.
We're all outside the ring and a wall of... Look out, enemy here.
Recharging my shields.
Taking fire.
頂你個肺啊！
Recharge.
喂，你中未啊？阿直爾，
Shield. Got him. Recharging.
Ooh, I feel good about this campaign. Shall we?
Reload.
Target down.
Deploying a heat shield. Your part is not done.
Recharging my shields.
Need a wee rejuvenation.
Need to compose myself.
Healing.
Recharging my shields.
The next ring's far. Come on, loot as you go. Jump drive set.
頂你白痴！
Hold on, I need to heal.
Need to compose myself.
冇啊，冇睇嗰套垃圾。
Heal it up. Replicator entering orbit.
Hold on, I need to heal.
屌一睇就知係垃圾啦，點會嘥錢入去睇？講真。
Just a tick. Heal it up.
Hold on, I need to heal.
Taking a bit to heal.
Let's go
Perhaps
there.
we shift our orbit this way.
Okay.
嗰邊去咯。
1 minute until the ring closes, and everything here is gone for good.
冇乜燒添。
And crafting, beauty takes time.
Spotted what we science folk call a baddie. Ooh, another wee pick me up.
啲時
Boys
間
are shooting at me.
有。點解咁快過去啊？係咪傻㗎？
Beam downed.
屌白痴，點解矮打高啊？點解咁樣過
Come with me, over here.
去？哇！頂你個肺！
Now to the heart of the matter.
Lost one. We're on our own now.
我爭啲收皮佢。
Throwing an arc star. Throwing an arc star.
I recovered our teammate's banner.
Recharging shields.
Enemy in view there.
Quick, here.
I'm taking fire.
冇啦，佢咁樣行。
Shields are recharging.
Cracked an enemy shield.
啊！我諗住可以嚇死落單埋啫，咦又知我喺度嘅，你純粹 check 咗啫。得 soon 喎，11點幾啊！入咗去，好啦，打埋呢鋪。樂壇睇下你點計咯。
You and I will survive together.
睇你點計咯，樂壇。
What do you get for the girl who has everything? More.
I was created for this, I think.
咁 Only 唱歌，咁舊嗰啲咧？咁舊嗰啲都仍然係香港樂壇嘅喎。
This is your champion.
Remember me, friends. I may kill you.
你計啲你唔計啲咩先？你就係計唱歌啊？你係計在生嗰啲啊？咁在生嘅話，張敬軒點唱都唱得唔會好過陳奕迅啊！
Enemy spotted.
Let's explore over there. I am down, but
Enemy down. Reloading. Come on, I still need you. Took care of that one. First blood already. That's what happens when you get too excited. Reloading.
let's move this way.
真係俾你攞咗，俾你攞咗我個 OSMG。It's okay。
The ring is in close proximity. Friends, there is an
Let's go
extended
here.
energy magazine here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Guess the champion couldn't keep up. Let's see what we have over here.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Let's go here.
Medkit here. Taking a moment to hear that.
我就係唔想佢翻嚟攞個急個牌。
Hostile close.
I bet we'll find something good here.
Marking our surroundings. Taking a moment to heal. Optics here. mid-range.
I bet we'll find something. Fire! Reloading. Look out! Enemy here.
如果講咗1萬年過嚟啦，係咪垃圾㗎啲隊友？啲隊友真係垃圾。
Your face, or just literally anything about you.
死咗先過嚟啦，打到。
Care package being delivered.
Care package on high. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
I'm not done yet. Tossing thermite.
I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool. Level 3. Using my Phoenix kit. Healing my wounds.
Shield battery, med kit here. Backpack here. Level 2. Oops. Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
準備開始啦！我仲未打完呢一場，嬲咗。
Activating jump drive.
Med kit here.
冇晒聲，成個世界咩事？我想問。
Shops open for VIPs only. Half the squads are gone. Good. More treasure for me. Mama's got you now.
Here I go.
Nice choice. You've got good taste.
Beginning ring countdown.
We're already inside the next ring. There'd better be some good loot around here.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator incoming, friends. Optics here. Mid-range.
Dibs.
冇人嘅。
Someone traveled through here.
拍低。啲散步模擬器啊，做咩呢啲場變咗？冇人嘅。
Let's go here.
散步模擬器。
Found some materials.
Target spotted.
Bless me with sight.
Opening fire on the enemy. Recharging shields.
Anyone up for some shopping? Mama's got you now.
Marking our surroundings.
In progress.
We have the benefit. We are inside the ring.
The enemies are shooting at me. Got them. Giving my shields a reach.
All Father, give me sight.
Attention.
I see an enemy over there. Let's see what we have over here. Ooh, I feel good about this.
Giving my shields a recharge.
I am taking fire.
The enemies are shooting at me.
Enemy over there. Don't let them see you.
Who's ready to fly on a zip line? Oh no, there's another squad attacking.
Replicator here.
Recharging shields. I am taking fire, friends. Broke that enemy. Reloading.
Recharging shields.
Scanning the area.
Recharging shields.
Shots fired at me.
Quick, here.
Arc star out. I am repairing myself.
Beginning ring countdown.
Recharging shields. We're already in the next ring. Good. More time to loot.
唉，炸到極嘅兩個隊友。好，咁我哋就返嚟啦。食咗先，陣間再開。 先。OK, B and C. Let's go, let's go.
On World's Edge for whatever reason that is. So the fact that we have World's Edge kind of as a backup, as a full safe for some of these teams, are like, okay, it's time for us to go. We know what we have to do. Yeah. It sets us up so beautifully for these 6 games.
Well, fellas, 4 big brains up here. I don't know how we got all the talking points out before it's time to go, and all the muscle up here. I'm not sure how we're even standing. Mark, you're taking up half of the stage.
So much.
It's time to go, ladies and gentlemen. Kick things off. Our games are about to begin for our second half, our last portion of group play before we get into our elimination brackets. And for that, we've got some special casters up there, Spider Tiff and Glitter Explosion.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. It is the final moments of the group stage for these teams to get some points on the board, Tiff. Thank you very much to the Dapper Desk, but I'm excited to start getting into some of this Apex action.
I mean, a Dapper Desk, I completely agree. They're talking about Onset down there. I was just perusing social media prior to this map, and there's like an Onset appreciation thread, and I was like, look, I'm trying to get on that level. One day, maybe I can like flex on him a little bit, but no, never.
You know what? We're all aspiring to be on that level. And that's also the equivalent level in Apex skill that all of our players want to be at. We are in Legend Select. We are getting into the dropship. These are going to be some very exciting games here today because there's a lot of them on the line for so many different teams.
I mean, that's exactly what it is. And to be fair, we've got Group C on the stage for the first time. We saw so much hype surrounding the guard in particular, and Rambo in general. The first time I ever witnessed Rambo play was when he subbed in for GMT. Had that amazing endgame Valk clutch, now known as KCP, who,
EXO, Dreamfire, TSM, ALGS, Fnatic.
I really love watching how these maps play out. North Eption feeling confident, coming out with a win in the series that we just
Let's go.
They had in the regular season a 57% match win on Stormpoint, so clearly doing something right.
Yeah, they are most definitely
ONC passion, Fnatic for FC, EXO, Dreamfire, Alliance, ACG.
Because like you were saying, we have squads that we haven't even seen on this main stage yet.
睇下先，睇下戰術先。
To be paying attention to as we watch our teams getting their drops in.
Okay， 哇 EXO 好近喎，同
We were looking to see where North Eption was going to be dropping.
哇 Fnatic EXO 同 TSM 喺附近，哇 Oh my God！ 然之後上面有 Alliance 同埋 NTH。
So teams like the guard who tend to play zone ascent, this is exactly what they want. You've got has that beacon available for them, so they'll get a lot of that information super quick. Space Station, we don't have Vex in this lobby, so they're not having that early contest onto Launchpad. It'll be really nice for them because we start looking at some of the bubble teams because that's what's going to come into play here. You know, Onset mentioned it. You want to find your way into that winner's bracket, get some extra sleep. Vaxlon himself tweeted, I want to do great so I can sleep in. So I'm sure some of these other players are feeling the same way.
The sleep is very important, okay? They need all of their energy when it comes to tomorrow. Tomorrow's a very long day for some of these teams, especially if they're down there in that elimination bracket. So like you're saying, they want to avoid it. They want the extra rest, some good food in their system, and then to settle in for a good day of Apex Legends. If we get into some of the action,
this is going to be a nice start. You just want to make sure at least Umachan's already got a purple shield. Yuka has a gold shield as well. Sanote K, very notorious for finding some great armor, which will give you solid rotations, but they're just going to be on the outside. They will have to rotate into the center, but so far, so good. I mean, look, Flatline R301, you've got the distance, you got the hip fire in the flat. You're doing just fine.
Not too shabby, and this is a team, now you mentioned the bubble teams earlier, this is a squad we're going to be keeping our eyes on because they are a team that needs to get some points in these matches. They have a really good drop and a potentially easier rotation going through the north.
Oh, the guard on their rotation already running into a team just on the outskirts of Antenna. I heard some cheers in the crowd. We want to see Rambo go off with Keon going to get absolutely decimated on the Watson trying to fence in. This is not the start that we wanted for the guard. RKN, that IGL on Crypto, hunkering down, forced to go ahead and re-heal up. And RKN, unfortunately, going to go down immediately. This is going to be Passion on the other end. They have the health advantage, sitting on triple blue. Oh, this is going to be menacing. Rambo down as well in fold now. Keon, last man standing for the guard. Gonna need to throw it down, but he's getting peppered from afar, and Passion gonna close the distance. And now the guard forced the team to fall out, but Passion getting thirded. Ascend once apiece.
Now Ascend having to try and hold their ground in the corner here. One of the better teams on Storm Point out of EMEA, so this should be an easy fight for them to take, but they're having to cover so many different angles here right now. Doing a good job so far, getting a little bit of a reset onto Kashera, getting those shields back, taking out Mimu, and looking like they're holding their ground just fine.
Oh, this is going to be everything that they want. I watched a lot of Kashera's POV throughout the scrims that they had leading up to playoffs, and one thing that I always noticed is that you've got to keep an eye on Lufka, right? He tended to overextend a little bit, and when Kashera would say, hey, you know, come back, maybe he was still so focused on that fight. So that's essentially what I'm looking for, but he was really happy anytime something went well. They have such creative pushes utilizing the drone here, because Kashera on the drone, constantly looking for a lot of that information. But let's jump on over to Thunderwatch, because it's NTH who just won that last map series, who are already in an engagement.
We were wondering how this rotation was going to go, which direction they were going to end up choosing. It looks like they're potentially going to be a little bit of a trade here with NorCal, but not pushing anything too aggressively if they don't have to this early on.
It's going to be really interesting because we know Alliance always lands over there in Lightning Rod. So if they're still alive in on this, they may be wanting to third onto this fight, maybe bide their time, be patient. NorCal does have some decent armor available to them and feeling very confident with their weapon selects. Rolling Thunder, pilfering through. You've got the audio clutter, you have the visual clutter, but you got to keep an eye on your six.
The problem is, the longer this goes on for, the more attention they're drawing to themselves. Like you said, Alliance is going to be very close to that area as well, looking to see if they can potentially third-party anything, get some early KP on the board, a team that we will also be keeping our eyes on because they too are kind of in that bubble area, and any single point that they can secure early, they will definitely go for.
Yeah, Alliance coming into the series with 54 points, 24th place, just 4 spots outside the potential for getting into that winner's bracket, but no real fight has broken out just yet. Just a little pokes and prods, some warning shots, looking down towards Stormcatcher, which you know could be a potential rotation for them, and they are going to make their way over towards zone, utilizing the scope, trying to see, hey, is this a free building? Can I get here? Maybe craft up a little bit. Pings going out, so they are looking for info.
Every single team looking like they decide to think better of the engagement in general. Alliance backed off. NorCal, North Eption all pushing away. We see a few knocks coming down on the kill feed, and we do get to jump on board. It is TSM that's going to be taking this engagement. We'll have to see if they're able to hold silent.
Oh, I was loving all those tweets early on where it was like, who's that Pokemon? It's Raven. Bro, Raven is catching all the strays right now, but it is no surprise how much work he has done with the TSM team themselves, throwing out some warning shots. They have that next zone information, so they are going to poise themselves to hold out any of those southern rotated teams. We know Oxygen, Land Shipfall, KCP, they're going to rotate through this way as well.
All right, a little bit of a lull here, taking some.
我兜個圈咧，頭先佢。
As TSM finds themselves a little bit of color, still do have the white on Verhulst. They're going to want to get that evoed up as quickly as possible. But I think we have finally started to enter a, you know what, no lull, because now Dreamfire decided to take some action themselves up against FC. Bolin going down. This is a little bit of a rough spot for them.
Look, we knew Fnatic was really great. They were talking about it on the desk, that aggressive nature, taking out Dreamfire, but it's going to be Hammer Drill, getting a good opening moment.
呀，吞門有啲。
Now a full onto Tao and
有啲。
We know Dreamfire lands in Barometer, which is just to the left. So now the rotation coming in from FC Destroy, pushing them straight through their POI. But this is where a lot of those teams became congested. It's a beautiful shot from the Going in with some immense damage. Now you gotta double down, get the trade, have your teammates kind of flux in so you can reset.
Deciding to continue to make this move. We've got Hammer Drill dropping down, everyone trying to change their height, change the verticality, see if they can get some different angles and survive this push right now. FC Destroyed looking very comfortable, able to back out and give themselves some different lines of sight here, but definitely want to continue to push back in and see if they can keep getting this KP.
That is the name of the game. The way to get points is placement or eliminations, and eliminations is a little bit more fun. FC just finding a lot of success down here. A little bit of Bangalore smoke trying to deter, but it's not going to work because the Digi-Threats and the Crafter, and all of them are utilizing it.
Wow,
NRG coming in for the third party though. Nathan getting one of those knocks. This
is sweet 入嚟個 timing.
Dreamfire going down, and NRG just capitalizing on all of the chaos that's been going down here.
This is exactly what NRG needs, right? They forwent scrimming, so they didn't get to fight for a lot of things or maybe experience playing against a lot of the teams coming from a different region. So finding early success for them is going to be great. And a little bit of for Dapper, but it's not enough because NRG eliminates FC Destroyed. But before we experience that, Xenow throwing out the black hole, trying to cover the distance. Frex is already down, and Xenow going big with the Prowler.
What is going on right now? The savagery coming out of all of these teams. The first game of the series, SSG trying to salvage this fight right now. Dropped with a sliver of health, able to get this bat off and get a recovery and a full reset for the team. That's huge. Flora does go down.
I mean, that's exactly what you need, but it's EXO at the hands of Flora right there. So EXO came into this in first with 124 points. I had a chat with Exodus, the owner of EXO right there, and also the coach, who's actually not really, I don't think he's actually coaching. They're playing this without a coach here this week, and it's kind of wild that they've been able to find success. And he said that, you know, after champs, they were looking at minimizing some small mistakes that they had. They were able to start early, get some good momentum, but couldn't carry it to get into the finals. So it's great to see that they're doing that, as well as Space Station finding a lot of success, currently in 5th place on the group stage.
SSG getting themselves a little bit of loot here as they take a couple shots across the way and take some damage in return. Going to be looking for a safe place to be able to rotate into that next zone. Now checking with Onyx. Everyone, have they finally calmed down now for a little bit? Because that was a very aggressive start.
I feel like a lot of teams need to work on their positioning towards that last zone. It's going to pull maybe more towards the antenna, and we had an antenna zone on the last series, and TSM found a lot of success there. You know, it's their old drop spot POI. Let's get a look at that map and the positioning. NRG just on the outskirts of Barometer. Now, mind you, they land in checkpoint, which, by the way, Sweet, there's a beacon there. I remember our interview and how passionate you were about your beacons. You got one.
Listen, information
哎呀，又見到啦！戰術上其實真係好近啊 ，NRG 同 TSM 有啲位。
And as we say that, we're seeing more squads starting to make their way in, finding a solid spot for themselves. Ascend down there in the middle, OXG down there, a little bit of action possibly popping off with KCP as well. I'm excited to see what happens in this next ring.
Honestly, I am too. The fact that NTH is already kind of on that edge, typically they're so far out into the zone crafting and taking their time before making their way in. They're going to gatekeep NorCal, as well as Space Station looking to gatekeep Alliance, who's going to disengage and take that skyward dive all the way over to Launchpad. But I just don't think that it's going to be safe with so many different choke points trying to get into the center of this ring. Teams like, you know, that are heavy zone players are going to find a little bit more success.
Sure. You can see down there, they've got North Eption finding themselves in another engagement here. Bangalore being useful, able to zone off and give them a little bit of time to get some heals back off before they decide to potentially go back in on that fight. Up in the kill feed, I see SSG and Alliance potentially getting themselves in a fight as well. If either of these teams go down, SSG or North Eption, that could open up so much for the bubble squads that need to get some points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, North Eption's pretty much sealed themselves their ticket to the winner's bracket. Now it's all about having some fun and facing off against the teams that they haven't played yet on the group stages. We see Satsuki typically going with that 30-30 to lay down some immense damage. I feel like it's like a buffed up wingman, but NRG in a scuffle on the bridge. It's GHS on the other side. Nathan finding it down. They have two. Just need to find the last member of GHS. Gonna reset, hip firing, the flatline coming out, but he just cannot get that bird out of the sky. And just like that, NRG takes out another team, but look at this glitter. Who wants to come play? It's TSM.
no way. If this is
後面做
CPS.
CPS。
They did get some shields off for NRG, but TSM taking advantage of the situation. The first to go down is Gil. Nathan returns the knock onto Reps, but it is just a back and forth. But TSM coming out on top, and NRG is eliminated.
But there ain't no party like another third party. Reps still down, but it's going to be Bearholz and Hal that are need to square off against KCP.
Oh, stuck 咗冇啦。
Pioneers are coming in hot and heavy, just like that. TSM taken out, and this is what KCP needs, right? They need to start putting some scores on the board. They were so stuck in all of those contests throughout the rest of the group stages that this is big.
This is massive for KCP, and we saw tweets from them on social media saying they wanted to pick up their performance here today, weren't super happy with how yesterday went, and already they have improved even just in the first series of games today. This is the aggression we love seeing out of KCP.
I mean, I just love aggressive nature in general. Like, it just makes it more fun, and we get more action. NorCal Esports being held out by Space Station and NTH. It's very unfortunate that this is happening. North Epson sure getting that full elimination, but they need to turn their tide onto the other team that is here. You can hear the rolling thunder coming down and crashing. That creeping barrage is going to do significant damage to Tuki, trying to go in and help out Taida. When you hit that grab lift, it doesn't matter. The Prowler from a distance just isn't as good as a hip fire, but still keeps going. Frex last alive.
頭先個 slide shot 靚。
that RE45 in hand, and just like that, going to eliminate North Epson.
You know, North Epson and NorCal were hovering around each other for so long, that engagement was bound to happen, but SSG getting in on that as well, getting themselves some KP, trying to survive. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out for them, and another team goes down. Now we're going to be focusing on all the squads that have managed to get into the zone.
Yeah, let's talk about it. EXO, your current leaders of the group stages, finding a lot of success as they work on Onyx, formerly known as Boogie Borders before they got signed to Onyx. And Killapose, your kill leader, 31 eliminations so far in the group stages, looking to find it. Sydney gonna go down. Will they clutch up? No,
EXO
it's gonna be
Fnatic. Wow.
Okay, now you've got the overall leaders next to playing out. Fnatic also, though, a the first time being able to stay here on this main stage. And they are just taking no prisoners, dropping down for more engagements. They do lose Melcera, however, still
nice Fnatic.
Probably get a reset here. Fnatic's looking real good.
I mean, Yuka's still healthy. I think if they can just go ahead and get this res off, but you see they are already on the high ground at this point. There's certain stages where it's like you have to prioritize your life and the placements, right? They're doing a great job of that. But if you look, this zone is not pulling into Antenna. It's going to the choke just south. And you know who called that? It's going to be Oxygen Esports lying in wait. But this is late for them to show out. Yuka finding some damage. Nade going to That's going to force those teams to be very, very unlucky as they get held out.
Yuka's done a good job, though, of making sure that they're keeping the enemy teams away, because that amount of time has allowed Fnatic to get that reset that I was talking about. This is going to be huge for them. Get Melcera back up on the high ground and give them a little bit of room to now push against Alliance.
You know, I want to see something big here out of Alliance. They
need to get on the other
side of Fnatic, and I feel like he's just peppering, you know, all around that player.
All right, well, there has to be a lot going on, so let's jump in to a quick listen in with Alliance and see what they're thinking.
Yeah, take whatever. Yeah. They're fighting on the building.
You got him, good.
Phoenix here too, I'm taking out.
Can we free and take this building, or is it about
No, we're about cutting, Okay. Do armor on height, Yeah.
If left corner is not good, we can always go to the bins as well.
We can go middle bins, we can play middle bins here too.
Yeah.
We need to find a spot, get ready to cutting.
ALGS from me?
Yeah, on Yuki. Anywhere safe.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. We're gonna be quick though, you ready?
Yeah, let's send it.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
We can maybe land 3 for behind them if we're ahead of them, by the way. 3 is good here, if they're not there. Are they vacuuming, by the way, on the left?
I don't know. No.
There's nobody left, right? There's nobody left. I'm scared.
No,
Take tree! Go tree!
They just
we can play everything.
They just vacuumed it out.
You take base here. Don't let them land on us, by the way. That's good. Let's 3P building now. Look for angles. They land on roof again.
No one side.
Keep roof.
Yeah,
I'm nading roof.
Nading roof as well.
Queue up, Mandy. Queue up and look for it. Huge nade. We're looking over you, Mandy. Careful, we're looking over you, Mandy.
Yeah,
Mandy, careful.
One shot.
I'm being shot down.
One shot.
Batting, all you.
I got a kill.
Nice. Duo, by the way.
Get in. Come to me.
It's a duo. I'm getting fucked.
I'm a Juki.
I can't. I need help probably.
Can you cross? I can cover you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and cross. I'm trying to cross right now.
Yeah, you should be good. You should be good. You should be good. Come.
Can we kill the duo side?
Yeah.
Doing this. I have 2 nades. I have 2 nades. I'm thermiting this. Kill this.
Look in.
A perfect representation of organized chaos as more aggression comes out of Alliance. They take out Ascend after some fantastic nades.
I mean, look,
nice.
That's going to be really tough. Ascend was only able to pick up 1 elimination throughout this game, and Alliance looking so dominating, currently sitting with 10 points on the game. Now they just got to focus on getting up that hill safely. They do have an enemy team in their LOS. They're throwing out that focus of attention from the Seer to try and get information on the team in the building just ahead of them. But hey, there's going to be another team that wants to get into this with 4 squads remaining. If we start one fight, this may end there.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough spot for Alliance as they have to decide to make the push, knowing that they've got a team on their side that they're going to have to be keeping their eyes on. But we were talking about this earlier on in the broadcast. Alliance tends to flourish under pressure. Maybe they needed 2 series worth of pressure because they look fantastic right now.
I like that you say pressure because when I think of like Mandy coming in as a sub, I don't really think of pressure. I think of like easygoing fun. Now the last time I saw him in competitive like a while ago was with Scars, right? But it's just been really exciting to see him come in as a sub on the stage here with Alliance. But Shields going out, playing it patience, only has that rock. He needs to find a good like heady on that, you know, just peek over your head. Mandy taking some damage right there. Oxygen showing a lot of presence there on the left side with the fences. But we gotta have a 4th team, right? That's gonna be Gonberet, and they are so deep into the next zone, ready and waiting. But Oxygen, it's about time they show up. They get an opening knock on Passions Urban, and that's gonna be Hill, the IGL, and the young guns of Crook and Enemy. Their first LAN experience, so maybe they just needed some time to warm up.
Ooh, and that was definitely a timing thing as Passion does go down. OXG able to just deal so much damage. Alliance helping out a little bit with that, but now Alliance forced to make the same push, and OXG is just lying in wait. Dealing a little bit of damage, somehow Alliance is able to survive because now you've got GO focusing a little bit on OXG, and there's just so much chaos going on that OXG could not finish off the Alliance squad.
Gonberet electing to utilize a Newcastle, which I haven't seen in the competitive in quite some time. You know, it was so prevalent pairing Newcastle, Watson, Valken. Gonberet electing to show a lot of presence. You've got all the Watson fences off the zone, the Newcastle ultimate out as well, so they are poised to force this win, because Alliance still has to move to them. Crook only has a literal rock. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's right. Good.
I mean, surely Alliance is going to want to clear out the solo of Crook before they have to focus anything down below. It's going to be a little bit rough. I mean, GO just looks comfortable. Like you were saying, they're fully set up. They've got the fences down. Alliance has to go to them. It should be interesting to see. They decide to use the grab lift here, get some vision, and decide how they want to take this push. Can they get Crook down? No, it's GO that takes out OXG. Now we're down to the final 3v3.
Yeah, Gonberet was able to find a cheeky line of sight to take down Crook, but Mandy making a play for the rock as well. Get some well-needed heals and a good armor swap. We love that for you, Mandy. So now they can focus their attention because you can see Yuki and Hackett are just taking so much damage, and Mandy extending a little bit forward, has the mobility of Horizon, and is destroying the fences, which is going to be allowing them to do this. But Jasna gonna take so much damage for the other team. Look at that!
梗係呢個防守組合真係。
Newcastle is going to be very useful for GO right now as Alliance tries their best to do any sort of damage.
哇，好慘啊！哇，Newcastle加好靚。冇啦冇啦冇啦冇啦。
There's just one player standing between them and the first win of the series.
Let's go, Gonberet.
Nice.
The first time I actually got to watch this team play was Nice Week's watch parties. This is how I got all my information on the other regions because I was up at like 3 a.m. watching. So congratulations.
超強防守組合。
Taking match 1 win. It's got to feel good. Flex that shirt. We want to see it. And Hackett's got a good smile on his face and a cute little Nessie there as well.
I mean, they've got to feel good if we're talking about Alliance with that performance compared to what's been happening in the last 2 series. This is a night and day difference. This is what we wanted to see. I think they were a team that was kind of in everybody's mouth coming into this event, so it's nice to see them bounce back, but stellar performance and positioning from GO.
That was exactly what they needed. They just waited. They took the zone positioning. They put up an absolute fortress fortress between the fences and the Newcastle wall, and honestly, Alliance really couldn't do anything. I thought at one point they were going to utilize Mandy and take that grab lift, throw the black hole immensely on them, but you know, Watson's Jenny, it's going to eat the black hole regardless, so it's kind of a tough situation.
It just, the cover ended up being a little bit more useful. I wasn't sure if the Seer was going to be able to help them kind of get through that in the end. Stellar performance from all of those teams.
Little Mandy flex, you get that?
He's hyped, okay?
I mean, look, they're pumped. That's a great way to start. Now you just got to carry that momentum forward because, granted, this was just the first map on Storm Point. Rain Day, I'd be curious to hear what you think about this.
Well, I got to say congratulations to Gambareo Tucson, an incredible performance. Junghae, Dogma, and Jusna. It's just one of those things that makes you feel like this tournament is always giving us something else to talk about. And the emotion on their faces, Dan, I mean, that was pretty electric.
It was fantastic to see them get that victory, and it was hard for them not to win in the position they found themselves in that final circle. I mean, Newcastle, Watson, they had all the defenses set up. There was no way anyone was getting through, but of course, you still have to play it out. You still have to make sure you hit the shots, and boy, were they hitting those shots.
Yeah, and I mean, Mark, we don't talk often about meta and these character choices. We kind of harp on the players and the play style and the zone pulls, but Newcastle Watson, something that teams are pioneering a little bit before. In fact, we actually saw that come in our championship. 100 Thieves kind of played Newcastle Watson the entire time to the tune of $100,000 in 5th place. Unfortunately, though, it's kind of fallen out. Now back in, it might kind of be something that Gambareo Tucson is picking up. The other teams might have to follow.
It's an interesting composition for sure. We were talking a lot about Newcastle and its effectiveness within these competitive lobbies, especially when you get a final zone where you do have, 10+ teams. Then you start to really maybe see Newcastle not being the greatest character because you don't have the offensive capabilities to maybe create the space around you need to win a game. In that situation, it's perfect, right? You've got center zone, you've got a 3v3, you've got Watson Gen down, which is going to keep those shields pumping up. You've got a Newcastle wall. It's almost difficult to try and penetrate those kind of defenses. And Alliance's one chance was the grab lift. If you can one-clip someone up the grab lift, if you're Horizon, you have an option. But apart from that, it's such a tough fight to win.
And Geo, as one of the only teams who were actually streaming scrims from APAC North, they were actually playing super aggressively. They were playing Bangalore, Jusna. This guy is cracked. You can see why from that final zone. But the fact that they've switched to this entirely different composition, completely different in how you want to play that and the objectives that you're playing towards. So for them to now find success on that, honestly, really exciting.
And, as we take a look at these highlights, too, I want to mention that's what happened on Match Point Day, last championship we saw. It became Gibby, Caustic, and Valkyrie. That was what these teams won on. That's what Dark Zero ended up winning on. Still, that storyline for them to be back-to-back champions again. But Dan, walk us through what we saw in Game 1 here.
I mean, we're back to Storm Point. We've moved from a World's Edge where we're back to just carnage unfolding, right? We lost 10 teams, it felt like, in the first half of the game. And we were just speaking then, and Genome was saying, well, with the circle pull down towards Antenna, people not really sure where the circle's going to go. It's not as easily predictable as it is on World's Edge. And for that fact, we saw a lot of third parties. We saw TSM get involved on NRG, and you thought maybe they are good, but no, suddenly KCP come out of nowhere as well. People were hearing the noise, they were getting involved in scraps, and they were trying to pick up points where they were available.
Listen, first time we've seen KCP on our stage here, but how are you feeling about a little bit of the carnage, the chaos that's been going on in their way?
I mean, KCP have been very quiet so far this tournament by their own standards. Yes, of course, they do have a sub coming in. Shout out to Max Strafey when you're at home watching. All the love in the world to you, but it's a difficult situation to have a sub come in, but what a sub to come in? Pandas. The one thing that kind of, I think, has hurt them slightly is maybe they're not winning the team fights that they usually would. The cohesion's not quite there, and even though they were able to third-party TSM, I wonder, is that a smart third party? Because then immediately they get third party. There was kind of this domino effect of like, oh, you've taken a fight, maybe we can jump on top of this, but we took a little bit too much damage, then another third party, and we sort of saw a very interesting, I would say, sort of first third of the game. We saw a little bit of early fighting going on, but then it was a surprising amount of fights going down. Maybe it was because of that zone where teams thought there's not playable area, we need to play for kill points here, that's where we're going to accumulate our points, or maybe it was just circumstance where opportunities were presenting themselves and teams got a little bit too carried away.
We lost 3 teams in our GTSM, KCP 2, that a third party. We lost Exo Clan, I think we lost SSG to Zone, and then of course Alliance ended up being in that position with Gambareo Tucson. What does this mean for Alliance moving forward, Gino?
I mean, it was a really impressive game from them, right? I mean, of the last teams that were alive, Gambareo
Otsan and Oxygen were down the bottom, so they kind of got to walk that in, take up early positions. But Alliance had to fight their way there, and that's something that they have struggled to do thus far. I mean, not least of which because Flora have been making it hard for them from the drop.
Yeah, I mean, Effect is a player, we obviously wish could hear, unfortunately cannot make it, but Mandy has experience, and that's one of the things, representing Scars who, after a while going on to the streaming, now being signed by TSM, now representing with Alliance. Mandy's been there, done that, has a huge fan base in Europe. That's the type of thing that when you're in a situation, you have to claw your way out through the mud to get something, where experience actually starts to help you. On the backside of this, though, Dan, Space Station, we mentioned them. You casted them in the last set. This team is actually performing quite well today.
It is, and maybe, we're not going to see an incredible performance turning up on Stormpoint, but I still think if you can get 6 kills, sometimes it's just how the map plays out, right? Maybe the circle hasn't gone perfectly for you. Maybe you get caught in one of those third-party trains that inevitably happen when everyone does start following the noise. And as long as you can consistently be picking up 6 points, 7 points each game, you're going to find yourself there or thereabouts at a bang average amount to get yourself through to the winners bracket.
I'm back. Actually talk to you about a team that, one of the men with the luscious hair here. There's many in the crowd.
Ensigno 我形容佢呢個係叫 Ensigno 嘢。
But the guard Rambo 0 points。
好似出邊係有藍色黃色嘅，啲人話好難飲藍色黃色。但係我呢隻土味，我覺得 so far 還好。
That's something you could be very, very proud of. And I think Rambo's story is amazing, right? Champs, you said, he filled in as a sub, but what a name he made for himself, right? He popped off, then he goes on, like I mentioned, to become that joint kill leader. The hair is something I will be
好正啊！佢上屆世界賽，好鬼死熱情啊！佢真係，好鬼死正，超中意佢哋。
I'm not going to get too carried away here with the guard, but they do have to be aware the games can slip away very fast.
Yeah, the guard starting this series off had 65% of their points coming from placement points as opposed to kill points. That is one of the most stark differences between any team thus far in the tournament.
And I think when you look at that, Genome, and as we take a look at the final circle here as well, it's interesting when you can't get to that placement point. Some lobbies do allow you to play a little slower and rotate and not have so much aggression on the way. This may not be a lobby that actually helps the guard do that. They might have to get a little out of their comfort zone and start fighting on the way. But take a look at this, Dan. Help walk us through this moment. Mark had mentioned a little bit about the setup from Ganbare, but from Alliance's side as well, it's so difficult to break through this.
I mean, this was like the Battle of Helm's Deep, really, wasn't it? No one was going to be able to.
Where's Legolas?
This fortress. There was nothing. There was no utility available either. The only saving grace, Mark said, is the Horizon Graviton lift to come in and maybe give them some sort of angle. You even saw the full send when Mandy just came absolutely flying in here, but unfortunately he was just left for dead because they were all 3 able to just pick him off. And then even though we've seen some incredible 1v clutches from Yuki, it was a bit too much of a tall order when we came into this final 1 versus 3. It was a simple final circle for Gio, but it was the setup, right? It was the fact that they got there, that they were able to place themselves, they were able to predict that circle was going to end in that area. And they also kept their back free for so long, which is not an easy thing to do.
And it feels like some of these teams are getting caught off guard. I mean, to be honest, we don't actually see 1v1s for so long happening. It's usually a third party there, a fourth party there. What that tells me, Mark, is that teams weren't able to get in those third, fourth party positions. It was kind of like a couple teams had it right, a lot of teams had it wrong. In game 2, that's probably going to show.
I think zone has a big impact on it. Like we mentioned, that zone is one we don't see very often. There's been a few zones today that I've seen this one in a while, and I think it might be catching a few teams off guard when we do have those little zone kind of surprises for them. And one team who's going to have to adjust to that is the guard. Like you mentioned, a lot of their placement points, their points have come from placement, a very zone heavy team. So the guard has got to find out a way to navigate through, and we heard, I think, from Rambo saying that RKM made some amazing zone calls yesterday to win them games, to get them into positions, but I think zone has a big impact on certain lobbies, and especially that one we just
即係我希望我唔知係實際聽日晏晝係幾點，但係我應該係4點，我應該4點打後先至開到台。
Yeah, I mean, who was with the medkit who slid into basically the gates of Jurassic Park and could barely get it off. Is that a member of SSG?
It was SSG.
It was SSG. That was just tough to watch. You can just tell, though, that that's the adjustment these teams have to make. And they know it's on the line. For those watching at home and those in the crowd, this is the last chance to set yourself up for getting into the winner's bracket. Winner's bracket means tomorrow you have at least 6 games that you can do well in, do not. You're either finals or you play again. Elimination bracket means you don't do well in those 6 games, you could be going home. That is a completely different thing to play for. Alliance team specifically, we talk about who is in that second place. Coming into the day, I believe, with 24 points right now at this. They need a big, big game, 60-plus point win to get into that winner situation.
That being said, elimination bracket isn't the worst thing in the world, right? We've seen teams that have dropped the elimination bracket and had great confidence being built from getting good points, racking up a total, gaining momentum, and then pushing yourselves through into that final and having the opportunity to play.
隔離咧，我哋睇下隔離而家咩情況先？咁彩啫。
That was worst case scenario for fun.
我哋可以睇下呢度喎，呢邊話分喎。望下先。
Is he whipping the foreign?
Oh my God, the Beamer Benzer Bentley! The drive-by is coming through. Can he stay alive?
得唔得？得唔得？得唔得？得唔得？佢好似落錯位喎 ，BB。
Obley doing his best to stay alive here, only popping cells because he has no bats.
Oh boy, and the other team's gonna walk on in.
Oh man.
And I don't think fun.
冇啦，佢落錯位啊。
That was not very fun, for sure. And we're gonna have exit down below, still chilling underneath.
呢邊未完，定啱啱開？呢邊誒？
And we have the boys IBG and LG now fighting.
呢邊似 Game 2。
Over to LG. Again, like I said, trying to find these fights. They have 2 KP right now, and they're trying to work this way into zone. This is a hard zone to walk into, man. No cover, only water. They're taking a vacation over in the fucking Maldives.
Yeah, and they got they have IBG across from them, holding them out. They can't go to the left because Singularity is already in the nut. This might be a Valkyl tangle, if I'm being honest. But I don't know if they can because they're right in front of the tunnel. They might have to double smoke the sides of the rock and hit a Valkyl.
Yeah, fuck, man. This makes me stressed out because I'm thinking about what I would do in this situation. And I'm going to be honest, I'm in full panic.
不過好慘，因為呢邊冇官方嗰個 design， 所以冇嗰啲tag 啊同埋其他隊嗰啲分數資料。
They have charge rifles and repeaters just staring at them, so this gets really tough. This stresses me out. As an IGL, like when I used to IGL, this would be a situation where I'd probably ask my co-IGL for a lot of input. Like, yo, what do y'all want to do? What do you think? I'm not 100% sure. Where can we go? Is the play the Valkyl here? Do you want to smoke? Where do we smoke? Like, comms like that I think are important in this situation. You only got 12 seconds to really decide, and one little thing is going to be the game changer.
Yeah, I mean, a decision that you make right here, specifically to this one, almost everything kind of seems like a bad idea with like low chance of working. Yeah. This is just one of those where you hit the button and you pray that you make
Let's fire LG.
Oh,
get it off.
They don't get canceled, but I think they're going to have a lot of people looking at them. Yanya almost getting cracked, and they're going to make it out for right now. It's going to be Moist and Exet going down, or fighting right now, and it's going to be Moist, 2-man down.
Really?
LG is going to land on top of bridge and take the fight underneath. And who is that? I actually don't know.
I believe Singularity.
It's going to be Singularity, so they're still alive too with a great first game. Here we go.
哇，咁樣落去搏啊！冇咩？
Yanya, he's the only one full HP. He needs to go big on these shots.
Good shots from Yanya.
Great job. Oh no.
The Bangle. The Bangle killed him, dude. No.
The Bangle kills as Nocturnal and Exet are looking to fight ESA. They are taking every fight. Every single one. They are bringing it to the other team.
Yeah. Nocturnal actually throws his Bangle there, gets his kill on the bridge as they're swinging left.
ESA 應該係最高分啊！我估小組賽之後。
Yeah, so we have IBG full team. The only one's going to be alive is going to be an ESA Rat. It's going to be IBG, Exet, Singularity, all full.
And they have a free Watson gen on the roof.
FH 都打得好好佢哋。
They have the bank smokes. They have the Seer as well. I don't think they have Seer ulti though. They don't. No Seer ulti for fun going down later in the game. And it's going to be Luda the Rat on ESA.
Yep, IBG is going to be on the low ground underneath them. And then on the far side bridge, you have Singularity.
I kind of like where Singularity's at. They're kind of across from the action.
我哋睇埋呢度個 Final Circus， 我哋先講翻去啊。嗰邊個啱啱開始冇耐啫。
I think they can just walk up or climb up the little wall later. That'd be okay.
好啦，高位。
Exet has complete dominance right now, but I believe the way that the zone is pulling out, it's gonna make them have to fight IBG.
Yeah.
Unless they swing out on the rat. Which
SNG 一隻、兩隻、三隻。
So we have Esports Arena eliminated, man. GG's.
If you had to guess, who do you think's winning this one?
I would probably say that Exet's going to win this. I think Singularity's probably going to get second. It just depends what IBG does.
I think Singularity is going to get the dub here.
Yeah.
I think that Exet is going to have to jump off the roof first into IBG.
Yeah. Let's see. They're going to jump off here, man. I think this is a solid play call. They don't really have anything else to do. The smokes by Nocturnal are going to have to be really big, though, man. In order to make this work, the smokes are going to be the most important part. Playing angles, playing LOSs. With bad bank smokes, they lose this 10 out of 10 times.
And here we go.
Double digi, though, man. The RE and the Prowler. Let's see. Oh, baby. Sykes gonna try to stay alive. Good movement to avoid pretty much all the bullshit. That was a great job.
And they actually take the low ground left here.
This might be the right call, but Singularity
哇，落咗低位，
along with
反而嚇，
going down.
反而一直落咗個低位落翻個，點解要咁做？
Singularity with a monster game.
Hey, Singularity with the win, and we hear Pokey's going crazy on the right now, my man.
呢邊係3秒啊！
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Hello, everybody, and welcome for the very first time for some sideline reporting with none other than Hockey. So you hear the crowd react to a quick mid-match check-in with none other than the GOAT IGL of EU himself in Hockey. So look, you guys clearly didn't have the start that you wanted. You know exactly where I'm going to start. What went wrong in those first 2 series, and what's changing now that you guys almost feel a little desperate? You're performing when it matters. Walk me through your journey so far.
We're kind of just warming up right now. You know, we're getting used to it. We're pulling in Mandy. He's our sub. You know, so we gotta get him used to the LAN. I feel like we're playing great. It's our macro is perfect. Our comps are great. It's just like. We're just at like the one small little decision at the end, and we're like winning games. So we're this close.
I love it. I love it. You're keeping the confidence regardless. That's great to hear. Obviously, the contest with Flora has not helped. Let's talk about that contest and how are you guys going to approach World's Edge in a couple games?
We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
You always do that to me, man. You're always trying to keep things secret.
I mean, we
got something special coming up.
Yeah, we got something special coming.
All right, I understand. I respect the fact that you're going to keep it under wraps. Great game 1. You guys came in, obviously, with some urgency. You need a big performance here to make into the top 20, and you started strong. What went right on Storm Point?
On Storm Point, we just get to play our game. It's like being uncontested, getting our POI. We can play our game. Our macro is perfect, so, you know, we just follow the game plan, and then we can perform.
It's amazing. Last question I have to ask you. Mandy, talks about him as an individual. You obviously hear the crowd react every time we say his name. Any Mandy fans out there? The fact that he can come in and perform with 1-2 days notice. Talk about Mandy and the impact he has in him as a player.
I mean, Mandy is just insane. He comes in, he's going from being an anchor on his old team to being a Horizon fragger.
And he's a ham, clearly.
Yeah. So now him being able to adapt to a fragger role from being an anchor is just testament to how good of a player he is.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I don't want to keep you too much. I want to make sure you can get right back to gameplay. Thanks so much for taking the time. Big shout out once again. Make some noise for Alliance Hockey's. We got the one and only. We got Mandy. Back to you at the desk right now.
Thank you, John Lunatic Kefalokos. We love you, buddy. And always great interview as well. Talking to Hockey's, he knows what he's doing. Excellent background. That shows up the game. Clear leadership.
Category.
Yeah. Oh, no. I think overall, the teams that were doing pretty poorly in the other lobbies are kind of killing it right now.
Yeah.
And it makes it for exciting. God, I'm a fucking loser, man. That's insane. I can't even speak, dude. Oh, I should leak the code to the chat. Shout.
As much introspection or at least a spotlight is South America. And they are some of the most passionate fans in our Apex Legends community and who do so much in supporting the team. I talked to PB and John. He's helped sign a few members of Leave No Witness, another team representing Argentina. But we also had a chance to talk to Stalizi, who represents Kick Esports, to give you a little bit of a background on the emotion, the passion, and the support that goes on in South America. Let's take a look.
Hey everyone, it's Vicky Kitty, and I have the pleasure of having Stalizi with me, coming in from Cake Esports and representing South America. I mean, thank you guys so much. I'm so excited that you're here. I know you guys have a long day. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a long day, like having breakfast, coming here. Now we're doing the media stuff, but we're excited to play. We're ready. We feel ready this time.
Okay, so let's talk a bit about your teammates out here. Talking about the Cake roster. What does each of your teammates bring out to the table?
All right, I'll talk about Van first. So he brings to the table the thing that he always have me and Kings on his screen. He ensures game style is so good. He's the support, so he provides us like confidence to do the aggressive plays and this kind of stuff. So we feel comfortable having him holding our back. And Kings, I play Kings, it's been a year now, so we know each other a lot. Kings is the guy that positions himself so good, like so good. When I'm doing the front line, he's always on the position that he's gonna fire someone like and quickly delete this guy because he's positioned so well.
Kind of reeling back to how you guys performed back in Split 1 playoffs in South America, do you think having success in a high-pressure match point format last Split could help give you the edge this weekend?
Sure. Like playing match point, if we get to the finals, it's a totally different tournament from the regular group stage and losers and winners. Because when you are in match point, what matters is not like having a 0-point game. If you're there like having a 5-point game, 7, and then you can have a 15 or 17 something, like you get there, and it's really hard. I don't remember a LAN tournament that ended really quick, like 6th or 7th game. So if you have the consistency, you get there. When we get match point, I always tell the boys, we always win a game. Like when we play a series of 6 games on our scenario, we always win at least a game. Fortunately, we could get to match point without winning a game. So I said, it's now, and we immediately won. We closed it next to our POI and we could make advantage of it and just make it.
I like how you talk about that consistency because, when you're here at a tournament like this, there's a lot of consistent teams. I know you and I were kind of gooning a little bit in the back, talking about the different compositions that we're going to be exposed to. How is your team feeling ready to go against the best in the world at this event?
Yeah, like last time in Sweden, we didn't feel that prepared as we are now. Like the thing that most have to study more is about the POIs, because when it comes to a playoff event or a championship, the POIs, you have to manage it because some people they just don't leave because they don't know us as well, because in South America they don't have that much publicity and marketing about APEX, so they don't know us and we know them. We know NA, we know NA. So we studied more this time how to play on another POI, to play on what is free, so we feel a bit more prepared for this time.
I love how you talk about that. Talk about how you're constantly being contested because other teams just are either sleeping or they just don't know what your team could bring to the table. Do you think South America as a region has something to prove at an event like this?
Yeah, sure. We have something to prove. As I was talking to the boys before, like for us, like for example, if I drop with a team that is very popular on NA in the same POI, like if they don't do a good tournament because of this contest, it's whatever. They are already known, right? For us, if we do bad, we don't have the rights on it. So every playoff, every LAN event is an opportunity for us to show up. That's why we give up the spot. We don't have the contact.
All right, so on that note, are there any teams or players specifically from South America that stand out to you, aside from your teammates, of course?
Yeah, I would talk about Elysian, the Chilean from Singularity. I would say all of them, Singularity in general. Like, I have to admit that on our scenario, they are a little ahead of the other teams. They deserve recognition. They are really good. Just
reeling back to what you were talking about with Sweden, I want to bring you back to that April 2022 moment in the playoffs. All right, I gotta bring it up. In the final match of the losers bracket, Godfire made an incredible comeback to qualify for finals out here. After their emotional win, we saw a video of all the South American players coming together to celebrate. What did that moment mean to you and that region as a whole?
Yeah, as you guys could see, it was a very like emotional moment for us because it was the first time and South America team got to the final. I had my friends there, and for us it's hard, being on South America and getting here is something really hard for us because as we don't have the support there, like we manage our lives to play the game. Like even we don't have the support guaranteed, but you say, you know what, I'm trying it. If any organization come and sign us, it's okay. If they don't come, we find a way to pay the bills and that's it, So it was really emotional because we, as a scenario, we are really close to each other. So Godfire was Sleep on this time. I think it was Sleep, Nalos, and Ben. We're all friends. So when we saw they succeeding, it was like I was succeeding. Wow. And it shows how close our region is, like if I don't win this tournament, but I see a South America team succeeding, I will be really happy for them. There is no jealousy.
basically like one big family. I can imagine.
Yeah, that's it. That's perfectly it. You just summarized everything.
Yeah.
It's one big family. You're gonna see always us together, us hanging out, having fun, and that's it.
I could see you guys basically, not only are the players one big family, but the loyalty from the fans too. The fans are very, very passionate about seeing you guys succeed. I mean, if you could say one thing to any loyal South American fans that have been following you since the beginning of your career, what would you say to them?
All the fans or all the people involved in our scenario, they make us have a gas, you know? Like, because of them, they supporting, they going to our chat on stream, they going to our Instagram and give supportive message. I'm receiving a lot of supportive messages right now. So this kind of stuff make us work.
And if in Portuguese too, so that way they can hear you out, they can hear your words.
Rapaziada, amo vocês, hein? SA no coração aqui, ó. Tamo junto.
Love it. I love it. I love seeing the passion between you and how you guys feel about.
Yeah, I almost cried here when we were talking
No,
about.
no, I can feel it. It feels very sentimental. So it's just, it feels nice to see how close the community is in every way, from every region, and to see such love coming out of a region that isn't as big as the hitters that you see.
Match 1 嘅點解又變翻咁嘅？
They are actually hilarious. I had a knee reconstruction, so they're average.
呢邊繼續打緊喎，但係。
We are fining him for vaping F10.
點解嗰邊一路都唔開嘅
I don't know. I don't know, but I'm in F10.
What happened? 兩邊都未開喎，大家繼續掛機等下先。
That was a tearjerker right there. Give it up for Stalezy and Kick Esports, sharing the emotion and the passion of what it means to be not only a part of the Apex Legends community as an esport, but a part of South America's journey for validation, really, in this esport, in the bigger world of esports. Stan, it was touching to hear his story.
It's amazing to see, you know, the comradeship there, and just like how it means it's a giant family with these guys, right? If one of them wins, they all win, and I think that there are regions that are tight knit, but it does seem like the South American region is just that little bit closer.
Yeah, Mark, just special to see that.
It's great to shine a light on these regions and these players, right? Because we maybe don't give them that opportunity as often as they should be given. You can see how much it means to them. We do see, you know, North America, EMEA, even, you know, some of the APAC teams we almost take for granted at this point, but there's regions who have to work incredibly hard to grasp these opportunities. And like you say, you can see how much it means. And that family, you know, you saw that video from back in Sweden, you know, the hugs going around, tears in the eyes. That's how much it means to these guys. It's more than just a game for them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gino, mirroring the qualities of a real life kind of situation and in esports. I mean, even with its casting, its streaming, it's making content, it's this grind, this lonely grind for a while that people don't know the struggles of. But what tenacity to say, we're going to find a way to pay the bills. We're just going to play no matter what happens.
Exactly. You know, less slots here, less chances, and less support as a region. You know, and it's so tough for those lesser supported regions, honestly, to grind through that and make it here. But as you can hear, there's one thing that makes you do it, man, and it's passion for the game and just love for Apex Legends, and you know that all of these guys have it.
I'm not sure if we can bring up the leaderboard to see where Kick stands currently. I know they are sitting right now in the bottom 2 in the overall standings. We're going to bring that up in just a moment. What that would mean is today is an opportunity for maybe a miracle moment, maybe some of that energy, that passion. I'm sure his teammates, some of the fans watching back, maybe a little bit of a cheer on a nice 1v3, maybe one of those moments that can set you up. These are our top 20 as they go, and you can see Kick in 39. What they would need from 24 points to 57, they need what, 24 or something like that?
And if it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to be Storm Point as well. 75% of their points are from Storm Point so far in this tournament. They have found far more success here, and they've got 2 more maps to do it before they have to go over to the dreaded World's Edge, where they've only been able to pick up 6 points so far.
It's going to be a challenge, but that's what it's all about here in the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs. We are here in London, and yes, we are getting ready for game number 2. I believe our casters are ready as well. So without further ado, thank you so much for your patience. Let's send it over to Glitter Explosion and Spider Tiff to keep the action going.
Man, between Ascend and Kick, I feel like everyone is out to make us cry today.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, I need like an EMEA Avenge Tour. Ascend was looking so good in Pro League Split 1. They had 2 match day wins, and at one point were going to be the first team to get the 3. I don't believe they got it, but they were also holding the lead for the highest amount of scores before North Eption actually broke that region wide. And Kick, man, I've seen them in so many tournaments. They come up from South America, they'll play on NA Ping, play against the North American teams just because they want to get that experience and grow and fight the teams that really come hot and heavy and land. And you see that on the breakdown. The majority of the South American teams found themselves sub 30 place in the group stages, so they have their work cut out for them and only 5 more matches to do it in.
We'll have to see if they're able to do that or if they drop down into the elimination bracket, because reminder, this is the last opportunity for all of our squads to try and get those points. This is the last series in order for them to make it into the winner's bracket or the elimination bracket, where they'll have to battle it out for that much longer tomorrow.
Hey, but that's what it is all about, the battle, the longevity, the consistency. We are just getting started because, mind you, we've got to get to Sunday, but we have 18 matches of Apex that are looming down tomorrow, and that's going to be a feisty one as our teams make their way into their drop spots. I love that moment that Fallout had with the Lions. They're finally able to play their game. They're not contested, and let's jump on board with Kick, who have already lost out on Staleezy, landing over here at Command Center, so I'm curious to see who was able to maybe get a poke and a prod, maybe overextended to loot a little POI too far away. Flora could have picked them up from Stormcatcher, but very unfortunate start.
I think if I saw the kill feed correctly, it might have been North Eption, I think.
Oh.
So that could be a nice little free point. They won't push that any further, obviously. But we'll have to see how Kick decides to handle that situation. Definitely a less than ideal start in this match, but easily recoverable.
Hey, they will go ahead and get that banner back, or they can loot up, find some great loot here. Maybe grab that triple take, fire back at North Eption. They're quite aggressive, but North Eption do land at high point, so that would make sense. Maybe they got poked and prodded from the north. It's always from the north.
I know, right?
It's always the north.
North for North Eption. This, though, is a little bit more conservative, slower paced start for our teams this time around. Not as much early game action. They're going to settle in and play this one a little bit slower, but the zone.
Are we going 2 for 2 on center zones on Stormpoint? This is going to be really great. Like, you look at it, Ascend, center zone, has that beacon available for them. And, hey, NRG had one in checkpoint, too. I'm just going to go 2 for 2 on Stormpoint beacons for Sweet today. That's great for them. But the Guard also really finding some success, starting off in Jurassic. They won't have to rotate very far. You typically see the Guard and Ascend immediately assume their positions once they get that beacon. So you know that they'll start rolling. TSM chilling at the wall. Fnatic have moved into the IMC Armory to get a lot of that smart loot. Matsu still over in North Pad, so no worries there.
I mean, even OXG down there at the southern end of where the zone's about to be, trying to decide where they want to hold their spot, making their early rotation in, bypassing some of these teams down there safely. As we hear some shots coming out of NRG looking to get themselves into the early game action.
I mean, they're sitting on 2 blues and purple. This is exactly what they need. A Trident wants to roll up like they're on Fast and the Furious, and Sweet on Bangalore finding a lot of damage, getting a crack, and Nathan just going to ensue. That team is going to just disengage. They do not want a piece of NRG at this point.
The amount of aggression that NRG just dumped their way, they were like, you know what, no, we're going to deal with that later. NRG switches their focus to the team that's now behind them, deciding to try and poke them, keep them off of their space for now.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. A lot of teams are starting to make their way into this area, so I can only imagine the ring is supposedly gonna pull this way as that team Skyward dives right in front of NRG. They take some pop shots, and you can see they are landing nearby another team as well. So that's gonna give NRG that information. They see the bullets flying. We want to go ahead and third party this. The Seer exhibit is already out in the distance. It's like a bell chiming for dinner at this point. They're like, come eat.
That could have potentially been a little bit of a rough Valk rotate there. It was KCP lands on top of EXO, so this could be a very aggressive fight.
Look, I talked to Exodus, and he said they were excited to redeem themselves from the last land, getting 13th at Champs. They worked out to iron a lot of those small mistakes, and Panders, the sub, going to fall first. Serdell trying to clutch it up. Now, they just need to make this happen. Nasky, the IGL, last alive, forced to reassess, but this is the moment where NRG is going to come and be the nuisance they are. You can hear the energy weapons behind them.
Man, that was a rough start for Pioneers as they do end up going down, but now so many other teams getting in on this action. We've got EXO here, Energy is pushing in on them, the nades are coming out. People are dropping like flies. We have Ascend also in on this action. It's anybody's game right now.
This is really tough. Lufka was able to find an elimination, but unfortunately NRG going to take Ascend out, and they are on a rampage. You know they are going to be feeling themselves.
They just ran through everyone in this area that even attempted a third party with zero repercussions. Some damage onto Sweet, and everybody else was fine.
I mean, look, that's just so you know you're fighting right? You're repositioning yourselves, you're trying to like send your teammates in to get some opening damage, maybe do some trade out, just minimize the damage that you're taking in case of a third party coming in, because you're not gonna have a lot of time to reset, especially on these LAN lobbies when a lot more teams are making it towards those end games. They're cohabitating in a lot of these buildings, so it's tough, and I'm just ready to see what is going to be next, because you can see it right now. TSM's gonna have to make their way through towards the wall. North Eption is going to have to come down from High Point at some time, and that is just like that. We have 17 squads, Glitter.
I mean, you were talking about the potential third party. There was a lot of noise. They did cause a lot of commotion, and they have another team looking their way. Now, because of how well they handled the situation, they're pretty safe for now, but there are more teams trying to get involved in this action. NRG keeping them off for now, and having set themselves up with so many loot boxes, they're gonna hold this for a little bit.
Sniper. Ooh, and a team that needs to perform well. It's gonna be Oxygen Esports. Look, this team has had a journey. We were talking about it on the desk yesterday, that full circle kind of feeling. Well, Oxygen originally started out Pro League as Atlanta Premier, then moved as to HEC, which was essentially Hill Enemy Crook, their initials, gets picked up by Oxygen Esports. Then they had that identity crisis of who they were gonna play. They tried out the Bangalore, the Bloodhound. They eventually kind of switched roles, right? They have Hill, the IGL on Seer. Typically, he plays Crypto in this composition, so this is a new change for them, and I wonder how this is going to pan out for them, because that's different, right? Here, they have the heartbeat passive, the tactical that goes out to be able to cancel reses and heals, but Crypto has the drone to be able to extend out, grab the beacon, so it's going to be a little bit different for them.
They just won't have as much range for that stuff. They'll still have lots of information at their disposal, and the interrupt is so useful, especially in-game when you're trying to decide when to make that final push. If you can really prevent that team from getting those heals off or being able to reset in any way, it's a massive advantage for you as a team. As we see OXG deciding to play a little bit more passively after they were taking some pot shots, bunker down for a little bit, and wait and see how everything else shakes out. There's still so many teams that have yet to rotate into the zone, people that need to find a safe place to hold, so they want to settle in for now. Checking with TSM, as they too are trying to see who they've got around them, getting themselves set up. This is where everyone will start to calm down.
Yeah, they could grab that beacon information, so now they'll have a more accurate, you can see Hal right there, immediately pinging the location that they want to move to, but Reps gets posted and on it, and only 2 bats available, and now literally 2 shield cells after he fully heals up. That is not where you want to find yourself mid-game. It's almost like they need to either find a crafter, but at this point you're gonna have to eliminate a team completely and get the heals off them. And TH finding a little bit of damage up there north. You can see the Seer exhibit going out, and all of those teams in that area are going to start collapsing on themselves.
North Eption picking up a little bit of loot there. Seems like they are going up against Flora, keeping them off their backs for now, making their way into the building, trying to make their way through command center, or just get some loot here on the edge. I mean, they've done very well for themselves coming out of High Point. They did a good job last time, and lasted for a long time. Ended up hovering too long around NorCal and SSG, and it ended up being their downfall, but they seem to separate themselves from them this time around.
Now this is what I'm excited about. Kick back to full force. The team of 3 sitting on 2 perps and a blue. And they are in the high ground, a double little bit of Seer exhibit. So, but it's like forcing, right? You can use Seer exhibits defensively, or you can use them offensively, like pushing in on them. And I feel like they're just hunkering down inside it. You see on the screen. This is nice. Just playing it slow and controlled. There's no reason to extend just out. You are the one doing the gatekeeping. Those teams need to come to you.
Crypto drone comes out. They can give themselves a little bit more information. seeing who they really need to worry about that's in the general vicinity, because as this continues to shrink in, they know that there's the potential for teams to be pushing right past their position. Is that an opportunity for them to get some KP? Those pings are coming down. They know someone is in their way. The drone goes away, and they now have to switch their focus.
Look, I feel like if you can get the numbers advantage and they can use those crypto drones in the proper way, they dodged a black hole already, so that's no worries. But Flora is still a duo, and that's the team that's going to be crossing their line of sight in front of them, but they're not going to engage yet. They're still in the zone. They've got a great spot, and Alliance is chilling, making their way through Command Center, where NTH was lining and holding up on that edge zone.
The real question is, was that last match the beginning of the comeback for Alliance? Was that the kickstart they needed for their momentum to start getting themselves in a spot that will put them in that winner's bracket?
Look, it's tough, right? And he's just warming up. That's what he said. You know, we just want to get things moving. The group stages are all about finding out that information. No one goes home after groups. It's all about just finding out how these teams are going to play. I mean, you look at Pioneers, they've already fallen, right? But they were testing out playing Revenant throughout scrims, trying it out here. They were contesting, and now they've already pulled Nasky back on this year. I think they are letting Panders actually IGL as opposed to Nasky. I ran into Vicky early, and she was saying that as well. But NorCal Esports and Ganbare are also going to fall off screen. It looks like Passion was finding some success with that third party.
So that's unfortunate for our last game winners in GO. They do not make it this far, or that far this time around, but that's going to be massive for Passion getting some points on the board. Looked like we saw their name pop up quite a few times in the kill feed as we watch Alliance continue to play this edge, moving in ever safely, taking their time. One of the few teams still left out.
Well, it's really interesting, right? We see 100 Thieves, we see Xset. They typically will Valkylt from Command Center to get that higher ground, because you go north to south on Storm Point. The north point of the map is way more higher topography compared to the south. So you get a little further distance onto that Valkylt. When you look at the map already, it is so highly convoluted. Like, you have no space to make your home in there. So you have to define your space. And look at TSM. They've chosen a building that has the beacon already in it. So they're going to be able to hit it right now, find out that next zone information, but then they're going to have to fight their way in, which could be rather challenging considering teams like the Guard have been set up there forever.
They are just perfectly dead center right now. They have to feel good about this, but they will be having to defend themselves from so many other people, like you're saying, trying to push their way and get some serious real estate to hold down. Dreamfire now, looking across, trying to deal some damage. Everyone, though, is currently in the same exact process of finding a safe place that they can hold for themselves until one of those fights triggers everything, and then the third parties begin.
Look, I think you mentioned one of those fights going to trigger everything, and Bolin activates the Beast of the Hunt. So we are in the thick of it. It's going to be Dreamfire versus Space Station Gaming, and this is going to be a fight for the masses. Rolling Thunder coming out, and Bolin taking a cheeky LOS as he swings into the building, following up with some R9 damage, but the trades are coming out from Space Station, and it's Dreamfire taking a lot of the damage.
Bolin goes down at the hands of Dropped as Dreamfire continue to try to hold them off of their positioning right now. It's going to be a little bit tough. They're trying to wrap around the building, see if they can create a little bit of space. With some nice shots coming out of Rory, seeing if he can give himself a little bit of space, but it's not going to work out for them right now.
Dropped, able to pick up 2 of the 3 of Dreamfire as they are eliminated. The reset coming in. I believe you can count to like 3, right? And if you don't hear people approaching you, you should be able to get a nice reset off. You're like, all right, I'm not immediately being inted on, which is actually pretty nice because a lot of these teams have already prioritized their rotation individually. Now Space Station can just reset, grab some heals, and make their way into the zone throughout they choose. Now there's like 3 or 4 different choke points as they move into Cascade Falls, and you can just see the main POI itself is just absolutely insane. TSM has already claimed some space in there as well, which is pretty surprising. They made a quick move.
All right, we've got Kick now on top of this building, knowing just exactly how many people they're going to have to contend with around in this space that they're currently going to be trying to hold. This is going to be a rough spot. The drone will be very useful in helping them make the decision on how exactly they want to handle this situation. You can see some pings coming down, seeing if they want to potentially move away from all of this action. The roof not being the safest option, as the entire bottom of this building has already been defensively set up, so potentially not worth a lot of their pushing.
Well, my issue with Kick here is, right, they played a little bit of zone, they're running low on resources, most of them only have just a couple of cells or bats, so they realistically only have enough heals for one good fight, right, unless they don't prioritize shield swapping. So they just need to bide their time, utilize that information, and just capitalize on any third parties that they can. You can see enemies are being spotted, drones going to get destroyed, but they get all of that information.
Let's relocate here. And the problem is the longer they wait to really decide how they want to handle the situation, the more chaos that will happen around them. As I say that, we see SSG now making their rotation into this exact same area. They're on top of the guard, and SSG, coming off of a very successful engagement with Dreamfire, could be looking for more aggression.
Look, I'm not sure when Rambo got a stash, but right? It's pretty impeccable, I'm not gonna lie. I was always really jealous of his hair, and it's so good to see the guard on the main stage, and we got a lot of love for the guard out here, but checking back in with Kick from South America, still vibing out, playing on the little iPad that I like to see for, you know, crypto. Just be like, oh, it's totally fine.
Ooh, in the kill feed now we have Floor going down. The guard able to sneak some shots out those windows, get some points on the board. That'll be good, clearing out some of those squads around the guard as they have a really, really nice position, even with Kick above them on this roof right now. But as you were saying, TSM is soon going to be pushing towards them. There are going to be some big names they're going to have to be dealing with. Who do they pick first?
Look, if I'm TSM, I'm not moving. I've got a really nice building in the zone, and I want to prioritize that. Now, one thing that TSM did when they brought in Raven, they have a game plan for every different type of zone. They really spent time anchoring down and making sure that those players on TSM were utilized to their full potential. And honestly, Space Station, I wasn't really sure how they were going to perform coming into Split 1 playoffs, and they've been doing so well. In fact, coming in currently in 5th place on the group stages with 99 points, dropped that MNK player. I've been watching a lot of his streams lately, and he's just so intelligent on the way that he approaches things, and I was curious to see what was going to happen, and so far they're having a great week.
They have a Rampage in hands as well, as SSG looks for a good angle to try and keep themselves safe, but eventually also will have to move in right towards the edge of the zone. They've got a good position to do that, but they have FC standing in the way of a completely clear and safe rotation. So they're gonna have to figure out how to deal with this squad sooner or later. Sooner would be better.
I mean, look, you've already crafted up a G7 Scout, so you've got that mid-range battle available to you. So as long as they can get an LOS, they can utilize this rock for cover. They do have to move to that next zone. 27 seconds left, and the scan comes out. They know exactly where they are off-screen. Reps is fine as the sec, but it's North Eption taking some shots at Alliance, and Oxygen's in the mix as well. But Saduki closing the distance and eliminates Alliance and Oxygen esports just like that. So dominating out here with 11 squads remaining.
That all just popped off in a matter of moments. North Eption getting themselves some KP, TSM jumping in on some of that action while still staying safe in their building. I mean, two teams that don't even really need the points right now. This is something we're talking about. If these teams at the top continue to get those points, the bubble squads that we keep mentioning, like the Alliances, that's gonna be a rough spot for them to be in.
Rough spot indeed, but Kick still holding the high ground now of this wheel. I actually like this. It's super cheeky, right? You can just sit up here, utilize the missile swarms, just poke and prod all of the teams, grief their fights. Meanwhile, Fnatic takes out NRG off screen, and Space Station has moved in to take on FC Destroy, taking so much damage. Drops gets dropped. Frex not far behind them, and just like that, Hammer Drill lays down the hammer on Space Station.
That was a massive win for FC Destroy, clearing out SSG because that was the only other team they needed to worry about in the area. That's a fight that I was referencing before. FC Destroy coming out on top of that is going to give them a lot of loot with some real estate to hold on to. But as I say that, not Kick. Okay, all right, just making sure Kick doesn't have an angle on them there.
Oh, he does. Kick was sitting there thirsty.
It got a little scary.
They thirsted that member for sure. But let's jump in with the guard. I believe we have a listen in as well. So RKN on your screen, take us through it.
I have more frags. Bro. I have more frags. You want to?
Okay, I can do it again. I can do it again.
Yeah.
I think you have to fly up. I think you have to fly up from like where I threw it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth it, to be honest, bro.
The hill team is like they're trying to make a move on the left, or at least two of them.
I threw it. Nothing. Don't worry.
What's our play? We just walking out or what?
Yeah, I think we have to walk out first floor. Come and play inside my staircase. Get control of first floor.
This guy's left.
Valkyrie thing from our roof.
Valkyrie team from our roof. Yeah. We're just gonna walk in from our side. Hard control our first floor. They're in the watermill.
You have EMP?
I do.
I think you're ripping him. We just fight left.
EMP now.
Yeah, we need to fight right.
Oh, he's on the crafter thing. You guys got that?
Flashy.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Don't chase him. You guys got...
On me. Just hug inside me.
Right here on me. Dead.
Nice.
I'm overstepping.
I don't have medkits.
I have one. I can give you one. Here, you ready?
I believe he said that they were doing a lot of damage to FC Destroy there, and they came out on top in that fight in the end. When it started off a little bit rough for them, they do lose Keon. They have to figure out how they want to deal with that situation, recover that banner. But Guard still coming out on top, 6 squads left.
Look, I was loving the comms. They were so cool, calm, and collected, and just telling them, get closer to me. We need to hover on this rock, heal up. Meanwhile, Kick going to fall. Passion have taken a spot down on the lower side of this building. TSM, GHS also cohabitating in the building. But I want to talk about the teams that are on the outskirts of this building. Depending on which way this ring is going to pull, those teams are going to have to push out into the open arms of NTH or the Guard.
I'm so glad that you brought that up, because right now they've got a little battle of verticality happening, but it won't matter in just mere seconds. So they're going to have to decide, do you wait until the very last moment? Are you the first one to try to go to put yourself right into the hands of those waiting teams? It's the drop down onto TSM. TSM handles everything so well. Passion now going out tip. This could be somehow a massive save for TSM, but North Eption has them in their sights.
This is all going to be on Barrels, and unfortunately they are going to fall. Razy from NTH dealing the final damage, and the Guard on the left just trying to stay alive. RKN using whatever cover he can find, and Rambo, you've got to let him fly. He's trying to go in there, surviving on an inch of health and a dream, and RKN with 19 bullets in the alternator is going to have to make something happen, but unfortunately NTH from behind comes around, and now your new kill leader, they are frying with 24 points, hits the grab lift, and just like that, North
again.
win another one.
That was so perfectly played by North Eption. I mean, you mentioned that it was going to have to push into either North Eption or the Guard, but North Eption had just the slightest bit more patience, a little bit better angle. They played it so well.
Look, I mean, come on, how much do I have to say it? North Eption, and NTH win, doing everything that they need to do, coming out of APAC North, and I know Genome is probably so excited about this because APAC has been finding so much success here on Split 1 playoffs. Now, granted, it's just the group stages. We are just getting started for the week, but it has been so exciting to see.
It does lay a lot of the groundwork, though, heading into the winner's bracket and the elimination bracket. So even just mentally, getting yourself at a point where you're like, I feel really confident. We had a phenomenal 2 days worth of performance. That's huge for them.
Huge for sure, and I want to hear what Rain Day has to say about it. And you too, Genome. We were looking at the damages there for North Eption, but I'm just going to keep hyping them up.
Thank you, Tiff and Glitter Explosion. Great call on game number 2. It took a while to get there. When we got there, it was a show, and a show for APAC North indeed. North Eption, we just mentioned them. They continue to dominate after taking a comeback victory in the first 6 games to date. Dan, they're the real deal.
They are the real deal, and I saw a lot floating around social media coming into this event to say, you know, don't underestimate them. They are going to perform on the international scene, and they are living up to expectations right now. They just need to carry on this momentum, right? Make sure you get into that winner's bracket, but then why not think bigger, right? Why aren't we thinking North Eption could be a real, genuine threat to winning this tournament?
I think it's because we haven't seen it, Mark. That's the thing. That's what they have to prove, but that's also the challenge, especially from a viewership perspective, saying, can we really trust they can go the distance? But
每場攞10幾分，每場攞10幾分佢都要攞。
for teams and how well they do that, and when you're in a more stacked lobby, you're going to have more teams in those end games. We just saw perfect end game management from them. We saw 4, 5, 6, 7 teams alive. They were controlling zone for so well, but it's when you pick your fights, and a lot of teams are guilty sometimes of only thinking about survival, not about creating space in front of them and taking out their nearest opponents when that opportunity arises. That's how you win games of Apex Legends. You can't just sit behind a rock and hope. You've got to deal damage, you've got to take fights, and you've got to take third-party opportunities and force teams to pinch, force teams to do the work for you. If you just try and survive and hide, you ain't going to get that done. And Northep should have been very, very good at influencing fights around them to create the space they need.
Genome, you also were commenting on the fact that they're playing a comp that has an impact on what they're doing here.
Yeah, it's a very targeted comp, isn't it? Bangalore, Seer, and Horizon. There is no Valkyrie, and that should be noted because it really suits their strengths, right? They're not worried about rotating into zone. They only want to fight into zone. That's the only way that they can get in there, and they will, and they have been, right? And this, just having 3 very aggressive characters
helping us out, and now all of a sudden you just got the drip goggles on.
Update 啦咩？終於都肯。
That's running a composition this aggressive, they feel like they almost can't win the fight. That's how big the difference is in just straight up 3v3 team fighting between those 2 types of compositions.
And even to harken on that, I would actually say that it's more of a utility-based composition as well, because every single one of those characters, Horizon, whether it's a grav lift, you talk about controlling space, you talk about gravity lift, getting them up, black hole, controlling space, and allowing setup, Bangalore smokes, repositioning, cutting off vision, also the military strike, the artillery strike, being able to really slow down teams or stop pushes or get aggressive when you want, and then you add the Seer to that, who obviously has focus of attention. That's the disrupt, it's the silence, it's the cancel of the heals and the reses, with the vision to say, you want to come at us, great. We're going to go the exhibit, and we'll know that you're coming. Dan, you know, this composition, you're right, as Genome had mentioned, really suits the way that individual stars like Taida and like Gracie GG, like we're seeing, are able to perform.
Yeah, but you've also got to be able to then isolate the fight so you are just in a 3v3. Because then if you find yourself getting third-partied, suddenly you don't have those defensive legends to help out. Suddenly those skills you talk of, the utility you talk of, doesn't necessarily help you in those spots. And that's what is such a big decision when you're in these tournaments, is you've got to think about 39 other teams and what composition they're going to be playing, what's the situations we're going to be in against X or Y team. But it seems like when you get a bunch of players who know how to isolate those fights, who know how to push teams away and show themselves as a big presence at the right time, they can have a lot of success.
I'm going to skip Mark one more time and go to you, Genome, because you had a gripe with Northeption. You said they're never in zone, but with a squad like that, 3 players who are good at fighting and getting aggressive, isn't that the reason that they're rotating late? They want those fights?
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I'm not sure if Tiff has brought this up already, but we actually saw a stat which said in day 1, Northeption as a team had taken the most damage from the ring on average out of all of the teams at this LAN, right? So that is showing you without doubt that they are the team who likes to be the furthest away. But that said, at the start of this series, they had a 50-50 split between KP and placement points. And when you're being as aggressive as they are, that is phenomenally impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I have to jump off the back of that as well, because I think if you're... We're seeing them pick up a huge amount of kills on the way, right? And that is going to turn into placements quite simply because they're just eliminating the competition around them. And I think that's the important thing. If you can clear one side of the map, especially on Storm Point, I feel as well, with everyone else kind of hunkered up, you leave the space for everybody else in front of you to take care of the end of the game, right? If you can clear one side in the mid-game, with the composition they're running as well, I mean, onto Genome's point as well about how difficult it is to go up against this comp in a fight. If you're on the receiving end of a team who's throwing an exhibit down for Seer, so they've got wall hacks, they know exactly where you are. Then you've got some smoke, say they've got digi threats as well, and then you've got a Horizon up in the air and a black. Like, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that? It's very difficult to do, especially if you find yourself isolated. So it's not surprising me with how well they're fighting. The placement points are following too.
And it's what we saw as we take a look at the highlights here underneath. It happened with Furia when they entered in the championship. Everyone was playing this defensive style, and Furia said, we will attack and you will try to stop us. No one really could stop them in terms of points, the overall point leaders, and of course they're not here at this LAN. That might be a story for Split 2 to keep your eyes on Panders representing them here, but they walked away with $300,000 because of that decision. If Northeption continues to play this way, Dan, and they make it into finals, I'm looking at a pretty similar story.
Yes and no. You've still got to be able to consistently win games, or definitely win a game when it comes to getting into match point, and you need to be making sure that you can do it on World's Edge as well. Storm Point, a little bit more open. You can isolate fights pretty easily. However, World's Edge, there's going to be a lot of early rotators. Suddenly there could be 3 or 4 in the area, and then your utility on the Legends isn't going to be necessarily as good against all those Watsons and potentially Newcastles.
Well, of course, you know, trying to bring us into the reality of it. It is not all hype as well. Northampton still have a lot to prove and a lot to do, but so far so good. 12 kills, 12 placement points for first place. GHS Professional bringing in 3 kills and 9 placement points. The Guard waking up a little bit, which is nice to see for Guard fans out there. TSM as well, 5 points on not a great game. I think that's okay. 10 points, excuse me, because they got 5 placement points and 5 kills. So staying in that range of, even if they're not winning, staying relevant.
Yeah, TSM are doing enough at the moment, aren't they? Just to stay relevant and keep themselves within that winner's bracket. They haven't hit their peak yet, and I think that's probably good news for TSM fans.
NRG as well. Mark, 7 total points, 6 kills off of that. Placement's not working out for them, but still being lethal.
Yeah, being lethal, as you say, and I think it doesn't really matter how you get your points. NRG have really struggled on Storm Point full stop all season long. They started to address that slightly towards the end of the Split 1 Pro League and make some adjustments, but I think if they come out of every game on Storm Point with 7 points, they'd be pretty happy with it, to be honest with you, because they're that strong when it comes to World's Edge. So if they can find that level of consistency, even though it might not look too great and too flashy, it's enough for NRG.
Hotsix says 10 points. I think that's too high. I think if you get 5 to 7, you're fine. 5 to 7 on your bad games.
You're probably up there winning tournaments.
Yeah.
Look how it looks. I mean, NRG after 2 games, they got 7 points in both. They're at 14. They're sitting at 6th. Like, that's okay, considering Mark completely hit the nail on the head. They've not been good at Storm Point. 35% of their points in regular season was from Storm Point, right? They were dominating on World's Edge. This tournament, only 31% of their points have been from Storm Point. They have just really been struggling when it comes to this map. But now they move over to World's Edge after this next one, and it's going to be a fantastic opportunity for them to get even more points.
And Sweet's been leading from the front. He is currently in the top 5 in terms of kills overall. So obviously he's known as the IGL for NRG, and certainly we saw on Twitter today a lot of people were calling him out as the best IGL in the world, but it's not only that, right? It's the fragging ability of the back of that, and I think that's what makes him and others like Zero, like Hal, the best IGLs in the world, because they're the complete package.
Listen, Zero, I'm not going to get into this with you. I think we have to give Zero the credit. He's the best because he's won 2 times in a row. But Hal and Sweet are right there, and I think Sweet with his micro is something that I only worry about when things go wrong. They are perfect when he can micro and tell you to move your toe to the left, your thumb to the right, and shoot 3 bullets there to win the game. But when something gets wrong, like Mike Tyson said, you get punched in the face, everyone's got a plan. Until that moment, that's where I'm worried about NRG. Right now, not great, but they're getting points. That is a great sign if you are an NRG fan. And to me, let's take a look at that final circle, because although we're speaking of the teams staying in the mix, it is clearly one team who is stepping out of it. It is Northampton. TSM, though, the Guard, GHS, all involved in that final circle.
Yeah, they were, and they were all on top of each other, and that's when it starts to get difficult, because you're all trying to plan out how do we escape this building whilst taking down teams and also surviving in a way that we can continue to fight on as we get further into the circle. TSM won the initial engagement, but then they found themselves down to just a 2, and they probably knew at that point winning was unlikely, especially when there were teams that already had a fantastic vantage point above them.
Yeah, Mark, I mean, look at this. You know, it did seem like Northampton had a decent spot, but, you know, they were fighting 2 teams at the same time.
They were fighting 2 teams. The Guard at this point were down to 2, so I think they were just trying to pick their targets. They were thinking, from that first move, if we focus on the duo that we can see and we recognize, clean them up as quickly as possible, then we leave ourselves an opportunity to maybe fight for a first place. But the fact that they got one of those kills so quickly, they can turn attention away. A solo player isn't going to disrupt you too much, and then they got into a great position. They had that high ground. They had the ability to disengage from that fight. And like you say, the aggression that they showed in those final moments, like I say, you have to be aggressive to win final zones, and that's exactly what they did there.
And the same thing that I talk about with NRG, where things go really well and they do really well, that's one track that they're so good at. But I think that Northampton proving to us that sometimes when you have the God spot, when you have that moment, everyone's looking at you, you know you should win, you slip up, especially in these big moments, land, it gets to you. When I interviewed them and I talked to Razy, it felt like there was a lot of calm, Genome. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to it, but they were all very, very locked in and ready to go. It doesn't seem like a team that's going to get rattled by nerves, and it seems like if they get an opportunity, they're going to take it.
Which is bizarre, considering this is a preseason qualifier team.
Right.
I mean, they haven't even had that much experience in Pro League, let alone on the LAN stage. So for them to come into this event and just be, as you said, that locked and loaded, that unperturbed by the spectacle of the event around them is fantastic.
Working on a little bit of homework or something, drawing up some diagrams there. That's the type of
planning that I asked Razy about. He said, we don't do any planning. We just come up in here. Razy, I caught you in 4K,
that's
8K, maybe these cameras and the jib. But no, having a lot of fun with it. Fallout, I believe, is actually standing by. I always love what John brings us. It's always a surprise to me in my ear what John is doing somewhere in the venue, somewhere with somebody. This time, though, he's talking to one of our favorite teams to talk about, Kansas City Pioneers. John?
Thank you so much, Rain Day. John here, a.k.a. Fallout, joined alongside the one, the only. It's Nasky, ladies and gentlemen. Any Nasky fans in the crowd here? You already know it. The fan favorite, that is for sure. Look, Nasky, you guys have had a bit of a journey here, obviously playing with the substitute and Panders. First thing first, I want to ask about him. What type of impact has he made for this team? And talk to me a little bit about Panders as a player.
I told you this yesterday in the hotel. But Panders, and I know it's maybe not a high bar to set, but Panders is definitely the smartest controller player out there. He is smarter than most mouse and keyboard IGLs, Kashira. But no, he's great. Fucking. I was like, what's not to like?
Low bar though for controller players, you're saying?
Yeah.
As a controller player, I take offense. Yeah, good to get the perspective on Panders. But look, let's jump into this tournament. Obviously, you know, playing with a substitute, our heart goes out to Strafey at home. Much love to Strafey and all the players that couldn't be here this weekend. But you guys came in, had some scrim time the last couple of weeks to practice, to prep, but started a little bit slow yesterday, and it's been a journey in terms of where your home is. Talk about the contest and how yesterday started.
We had the kitchen set up. We had the water boiling. We cut the onions. We were about to be cooking. House went on fire. We weren't cooking. Nothing good. We lost the contest 3-0. Said did not play on the battle fight. Yeah, it wasn't good, but hey. We went through loser bracket in Raleigh and in Sweden. Yep. And we farmed, okay? Have faith. We're gonna be doing some cooking later, don't worry.
Oh, the water's boiling, he says. Nasky, you know there's 4 games left to play. Why are you already talking about losers bracket, dude?
I don't know, it's looking kind of grim, but no. We'll make that. Don't worry. Believe.
Meanwhile, his teammates are here like, this is our IGL who's talking about how grim this is looking. Nasky, I love you. This is exactly why I love you. But no, you guys have 4 games left. Talk to me about your approach. Last question for you. Talk about your approach these last 4 games and how you're going to turn things around and place top 20 to make it into winner's bracket.
All right. Well, typically, like most people know us to be like a zone team. Panders, obviously from Fury, plays Edge. So we have been like forcing Panders to play zone with us. Obviously now we don't really have our POI for zone typically. So we're like mixing it up a little bit. We're playing some Edge POI sometimes. And we have him IGL on the Edge and we play like an Edge comp. The fundamentals for it, we haven't had practice doing it, but the fundamentals for it, the potential is really, really good. And it's looking really good for it. It's new though, so you know, we'll see.
Yeah, so it's just taking some time for the water to boil. You're gathering the ingredients. This kitchen analogy, I don't know. He keeps talking. He tweeted the other day. I'm like, I don't know.
We're cooking.
KCP's cooking. Is KCP cooking this weekend or what? All right, a couple people here agree. Nasky, so much love. Any final words or shout-outs?
Shout out to the Fire Beavers and Aurora. They couldn't come. Shout out to Effecto. He couldn't get a visa. And shout out to my boy Max Strafey. I love you, baby.
Love y'all. Love every single one of y'all at home. That's going to be it for us. Good luck to KCP. Last 4 games here as a Nasky chant starts in the crowd here. I'm going to throw it back to Rain Day at the desk.
Man, Nasky keeps talking about cooking, man. I'm like, you need to get out the kitchen and on the world's edge, Nasky. Come on, you got to figure this out. I also think that, if anything, jokes aside with him, it is about the fact that he's always willing to have that positive mentality despite admitting things aren't going well in the recipe, and he's trying it out. And I think that is ultimately 57 points. They're not too far out of top 20. This is ultimately what, if you look at, hey, can we get into winners, will save them, Dan, the ability to have a positive attitude, have fun with it, make jokes about themselves, and then bounce back.
2 things. He's made me hungry.
That's
and
true.
Also, he's made me doubt their chances in these next 4 games, because it seems to be like they are very much set for that elimination bracket run.
Yeah.
If that's already planted the seed in his head, then that might be in the back of their mind when that IGL call comes through. But you know what? We love Nasky for who he is and what he is. And we know when he gets into game, it all changes, right? He's very serious about it. Will still have fun. We've heard the in-game comms. But I do still think there is a chance that KCP can do some real damage in this lobby.
Mark, final thoughts? Nasky, keep cooking, change the recipe, start baking. Start drinking water, of course.
Whatever they're cooking right now, I'm not hungry.
I'm not hungry anymore.
I got to be honest, right? You can have a positive attitude, but you look at the points tally. It's not reflecting in a fine 3-course meal, is it really? But
That's
they're going to have to
and
maybe,
he's a fine diner. He gets dressed up in suit and tie.
Exactly. We're going to have to mix things up a bit, Nasky. Maybe hand over the responsibilities to a teammate. But it's been tough for them. But I have to say, I love Nasky to bits. I think he's a great character. But I think fighting in the international scrims for POIs, losing out on that, not giving up on it, not trying to re-establish a different game plan, and then finding himself in this situation, maybe it's a little bit foreshadowing. Maybe they should have tried to prepare a little bit earlier, because then you find yourself in a situation where you don't really have a POI, and all of a sudden it's an uphill battle.
I know Dan wants to say something. We'll have more time to talk about Nasky and the strats as well. Thanks, Mark, Gino, and Dan for all the thoughts. We've got to go to break here because when we come back, game number 3 is underway here in London at the Copper Box Arena. Everybody watching at home, everyone in the stands, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the APEX Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the God Spot with myself and Tiff. We have one more match on Storm Point, and then everything changes once we make it to World's Edge. We have so many World's Edge specialists, so this is the final opportunity for a lot of these teams to get some points on the board.
I mean, that's definitely true. When you look at it, a lot of the teams that excel on Storm Point don't necessarily have the best games onto World's Edge, so you really need to hedge your bets, get all your points up front, and then just play a little consistency, right? Like, who said that it was like World's Edge was like an old slipper that you like to slip on just to get comfortable, because you've done it for so long, and we know those rotations like the back of our hand, but you said it best. We are going into match number 3, our final map on Storm Point. We've already had Gambare, North Eption take a W, but the question is, who's next?
You know, I really hope it's one of the bubble teams, because last time we checked in with those overall standings, that bubble area was separated, well, actually it was tied, and then next one down separated by 2 points, next one down separated by 2, 3 more points. So there are at least 5 teams really battling it out for that bubble spot, and everything counts.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we just heard from Nasky, KCP, one of those bubble teams, but obviously they're not worried. They're just focusing on their food analogies. Let them cook, though, right? I mean, we don't want them in a burning house. We want to make sure that they're safe, sound, and able to fry out. And with Panders subbing in, he said it like, dude, he's like, Panders is so smart, and unfortunately, Furion not able to get through the qualification out of North America, but that's okay. Panders in spirit, holding it down for the fort, and as we see that ring pool, that is going to be very, very interesting, because anytime I see a large amount of water in the zone, I get nervous, because those open-ending zones in the water are so terrifying.
And we talked about this before we even started this cast. I specifically love this map for that type of open-ended chaos. It could potentially be beneficial for KCP. Oh, a little early action from Kick onto Ascend. Taking out Lufka. I mean, okay.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. So Ascend, they kind of land those buildings on the outskirts of Cascade Falls. Some people have other names for that POI, but I'm just gonna call it the buildings to the right of Cascade, and maybe just extended a little bit too far from his looting position on post kill in Kashera, and unfortunately, Kick was able to just grab an early knock and down. Now, the thing is, Kashera on Crypto usually is able to go ahead, use the drone to pick up the banners and get that early game reset. You can see there's a mobile respawn beacon just south of them, but he needs to get close enough to be able to get the drone within distance.
We can see that that's exactly what they're going for right now, not really wanting to have to start off this entire game as a duo. So they're going to make sure they can at least recover that banner and then get a little bit of a reset going. Slower start than Ascend would have liked here initially, but sometimes you get caught out in this map and you just have to make the best of it.
I mean, I've seen Kashera have so many clean resets throughout scrims, and that's exactly what I would imagine to see. Post looking a little Lufka-like right there, able to go ahead and go by foot and get the banner himself.
Because you know Kick wasn't going to hang around for that either. They knew that there was a very high likelihood they were coming to get the banner off of that. And if you can just pick up the early KP, it's the chipping away at all of those scores. So that's a nice little extra boon for Kick there in the beginning. It'll be good for the shield with the additional damage. But other than that, they're not going to push it.
All right, KCP on your screen to the right, GHS on the left, and Onyx sitting in the building. We saw KCP utilizing the seer focus of attention to try to find some information onto Onyx, which for APEX South has not had a lot of action, but what are you doing, Rambo? How are you feeling? An incoming skyward dive from the guard to shake things up. Serdell absolutely frying on the guard. Hey, you know what? Let him cook.
Why? And not only that, but there's so many other teams in this area that have those angles for the third party. I mean, it wasn't even something that KCP really had to worry about. You have Onyx over there who put in some serious work. GHS was putting in damage. I mean, that was pure insanity.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, maybe Nasky was like sending a message to the guard talking all about the food and the houses, and he's like, hey, can you guys maybe just fly into us? Give us some KP. We really want to make it to winner's bracket regardless. The guard still phenomenal. Love RKN. Reached out to him, was like, hey, what have you guys been working on during boot camp? Like, how are the boys feeling? And he's like, dude, we are feeling good. Now, despite the performance that we just saw right there, they are feeling good. They were working on ironing out a lot of the small mistakes that they made. Typically, those Valkolds can be considered a small mistake because sometimes you don't scan the people inside the building, so you think a building's free, and unfortunately it's just not. But EXO Clan, I'm so excited about this team.
I mean, they have just been a presence so far in groups. I mean, the fact that we were heading into this with them on the top of everything, and we talked about this with any of those teams that were at the top of our overall leaderboard, they can kind of use this time to do whatever they want. They can continue getting that KP. They can be a little bit crazier with their place out. They want to try something out. This would be the time to do it. And EXO has just been dominant.
I mean, dominant. They got 51 points in 2 games on their first series of the day, and Exodus himself tweeted, why is anyone sleeping on us? This is ridiculous. So no, I'm not sleeping on you, EXO. I am excited to see what you bring to the table. They are locked and loaded, currently sitting on the outskirts of the next ring. It's going to be at the mill, and a lot of those teams are starting to load up on the left side of the next zone. So you've got to think of those buildings south of Checkpoint, a little bit of action. NorCal Esports coming out of South American region, just kind of putting in some pop shots on the teams in front of them.
Looks like that team is going to be Fnatic. If this is an engagement that either of these teams decide to take, this would be some serious action to kick off here. Fnatic, another squad that's had a very good performance here so far. They were 9th in the very first series of the day, adding to even more on top of their first place from the first day, so they've looked strong. Now we're checking back in with SSG, though, a team that's been very aggressive today, really, really laying down the law.
I mean, look, if you got SSG, they have Launchpad all to their own. They got a beacon there as well. They're coming out with triple purple. You're able to craft there, so you can make sure that you're crafting a plethora of bats, make sure your shield is on point. And I don't think that team really wants to fight. The good thing about the charge rifle is that first initial hit, now granted, you can totally grief people, right? But you get a lay of the land of what those shields are gonna look like on the enemy that's approaching you. And typically when you find out, hey, maybe I've got the advantage, I wanna take this fight. If you have a disadvantage, say, hey, you know what, I'm fine. I'm gonna go ahead and disengage. They able to sit here, craft up some more, and then go to zone.
Which is exactly what SSG is doing right now. They are right on the edge of this as it continues to push in, so they'll be able to make their way through pretty much untouched, not having to worry about anything really on that east side. But somebody who does have to worry about something is Dreamfire, as it looks like they're finding themselves in a little bit of engagement here with FC instantly losing a player and not looking good for them.
Yeah, Bolin gonna fall to Hammer Drill, now have the upper advantage in a 3v2 situation, but a little bit of a stun coming through. They're just trying to get their shields back on. At least they heal up, they charge quicker, but Yuka just swings to the right. Now Roy is going to fall as well. One member left of Dreamfire, and then they will be done and dusted. At that point, I'm just trying to disengage, maybe play my life, try to go back and get banners, but I don't know. FC Destroy wants to destroy everything in their path, and Dreamfire just finding out to be very unlucky. Tao just running, and you see he's not even taking a chance to heal yet.
You know, that was kind of almost a given that they could run into each other based off of their drops and where the zone is, because Dreamfire is literally right next to them in this rotational path. The fact that they didn't get to catch FC Destroy out, though, is going to be a big upset for them. Tao's going to try and just play his life, like you were saying. 2 banners, recoverable, but definitely not worth the risk unless he's going to go for this wrap.
I think it's interesting that they're on double scan. They got Bloodhound and Seer, so that's taking it a little bit too extreme. But if you're going to have one member last alive, you want your Seer, right? Because you can at least try to tell when people are coming your way, utilizing the passive energy just on the right of your screen. We got Exo, Oxygen out into the distance, but we just want to make sure we're rotating it. Now, NRG, they land checkpoint, and they are actually rotating out through the north. They went through Down Beast, hit the beacon there, got the information, and now they've got to work their way in. And during Pro League Split 1, we talked to Sweet himself, and he was kind of talking about having to relearn their macro playstyle because they started off really, really slow. It was struggling. They were switching a lot of their legend compositions, just trying to find the pattern for rotations into the zone safely, and they kept getting gate kept. And a specific zone that I saw where they got gate kept is exactly where they are positioned right now. So I'm a little nervous for them, I'm not gonna lie.
Don't put that out in the universe. Don't put that, they have adjusted and they will work through this. Right now, they're okay. There is a lot in front of them that they will have to push through to continue to get somewhere safe, but for now, they've got a decent spot. As we can see everybody else continuing their moves and also trying to grab some real estate. You see OXG down here just on the outside, following EXO into that same zone. I mean, and they have to start picking their fights because no one's gone down, or not too many people have gone down, and there's way more congestion than what we're used to right now.
We have 19 squads remaining with the second zone up, so this is totally different. If you think back to scrims where people were just kind of inting and learning and everything, you would see maybe 10 to 12 teams alive by maybe the second zone. So very, very different coming to the LAN environment. And mind you, this is the series that is going to make or break the teams going into that winner's bracket or the elimination bracket. But you know someone who doesn't have to worry about that? EXO Clan. They find themselves at the top at the start of this series by approximately 11 points. So good comfortability.
And EXO has done a really good job of being able to play any type of a zone, whether they decide they want to play the edge or they decide they want to hold the center. North Eption, though, finding themselves in an engagement with NorCal yet again. These two teams seeming to find each other every single Storm Point match here so far, and North Eption actually goes down. NorCal holding on by a single thread.
Nah, the thread is TSM, and it is Hal, it is Reps, it is Verholst, and they are just breaking out the room and cleaning up this POI. They're able to take down NorCal and NTH, getting a couple KP associated with that, and this is just going to be the start from them. They've been able to clear out the top positioning of Checkpoint, and look at all the land and resources they have now.
That is massive for TSM. Literally no one else in the area for them to have to worry about. So not only will they have that loop, but they've got a lot of time to think about their next move, wait for the zone, and see what else happens with the rest of the lobby right now, because SSG might be looking to get into a fight.
Look, here's the deal. Anytime you see a Newcastle lurching forward, you have to think this is going to be Gambare, and they are getting done and dusted, dropped, getting a little bit damaged here, forced to like back off, hit that back sooner rather than later, but the team hasn't necessarily capitalized on that initial crack, so they have plenty of time to receive. But let's go ahead, drop in with Space Station. We gotta listen in for you.
Bro. Fuck, Craig the back. Hold on. No. Oh, man. Bro. How do we not kill any of them? Like,
oh, that was a little bit rough. I think they looked so confident going into that, and when they dropped down, you heard the disappointment, not even understanding how they lost that fight.
Yeah, the final words. How do we not kill them? I ask myself that every time I get rolled in a diamond lobby. I'm just like, what do you mean I didn't get any? Yes, it's ridiculous. But Gombere finding some elimination, some good success for them just on the outskirts of zone. They're going to have to make their way in. They do have the Skyward Dive available to them on Dogma, but watching this team fight together, it's super exciting. Currently sitting second place after 2 matches, and they want to make a play for the first.
I mean, they've already got the 1 win on Storm Point under their belt. Why not close out this map with another? They are going to have to fight through some of these teams, though, if they want to get in for some positioning. So they're going to have to decide exactly how they want to go about that. I believe it's Flora that's in front of them that they'll have to push through. And if they can manage to clear them out, they would have a relatively decent path. But they decide it might not be worth it.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You've got the Jenny out. You can kind of heal your shields up, but it's Fnatic. The black hole is out, and TSM is looking to continue on the domination. They've made their way out of checkpoint and are beginning their rotation. We've got to listen in for you, and this time you're gonna hear from Hal and them yourself.
I broke zero. We gotta go back. Can we go back to the building? Can we go back to the building, please? Him. I'm going back to the building. I'm going. Our back. Good shot, Can we get the kills, maybe? I'm healing. Evan, you need to go play that building, bro.
Okay.
Are they still in the choke, Jordan?
Yes,
What do you see?
yes. I have 80 heavy right now.
Look, trees are just blocking my shots.
I'm trying to watch our back right now.
Jordan, I'm gonna walk up on here, okay? I think I get kills here. 60 blue Valk. 40 on
I can walk up and get a scan and not watch our back. I'm doing it. I don't care. Hopefully nobody's pushing down.
They're getting shot on the side.
He's in the open.
Got one?
Nice. Left side, Valk. 70, cracked him. 30 flash.
He's gonna die the same.
You need to look behind. I gotta swap a gun. I have to swap right now.
Okay. I need to get ammo.
I grabbed light. I grabbed all the light off this.
I have 4 cells now.
Okay, it's round 3 closed. Team can come over here. I'm double light. Good job.
Yeah.
All right, we have to talk about that. First of all, Oxygen went down in the kill feed while all that was happening. TSM was pushing in on Fnatic. Fnatic also goes down with a little bit of help from NRG on the other side of things. Somewhere across the map, Ascend goes down. Now we're checking in with Alliance, who's taking on Kick.
I mean, Ascend was the one that took out Oxygen before being third party, so they found some KP before going down, but it's Hackis who's trying to get swung on, but Saleezy just wingmans, and that's a little bit of wing dude action. Now Mandy and Yuki forced to pick up the slack. Now that hipfire frying, Yuki doing Yuki things, and Mandy upgrading from the Mozambique to the Peacekeeper, and just like that, Kick is eliminated. Passion also falling off stream.
That was a big win for Alliance, not only clearing out that space, but getting that loot, keeping themselves alive in this match and continuing to get those ever important points, whether it's the KP or whether it is the placement. That was huge for Alliance, and they've got some space.
I mean, space, showing presence, making sure they're clearing out their back. No one should be able to come from behind. They just need to play forward and figure out their next positioning in the zone, and it's going to be a nasty one. We talk about these mountains kind of forcing these chokeholds in the end game, and it can be very, very tough, and you have to decide which way do you want to make your rotation, and we knew NRG was holding the complete left side, right? But so far have been relatively safe.
All right, we're back on board with one of our top teams here. They have been holding this position for a while, so let's jump on board with them and see what they have to say.
เพราะว่าเผื่อซ้ายมันยิงเราต้องอันตีสวนซ้ายไปอ่ะ
กูเปลี่ยนปืนนะ
ไม่มองคนหน่อย
ต่อให้พี่ให้
มึงขึ้นมาบนหลังคาคนหนึ่งได้ป่ะกูจะลงแมวแผ่นขึ้นหลังคาหน่อยโจ
กูเปลี่ยนปืนอยู่คนนึงเดี๋ยวจี้หมดจังวะ
ไปดูคนหน่อยนะ
ข้างหน้า
อย่าให้ขวาดันมาหาเรามีอันตีละมันขึ้นไงวะ
ไปขวาขึ้นเข่า2 ตัวกดกู
ย้ายมาเดินมาหาเรานะนี่บนเขาแล้วยิงโซนปิดไว้กันมึงจะเที่ยวอ่ะโจเล่นมึงคอยขึ้นหลังคามันยิงสโมก
กูข้างหน้ากูสโมกปิด
โอ้ซะไอสัตว์สโมกปิดพวกกูนะบอสจะดันเหรอดันมา
ชิดแล้ววะ
กูขึ้นหลังคาเราไปกูขึ้นหลังคาอยู่ใจเย็นเป็นชิดแล้วกูโยนอันตีป่ะอันตีอะไรมันอยู่บนหลังคา
All right, you can see that EXO's about to get an engagement with Floor there, and you can hear those comms ramping up as that was about to start, but at the same time, we've got TSM and Alliance fighting, and this could change so many things for Alliance right now.
This is gonna be really tough. In the mix of it, Hal swings, but he's gonna fall, and now Reps picking up the scraps of Alliance, and just like that, your new kill leader of the day, Reps. I always talk about this team, and then I think about it, I'm like, Reps is kind of the backbone, the glue to TSM. He holds it down, and I think back all the way to Poland, the preseason invitational where TSM came out on top. They've kind of been in this circle trying to get back to it, and I'm excited to see what they do this week here. And Flora, meanwhile, off screen going to be eliminated, but we're down to 8 squads and TSM finding their way to zone.
But it is Flora going down at the hands of multiple teams because it's not just EXO that's in that area anymore. They have to worry about KCP, GO, Onyx is over there. So this is where all of the chaos is going to start to kick off. EXO actually goes down in those moments, unable to handle all of these additional squads pushing in while Onyx looks in fantastic position.
Look, they were able to pick up 4 eliminations for EXO prior to getting taken down. You heard the disruptor rounds from that RE45 behind you, and that is one of the scariest sounds. I know we were talking about Revenant being in play and Revtane. No, the RE45 is what gives me nightmares now, Glitter. It's terrible. Well, no, it's really good, but it's terrible that it gives me nightmares.
If you were Vicky, it'd be the Revtane, so it's one or the other.
Yeah, it's one or the other, but Onyx finally finding Spizzax, certainly in 9th place with 13 points, but NRG nestled between a rock and a hard place, and GHS swings on him.
It's just shooting fish in a barrel right now as NRG has nowhere to go, and GHS can just rain down fire on NRG, barely taking any punishment for the smokes. Very, very clutch right here, allowing for this res, allowing for the reset, hopefully giving them enough cover, but not enough space. We'll have to see if they can get themselves back into the fight from there, but TSM continuing their domination down below. It's just dishing out so much damage.
I mean, I heard the crowd through my headset chanting TSM, and they are going off. Big E swinging on this Newcastle. No, you cannot res. Get out of here, Gombre.
Oh, the crowd is happy about that one as TSM yet again coming out on top in another engagement. They are looking fantastic in this final Storm Point match right now as they set up shop and give themselves the time to go for that Velcro tape with the team on the roof. It's KCP who anticipates that, is able to stop them on that rotation entirely.
You have no idea how many Furia fights I have seen with TSM in the Pro League, and it was Panders that started all of that off. Let them cook, but now the third party coming in, it's going to be Onyx from APEX South looking to get dicey. So now your 2 teams, GHS and Onyx, are last standing.
I mean, to be fair, that was a massive play for KCP, shutting TSM down, not only stopping their rotation, but in the end, taking them out. They did get punished for it by the third party and Onyx, but it might have been worth it for the additional points as these final 2 teams battle it out. Onyx taking a lot of damage, already having lost a player. They are down to 1, and Onyx, in the end, clutches it up against GHS.
I mean, look, you've got to feel good about that. APEX South teams have been performing all day. This team, formerly known as Boogie Borders, before they got picked up out of the region, and it's so great to see them finding success here now.
That was an intense last Storm Point match.
So much water, so much water. We called it out. We knew there was going to be a water ending at some point, and that, dude, the cancelization of the skyward dive, and you just takes that split second, you know, Valk just kind of drops down and then jotes up, and you have like 25% more left on your ult. So the moment you're canceled, you're just like, all right, I'm done.
Well,
what do I do now?
Try to make the best with what you've got, and there wasn't a whole lot they could do in that situation.
Oh, look at Nasky walking over to Onyx. He's probably hyping him up, dude. He is seriously such a standout guy.
Oh, I love when we get to see these reactions from our players. Yet another phenomenal performance, but I want to hear what you have to say down at the desk, Rain.
Thanks, Glitter and Spider Tiff. Great cast up there in the God spot, we like to call it, and they're doing a great job today. Down on the desk, though, Mark, Dan, Gino, talk about APAC. We got any love for APAC in the building right now? Yeah. APAC has been performing, and, you know, we can't say that, you know, that's not our thing. Gino, that's you. That's why I want to toss it to you right there. Onyx Esports taking the W there. How does that feel? Talk us a little bit about what's going on APAC South.
Yeah, it feels great. Onyx, they're probably the only team we haven't seen, you know, that big special moment from so far. So now they've got it, completed that, ticked all the boxes. Those couple of players, we've seen Fussy before at LAN, right? He played for Sutraiku when they were teaming up with Waltzy and Bullet as well. Had a really good performance. This season, they've also teamed up with Raki, always been a good player in APAC South, but never just quite cracked those top teams to make it through to LAN. Fantastic for him to finally get that opportunity. And then you've got Shady. They actually replaced Pricey, who went on to Moist Esports. Shady come in to replace him on Onic, then Boogie Borders. So for him to make that transition and then make it to LAN, I mean, that guy's happy to be here, and you can understand why when he's playing like that.
My goodness, feel like we just got an APAC South Wikipedia page read down right there, Gino. We know everything we need, and that's a great story too, because it's roster swaps that end up working out sometimes in your favor. We talk about it with NRG and with Liquid, and talking about it here, maybe Reiki, Shady, Fussy, having that go-to type of dynamic that will work at LAN. Maybe didn't work for them before, Mark, but it's been a good showing as well from all APAC teams, but APAC South get the start today.
Yeah, looking really, really good once again, and RE45, we see how much damage you can do, right? I think out of all care package weapons, if you want to pick something up, that's going to be the gun to go to, because you can just shred through some shields. You saw a 1v1 scenario look very one-sided at one point, and just to clean up kills, break those shields, it's absolutely massive. But we should highlight as well, big game for TSM. A lot of kill points for them, but probably the highlight of the game was that Valcolt, right? We always have the meme of a TSM Valcolt. Well, who expects to get stuck halfway up it, right? They crash down, but a lot of KP for them in that game.
We also talk about KCP. I mean, the fact that they just said,
he was cooking.
You know, elimination bracket, we're not quite cooking, we're not quite boiling, whatever the analogy was trying to be. He was making a pot noodle, I don't know. But you've got to look at what they've just achieved. Top 3, a very good game, a momentum builder going into World's Edge, where perhaps they'll be a bit more confident. Maybe it isn't lights out just yet. Maybe there is still an opportunity for them to get into that top 20.
That's why I feel like Nasky's kind of, you know how you have those friends that kind of talk bad about themselves just to be a little humble, kind of psych themselves out. You know they don't really think that. I feel like Nasky is always in the back of his mind thinking, we do have a chance, but I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say we're the best. I've already done that. That hasn't worked out for us. It resulted in 3 games and 0 points yesterday. So right now, I'm just going to say we're cooking. Our meal sucked, but look at this. It's already transitioning into better points for them. You see a little bit of some of the teams representing there. NRG Sweet just put his head down. FC Destroy as well. Fascination Color Destroy. They got a win yesterday. 2 wins yesterday as well, waving to the camera as the players take a little bit of a break. Before we go back into the highlights of 3, Dan, it is halfway through our last stage. What's kind of standing out to you here in terms of the first 3 that we play on Storm Point?
I mean, apart from what the APAC region, which has been the most standout thing, let's talk about EMEA. Hasn't necessarily lived up to the hype. I know that we are down a couple of EMEA teams that performed incredibly throughout the season, which is, of course, a disappointment. But there are still teams here that can do some serious damage. And whilst we're not seeing J-Lings right now because they're not in these 2 groups, maybe things are going well for them off stream, because it's a great point Mark brought up previously. We still have 2 other groups that are currently playing, and that means there is a lot for all these guys on the stage to be thinking about, because not only have you got to topple the teams you're playing against right now, you have to beat the points total of the teams that are playing elsewhere.
Yeah, you're racing against a guy in the other room who's also racing, Mark, so you have no idea if you're doing enough. You just have to do as much as you can.
100%, and going into this lobby, I think all teams will kind of have an idea of what they had to do, right? We were talking about how 10 points a game will pretty much solidify you at the top of most leaderboards. If you're picking up 6, 7, you're inside that top 20 per game, you're going to feel pretty comfortable going through these games. But if you aren't quite there, and now we move over to World's Edge as well, and you know you've only got 3 games remaining, then the pressure really does start to ramp up. Because don't get this messed up, don't get this wrong. Everyone wants to be in that winner's bracket. You get the safety net, you can progress to the final in the quickest route possible, and that's where everyone wants to be. No one wants to play the elimination bracket. No. That is a scary place, because a couple of contests off drop, a couple of games where you get a little bit of RNG not go your way, all of a sudden your tournament is over. You want to have everything in your own control, and the only way to do that is get into that winner's bracket.
Can't be cooking tomorrow, you got to be serving, right? Everything's got to be done, already plated, and just go into your guess. Gino, though, when you look at the end of this game, you know, in top 12 Alliance still finding kills, that is an EMEA team. I know I'm switching regions on you here, but that's a team that we've been talking about. Can they consistently do it? You know, they've been deadly. TSM also riding that wave, finding a couple of KP, 6 kills at least before they went out, and GHS Professional making it to the end.
Yeah, they've been really surprising me this series. We haven't seen a lot from them this weekend, and honestly, that was one of the teams that I thought may fall by the wayside and make their way into the elimination bracket, but certainly they have said something for themselves in this series, as well as Gambare Otusan as well. You know, they've made a couple of runs so far here on Storm Point. might be a different story on World's Edge, I think, for them, but at least they've started it well.
How do things shift here for the Pioneers? Well, definitely getting into that end game is something that is important to them. They don't really know what it's like to sometimes get to that end game. They haven't given themselves that many chances here in this tournament, but it was all Onyx Esports that took most of the conversation at the end. It was our APAC South representative. You could see the pop-off right there in the bright yellow, like Bumblebee stinging the rest of the competition, and it's a great time to get it going as well, Dan. And with 3 more to play on World's Edge, Onyx will have a chance to improve upon this.
Yeah, and there are a lot of teams that can jump up that leaderboards now we go into World's Edge. Like, this is where I'm expecting NRG to shine. This is where TSM can shine. This is where ExoClan should be able to shine once more as well. I will focus NRG mainly because they had the most wins on World's Edge in their region. They had 5 out of their 7 wins, and they all came quite late on in their season. The momentum build leading up to this point has been great for NRG, and whilst Stormpoint wasn't the most successful thing, wasn't the most glamorous points total, they were still getting points. I think that's important. As long as you are above about a 40% points total on your worst map, you're still going to be good going over to your second.
Your worst can be better than somebody else's, you know, pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a nice start, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I aim for a life, right? As long as I'm slightly better than someone else's life, I'm pretty happy. But looking across where we find ourselves at the moment, I mean, you look at it's an APAC domination, north or south. Genome's nodding his head next to me, just with I can see a wry smile just appearing on his face because he's the happiest man in the building right now. TSM just in behind though, they're in 4th place, but it is extremely tight. You can see the points very, very close between the top teams, and as we say, we've still got 3 games to go. It's taken us a while to get here. It's taken us a while to get Stormpoint done and dusted, but we've got 3 games left to go.
I mean, you were talking about 10 points on average being a total that could get you over the top, could make you win. But look at this, we haven't even managed to get that at all here on Stormpoint. That is an incredibly compressed top of the leaderboard.
Well, that is how it should be. Gentlemen, at LAN, this is the best of the best in the world in Apex Legends. 40 of those teams here with us in London for 4 days in a row and 4 nights. What a pleasure. We had a chance to talk with one of our actually South American coaches from Kick, I believe, last night, having a little bit of dinner. These are the types of things that can happen, Dan, at LAN, you know, and part of it is that is the magic of the environment. A lot happens outside of the game, whether it's a conversation, whether it's, you know, hinting and seeing how a personality shift might be going on in terms of, you know, they're not vibing together, a little disappointment. Those are elements you don't often see on broadcast, but for viewers at home, they have to understand that makes a big difference, some of those things that happen outside a game.
There is a lot of factors that you wouldn't see on broadcast, right? That actually can really impact the games. One of them, actually the pre-game chat, that we as commentators, we get to see the pre-game chat up there for the observer mode, and a lot of the stuff that gets in there should not be on broadcast.
There are mind games going.
Right?
Let me tell you, it's like, you've got teams asking how their contest going, like knowing they'd lost it, seeing it in the kill feed, they're like, hey, how'd the contest go? It's like, obviously that didn't happen, and it's quite like something. I reckon there's more to this. I'd love to be able to make maybe an edited version that we could share afterwards, because there's it's what do they call it in Australia? Psychological disintegration, I believe that's what it's known as.
In fact, the whole decision when Dark Zero went and changed their drop spot to Tree, that was because of that pre-game chat, because someone went, hey, what's happening down at Thermal Station? And someone went, well, Tree's free, so we're taking that. And Dark Zero went, okay, Tree's free.
Tree's
free. There they were.
I mean, ultimately, you have no idea the intricacies. It's like a BR. You never know what's going to happen. But in the same way of playing your life as a BR player, you never know what is going to impact your decision to land somewhere, to do something, or to make a decision that ultimately ends up fantastic or fatal. Let's take a look at how the other group has been doing, though, on the other side of the stage. Nicewig and Greek have been covering the results for this one. And there are a lot of teams that we've been keeping our eyes on as well. Team Singularity out in front, 44 points, followed by Fun123 with 38. Pulverex as a trio, one of our fan favorites from Championships, playing as a duo the entire of Championships. That's right, it makes them love for Fight-Chan and the squad. They are in 3rd place there, which is a good sign for them. Game Ward and Iron Blood Gaming, who performed pretty well today, rounding out the top 5. Dark Zero just behind them.
Impressed that we're seeing Gamewood step up and start to show us something as well. It seems like as soon as we start to forget about a team or think maybe a team is guaranteed and banked to be in that elimination bracket, suddenly they start to show what they are made of. Disappointing performances on the lower half of that table, though we're going to need to see a big change from teams like IG, who are one of the better World's Edge teams from the region. If they can make a difference, then who knows, maybe they can start to get towards the top half of that leaderboard.
Just really quickly looking there, Luminosity, that's a worry. Stormpoint has been very, very strong for them, and Luminosity, I'd say, one of the most improved teams throughout all regions that we've seen this split. So a slight concern for them heading over to World's Edge.
Yeah, and Singularity sitting at the top there with 44 points. They were the highest of all of the South American teams going into that series, so that certainly gives some hope to the region that they might be able to continue that and cross the threshold, make it into that winners bracket.
What a moment that would be, seeing South America representing in the winners bracket already. Stalizzi and the interview, if you didn't catch it, go back in our broadcast. Some touching moments as well. All right, we've got 3 down in the books. We're going to switch it over for our next map. That's coming up very, very soon. You're here with the Apex Legends Global Series in London. 3 more games to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our last 3 games of group stages here in our ALGS Split 1 playoffs. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty, about to bring the noise and all the hype here on World's Edge.
Come on, I mean, we were seeing these teams pop off. Shout out to KCP, who had a pretty rough day yesterday, coming through as well. Now today, they have to show up just like a lot of these other squads if they want to make it into that winner's bracket.
And that's really the story right now. All these teams that needed to perform in this last group stage are performing, and that's true again across both matches, right? We have Alliance, KCP, currently under the threshold. On the flip side, in our other group, on B stream, shout out to Nice Wig and Greek holding it down. We got Singularity going insane. I mean, it's just crazy how teams that must perform are, maybe that must be it. Must be passion.
I mean, no, there's just so many teams. Singularity popping off there too.
Wait, were you talking about the team passion or passion?
The team passion.
Oh, yeah, okay, you got me with that one.
I
thought you meant those, they have passion, that's why they're doing it.
You know what? That too, though.
I can't keep up this late.
Honestly, they opened up today saying, you know, we got nothing to lose, and they started fully sending it, and they're still consistent right now, even in the second half of group stages.
Yeah, that's right. Urban, one of the kind of breakout players over the last year and a half or so on mouse and keyboard, by the way, showing up really, really well. We'll see if Passion can bring it back. You're spot on. So many teams that are vying for a top finish to try and make it into the winner's bracket. Here's what's at stake. For those that are maybe at home, just tuned in, or maybe not sure how it's all going to go down, top 20 teams from group stages will make it to the winner's bracket. Significant advantage because you have 2 opportunities to place bottom 10 and lose. Teams that are bottom 20 will go to the elimination bracket, where they will play in a go big or go home last final matchup. Top 10 advance to losers finals or elimination finals. Bottom 10 go home. So that's kind of what's at stake here, Vicky. And right now, you have teams like XSET, teams like Northeption that have performed so incredibly well, pretty much have their spot locked.
Northeption has been popping off top 3 right now. As we take a look at the map rotation, we are moving on to World's Edge. You know I was excited for this. I haven't been able to cover World's Edge just yet. We've been on Storm Point between me and Tiff, and then you and I just yesterday. And now it's time. World's Edge. Which 50-50s are we going to see?
Yeah, we might have 1 or 2. A 50-50 that's been going on all tournament long between Flora and Alliance and Thermal Station. We're going to tune right into that. And you actually heard when I interviewed Hockey's a little earlier, I don't know if you caught it, he said we got a little something special up our sleeves. So I'm really interested to see how they decide to play that. The other potential contest, well, KCP, you know they're cooking the pair. I don't know what, I responded to Nasky's tweet saying, I don't know what kitchen you're in, bro, or what you're cooking with, but you're making a quesadilla. That's all about all you're making so far. And he's like, no, just wait and see. So we'll see if KCP has something special for PS.
Yeah, what's really funny about KCP, I ran into Nasky just last night, and I was talking to him. I'm like, man, what happened? You know, that's unlike you. He's like, no, don't worry, we're cooking. I'm like, oh, you're on the copium, and now they're huddled up right now. They're excited. He's letting them know, all right, guys, this is World's Edge. And do you guys want to know what Nasky was telling me? All right, Mad Maggie, Caustic, you already know how it is. All right, they don't know what we're cooking, but let us cook. And they're going to get into this. Look how hyped they are. They're excited. They're ready to get right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, we had a live listen. I got to hear every word Nasky just said. And he said, guys, we're going to cook. We're going to cook. There's the ingredients, and we're going to shoot our guns, and we're going to cook. And all of a sudden, we're going to be cooking. That's exactly what he said. Live listening to that huddle with Nasky. And guess what? We'll see how they will do here. 3 more games and an opportunity for them to break into that winner's bracket. Huge opportunity for them. And you mentioned passion as well.
Yeah, also Gordon Ramsay would definitely approve out here for NASCAR, right? I just gotta say that real quick. But you talk about passion, they needed to come out today. This squad was
kind of looks like it.
Last.
Nasky. You see that a little bit? Nasky, Gordon Ramsay, anyone else see that? I mean, maybe it's just me. Am I going crazy? It's like a Danish.
Is it just the hair? You're talking about the hair?
I think that might be it.
You know what? But
like
talking about,
you
talk a little bit about passion, and this squad really needed to perform. They were on the bottom end of the overall leaderboards of their group just yesterday, and today they started opening up. Now the squad is sitting in 8th overall, right behind KCP actually, as we were talking about them. But let's talk about GO. GO remaining on top. I mean, in the overall leaderboards, our top 4 squads, top 5 even, because they're 1 point away from Onyx, who's sitting in 4th. So close. So World's Edge is going to determine so much for these teams that feel way more comfortable on World's Edge versus Storm Point. And we sometimes see that adjustment of composition. Are we going to still see a lot of Bangalore's coming through, maybe some Lobas coming out here as well as we enter World's Edge?
That's right. I'm gonna attempt it, Vicky. That's Ganbare Altusan, or GO. I don't know how I did. Someone tell me, please. Jungyi, Dogma, and Jusna, former reject squad, the only Korean team playing in today's lobby, or this lobby at least, as they, of course, placed first in ALGS Champs in APAC North back in 2021, 26th at ALGS Champs on LAN in Raleigh just 8 months ago. So this is a team with a lot of experience. We'll see how they will form and perform here on World's Edge. One team I think whose stock is going to be slightly down on World's Edge is going to be Alliance because of that contest. But hey, we'll put that on pause for now because guess what? It's time! World's Edge! Our last and final 3 maps of group stages. Game number 4 is here. Will Alliance continue to perform? Will KCP hold down for EMEA? Or will we see TSM, NRG, or the Guard represent North America right behind the likes of North Epson and many more performing for APAC North?
Let's go. I mean, TSM are already starting off strong. Look at the hotspot. They got the beacon on top of that in Lava Siphon. We got to wait to see where the circle's going to be taking us. And you talked about it before. You talked about the potential 50-50 out here, which actually it may not be happening.
What?
Okay, Flora.
Launch site. There is exactly what they have up their sleeves. Meanwhile, TSM in an early 1v1. Reps goes down. Hal's going to neutralize with the Mozambique.
This is huge. It wasn't the 50-50 we were expecting out here, but with Reps going down, it's a trade force trade as Stilitzi is going to be the first one to go down here for Kick here too. You can see Hal's just trying to take it off border. All he needs is the beacon of dream.
Yeah, great shots from Hal. Verhol's going to follow through. Can he get the knock? No. Shield's broken on Maggie. It's the team of 2, the duo, the controller boys. It's the melee off, and Hal's going to go down. Verhol's left in the 1v2. He finds himself a Hemi. Can he connect in the 1v for the dub?
Oh, he doesn't have a gun.
Verbussy!
Oh, Kick with the dream, swinging the axe, put it away. They get taken out, the first squad to get taken out as Verholz comes in clutch. Unfortunate situation with no gun in that player's hand. And you know, that's what happens sometimes when you want to take these 50-50s. You immediately try to duke it out. I mean, those are a little scary with the Bloodhound coming at me with the axe.
This is why I love these LAN international competitions, because you never know what you're going to get. No one expected, not even my man Sven from China expected this 50-50 here with Kick dropping on TSM and Lava Siphon. They got some big ones, you know? They got some confidence. I'm surprised to see that. Meanwhile, Alliance did the same thing against GHS down in launch site.
Actually insane start already right now. TSM walking away with some KP. Let's not forget TSM are sitting second, tied with NTH and Onyx right now, 28 points. Now they added even extra points to their name with NRG with a quick rotation already.
That's right, fast rotation. Decent shields as well. Purple for Sweet. Looks like he might be on some shield cells though. Guild with the blue shields and Nathan. Well, he's gonna be leveling up his Evo shield here momentarily. I'm not sure if they're rotating through. No Crafter on screen, but taking the Harvester rotate. Or NC normally drops. That's NorCal Esports, the one team in this lobby, still ripping that same very popular meta from just a couple months ago, Watson and Newcastle.
Just thinking about the change-up that we've been seeing from some of these squads, either with their timing on their rotations or even their POI. Alliance already with their quick rotation, leaving north of launch site. I know GHS likes to land in launch site too, but they immediately were able to rotate to Dome. There's a beacon on both launch site, Dome, and Tree. 3 beacons on the south side of the map right now, and seeing where this map is going to be pulling, if this is one of those lava siphon circles, it could go so many ways out here, and you know that TSM likes to hold on to a 50-50 hold just in case if they don't have access to another beacon beyond this circle.
That's right. Well, one thing we're seeing here on screen, we got the guard, SSG, and NRG all within a vicinity. Meanwhile, Flora dropping thermal station uncontested as Alliance said, you know what, let's give it up. All is creeping up as well from thermal station. So potential skirmish here. As we're switching on over to Dropped of SSG, one of the most popular streamers in North America as well. They're gonna have the info courtesy of Seer, and we'll see how they decide to play this.
Playing patiently out here, just getting that information. You see the charge rifle in Drop's hands. There's not a site that he will like to work with here, but it's about that information. Once you tag one of these players up, also boosting up that Evo shield. And talk about that information, I mean, that's all you need sometimes with that Seer tactical. Another fight going on here. EXO on the other side. Remember, EXO holding that #1 spot in the overall leaderboards against all the other groups.
Yeah, that's a massive story. We gotta hype that up. No, it's not TSM. It's not XSET. It's not Alliance or any of the teams you may have thought, or Fnatic. It's EXO Clan from Thailand, representing well on top of the entire standings right now. And I gotta eat my words. I didn't even think about them in my top 10 predictions, and I got called out for it well deservedly. EXO has shown up. The question is, can they continue to do so in the bracket stages? Killapose, Dexter, and Ziki looked really good in moments at ALGS Champs just months ago. We'll see if they can do it again.
It's about that consistency out here. As you can see right now, EXO sitting in 13th overall after having a very lackluster game #2, planning their rotation, wrapping around long past trials actually right now here too. They usually land in trials, so they're just shaking their steps, moving around back so that way they don't get contested or circle get edge.
Yeah, wise decision. They're going to play a really passive rotate here. Playing Bangalore, which means they like to play edge. They want to play for fights. You'll see them continue to do so, but not deciding to take that fight against Dreamfire, their peers in APEX South. And speaking of 13th, they're in 13th place right now in the standings. They got 13th at ALGS Champs in 2022, above many top teams, so definitely a top contender. But here we go, Imperial Hal gonna get a knock on Passions Urban. Meanwhile, big fight going on in Harvester.
This is super huge right now with so many teams taking up the space in Harvester. You know that there's that beacon in the back end that NRG has scanned earlier on. Flora now making their appearance into some of these fights. You see the Seer ults lighting up the skies right here in Harvester too. Just trying to look at what's going on with the squads that have already taken up the inside of the buildings, and so many other teams making their rotation, leaving Fragment, coming in from the northern choke points is going to be chaotic soon.
That's right. So many teams stacked like pancakes right now here in Harvester. Likely will not take these fights. Why? Well, as soon as they do, they're going to get third-partied immediately. It's going to become an absolute nightmare for them. So, expect these teams to coexist. A lot of real estate, a lot of opportunity to burrow up in so many of these buildings here in Harvester. And for now, they'll be chilling. Meanwhile, Hal's going to go down in the hands of a Sentinel post-kill of Ascend. The Portuguese duo making a play. Keep a close eye on that fight.
I believe that actually may be happening over to the side of Harvester too that we were mentioning. Just leaving that choke point of Fragment is going to be insane out here. Flora's going to try to negate these Watson fences, try to take up this space if they can, but they gotta look out at the squad that's right to their right. They need that information from the Seer if he can let him know, and they're actually just backing off. They already have that information. They just are happy with where they're at right now. Passion gets eliminated. We saw them get pressured earlier on from TSM, so that means that Oxygen is in that same vicinity as Ascend out here, as well as TSM.
That's right. Another team's gonna enter the fray and enter the mix, taking the low ground positioning. They find that available, and they will do it with safety. So every team here seems to be predicting a Harvester finish. We'll see where the zone ends up pulling, but we have 6 or 7 different teams, including NorCal Esports, who dropped there originally, making their way back. It is absolutely packed. Major party going on in Harvester.
All right, Fallout. Now seeing that Frex here, just Watson fencing up this entire perimeter right now, seeing how we don't really have those cryptos that we've been seeing in the other previous lobbies. Ascend really being one of the only ones as Pinocchio falls incredibly low. Flora thinking that they can backtrack a little bit, leaving out of Harvester, maybe trying to wrap around Landslide. This could potentially be guard here. I'm wondering if the quick rotation really came through here, or if another team ended up wrapping around past Fragment.
Yeah, this is a battle of APAC North, Korea versus Japan. GO, the Korean squad, Flora, the Japanese squad. Pinnator, attended champs, not able to compete there. Out for redemption now. Was considered at the time one of the better controller players in the region. But it looks like for now, both teams will back out, reset. I think this fight will persist. Guess what? SSG is going to enter the fight just to the right. It's a three-way affair as SSG doesn't want anything to do with that Bangalore ultimate, but that means Flora will not have it in this fight against GO.
They wanted to know why they weren't invited to the party real quick and said, you know what, it's okay, we'll take a backtrack here too. They're going to
FOMO?
Yeah, exactly.
I've been there before.
And it's unfortunate here for them, but you know what, they said, you know, we're too cool for this party anyway, so they're going to backtrack, and so is Flora, and they're going to be able to wrap around here. It's staging. And seeing that Geo had made that rotation away from Skyhook and now towards here in that choke point underneath the tunnel of Landslide, you could expect Harvester to get contested already, not only from the squads leaving out of Fragment, but from the squads that could also hold that choke point that you currently see Geo holding right now and prevent other teams that want to rotate around through that Landslide area and maybe actually pinch that squad, prevent them from actually getting that rotation.
Yeah, an APEC North fight's going to continue. It's going to be FC Color Destroy coming from right behind them in Landslide. Dogma either keeping his head in a swivel, trying to decide on a rotate, or knows something. I don't think they know that FC Color Destroy.
Oh, he got it with the tactical.
I got the audio cue.
The
Seer tactical, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they're like, never mind, we're not going to take that rotate. This is just madness right now. Every team's just trying to find a way in. Look how passive and scared these teams are in these last 3 games.
The fact that the circle pulled towards the north is so crazy right now, because then you have to think about how much of this space is being taken up by the choke point where the rocks are that lead Fragment into Harvester here too. Especially the squads that are exiting out of the southeastern side. NTH, for example, KCP will have wrapped completely around, trying to rotate through the geyser area here too.
And remember EXO, we talked about them a while ago. They're still all the way up in Skyhook. They went back to Skyhook and crafted all types of bats and med kits. Still in zone, scanning a beacon right now. So we'll keep you all updated. We got a big map on our screen here. We'll keep you all updated on what we see. Meanwhile, on the east side of the map, we haven't checked it out yet. We'd love to flip on over to the east side if we possibly can. We got TSM, KCP, Fnatic, Oxygen, and Northampton all on the east side of the map. Take a look at the map as you see right here. What a packed mid-game here. 18 squads still alive.
Insane here as Alliance also take their time to make their rotation. They're going to be able to get the information off of the beacon and lava siphon. GHS also probably already got that information from the launch site. We talked about a little bit earlier about how many beacons are in the southern part of the map right now, but as they make their rotation, and look how congested it is in that choke point. The Guard, TSM, Oxygen, Ascend, NRG. You already know Ascend is probably playing extremely patiently, cutting off some of those rotations there too with their composition. Going to be very crazy here within that next circle once these other squads are forced to rotate in.
Exactly. Let's start to talk about that next circle, right? A couple things we can preview for you. EXO hitting the Valkyrie right now. They're going to run into FNC or FC. That's Fascination Color Destroy. Expect a fight between the APAC regions here in just a moment. GHS versus Alliance about to go down with another Valkyrie from the south side of the screen. So that's what is about to ensue here. North and south fights for these hard edge teams. Meanwhile, KCP likes to play early rotate. You heard Nasky say, you know, with Panders, who is used to playing edge and fighting on edge with his Furious squad, Watson and Zeratricky, we've been able to do a little bit of a hybrid. It's been a learning and an adjustment period for us, but they have both kind of play styles in their belt now.
Can we talk about how Nasky also baited me when he was talking to me yesterday? They're running Bloodhound, Horizon, and Bag. Very, usual comp that we're used to seeing. They said that they were cooking, but maybe this is something that they wanted to go for here after having us finding some success, at least at the very beginning right now. At Geo have taken the high ground, overlooking Harvester. Nobody has initiated right now, as everybody's just taking up the space that they want to take up in Harvester, despite it being so congested. There's about 5 to 6 squads here alone.
Insane. Tension's so tight, you can cut it with a knife here. As we have so many teams basically in parallel with one another, coexisting. And here we go, our first kind of late game Ring 3 Valk ultimate, which we know at this point that Valk is high risk, high reward. It looks like the risk right now is greater than the reward. Dogma are going to take quite some damage. His teammates are going to actually peel off of him to make sure that they don't all get knocked early. And they're going to find themselves a nice spot here. Obviously not in zone, but at least some respite for now.
Oh, another squad just landed right next to them too. I think that maybe NRG actually would made their way over Flora as well on the outside, as GO are just going to wait up here on the high ground. I believe that was GHS that was trying to shoot at them from the snake building right underneath. Up to go for a longer rotation. Now NRG actually inside of this building was Flora who actually ended up taking that skyward dive instead.
Yeah, that's right. We kind of previewed earlier some foreshadowing, right? The NRG SSG fight is going to happen eventually, and it might happen here in just a moment. We'd love to also take a look at the overhead map if we possibly can, because I want to show you guys where the zone's pulling here. As Sweet's taking some long-range poke on the map in a moment, you'll see TSM and Oxygen so perfectly positioning and predicting the zone. TSM well poised, Oxygen well poised, and here's that overhead map for you so you can see exactly what we're saying.
Goodness.
Look at this TSM spot. A drone's about to call them out, but TSM is sitting pretty right now.
It's that spot that I was mentioning that TSM likes to do a lot, and they do it amazingly too. It's about sitting in a position where they can try to 50-50 predict where the circle is going to be pulling if they deny themselves the opportunity of having a beacon.
That's right. Well, here we go. It was the calm before the storm, and it's about to pour. Mayak up floor, pushing up PK to the face for 72. Gonna knock shields. Immediately gonna melt with the R301, the wide right swing from Pinnator, and just like that, GO eliminated, deleted from this lobby.
And now NRG are dropping up right behind Flora in the process while GHS is trying to clinch Flora too. They need to reset quickly because they know that there's the other spot. It's NRG shooting right between the cracks of the stairs.
Askey not coming through, and Flora now needs to win this 2v3. Nathan down to no HP, but he's gonna be able to heal back up. So well played from NRG, 75 damage with the charge rifle as well. But they're not able to finish any of these knocks here.
They want to take the Skyward Dive, I believe, here, because this is a really risky situation, because they're pinched between two squads right now. The squad holding the tunnel, I believe that maybe Alliance actually, and then Flora, that they were a little too late to go in for the third party despite GHS pressuring them.
That's right, and guess who's right within the train tracks? It's gonna be Alliance. A wise decision here from Sweet, despite getting the knock. I love that call to not get tunnel vision and so ultra focus, and instead make the right decision, which is a Valkyrie. Now the question is, where will they drop? You know, Sweet is IGLing his heart out right now, and are they gonna find this spot? Is this free? Yes, it is! What a rotate from NRG!
This is huge now that NRG has this bridge. Sometimes we've seen this circle pulled more so towards this bridge, but immediately, the moment he lands, getting taken out is Guild.
And now they have to make plays. Not the charge rifle shot that Sweet wanted to start. Let's see what he can do next. That's just gonna be backing out. They're gonna let Guild get eliminated here, so it'll be all down to the final two. NRG is gonna take low ground. They'll say, we can seize the bridge, it's all yours. Such a good play by Northeption, not letting them take that for free.
Northeption also pressuring them with the 30-30 shots, making my eyes water out here. Unfortunately for Guild, he won't be able to get rezzed out, but they could try to recover his banner. At the moment, though, NRG aren't taking any chances. They're gonna be playing off the low ground while Flora gets eliminated in the feed. As you can see, just exiting out of Lava Siphon, GHS does claim them.
That's right. And I just gotta take a moment to say, I really love these calls from Sweet. It's the textbook play. They're also getting a supply crate, which is great. But rather than egoing and saying, let's take this 2v3, he says, no, let's drop to low ground.
He's got the crate.
He does. Let's drop to low ground because there's no way they're gonna give up God Spot and drop to low ground on us. Wise decision from Sweet. They'll play as a team of two from here on out. We'll keep a close eye on them. Meanwhile, Dreamfire find themselves in a fight against fellow Apex South team, EXO. Dreamfire from Taiwan, EXO from Thailand. As we have so many different countries being represented here this weekend, we'll see if these two teams will fight.
I believe that is Ascend also on the other side that have been holding that angle forever with the Watson fences. You can see the breaks coming in, but they got the nice little gen right there to help them out with their shields. My question here is, though, Fallout, with this next circle closing in less than a minute, we saw how many teams were congesting Harvester. That choke point to the north side that FC is holding, that TSM has been inside the building. What is this going to look like now once that circle closes?
Yeah, and if we can take a look at the map one more time. Nice knock from Bolin, by the way. Wow. That's on Denial. But if we can take a look at the map one more time, if possible, again, I mean, just look at these teams that early rotated and called this zone so perfectly. We'll pull that up here in a second if we can. Meanwhile, Beast of the Hunt gonna be popped here. The fight's gonna ensue. It's EXO versus Dreamfire, 3v3. What can you do here?
Try to move in as the Beast of the Hunt is activated, throwing out the Arc Stars currently right now too, as Bolin tries to move in. He's got that Digitide ready that he crafted earlier on. The Arc Star is gonna pressure him just a little bit though, just gonna poke him out.
That's huge. The Digi threat, so clutch, being in the Replicator right now for today. Won't be there tomorrow though. Here comes the push from Roy. Roy, Genome, giving so much respect to one of the best mechanical players, and that's why Tao's gonna get two. It's a 2v1, and Tao does it! The three-piece for Tao of Dreamfire, but the third party might be coming from FCD.
And with the circle also coming in behind their backs, they're forced to move up. They have the smoke grenades to at least buy in some extra cover, but it's a squad off to the right that was pressuring them before. Space Station just leaving up to drop. We saw two of his members go down earlier on in the feed, and the circle closing in. There's still so much to pass to get into that next circle. Woo! Space Station out of the field.
Heads up play for Bolin to get the free KP, but FCD is gonna capitalize though. They're gonna gatekeep their way to a final elimination here. FCD will be falling momentarily, and now they, Dreamfire will be falling momentarily. FCD holding the choke right where TSM is on the opposite side. Really well played. They're actually able to get the Moby and the res. They got beat. I didn't realize they got banners, so Gilderson's back in the lobby.
Guild is back, NRG is here, and Sweet is looking to cook with the Kraber. Let's wait for it here. Misses out on that shot. Ascend get eliminated, 11 squads left.
Here we go, and guess what? We know you love him. We know you want to hear him. Let's jump into a listen-in with Sweet from NRG.
Are you good? Are you looting the box? I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Can you get the armor?
Yeah, it's a white,
No, you dropped it. We're chilling down here. All right, we need to start focusing the southwest team. Can we start peeking this team right now and trying to explode them?
I'm gonna run into zone and grab this armor and bat, okay?
Okay. I can't see anything. I think we might want to like look for the back. These guys are running around outside. They're running across the gas. These guys are pushing around and playing the field.
Yeah, I'm healing.
We need to kill this team. The rat is right here. The rat is right here. He's right here. Okay. We need to play where Nate's at. But we can't go early. We cannot go early.
I have level now. I'm gonna put it down.
Nice, Ace. 100. 23. Dead. Coming back. Great fucking nades, Nate. We're gonna play where that rat was, okay? We're gonna walk in and turn around and we're gonna shoot behind us from where that rat was, okay?
Okay.
I need a flatline. Give me
grabbing a different gun. I have a 1x Jolt
Devo
Devo and a 3x Clown.
That's fine, I'm gonna get some more ammo. I still have a lot of nades, okay? Do you guys understand? We're gonna go to the other side of the wall. We're gonna walk into where we just killed that rat. We're gonna have an armor swap there. We're gonna turn around and shoot behind us, okay?
Yeah, I have my gen too.
We're going to right here. We're gonna be shooting behind us. We're looking to kill anybody up here, but we have to go late. Get knocked.
Blood on, hold behind.
Yep. Yeah. That bank's okay above us. Good. Big fight over here. Big fight on my ping. Right here. Looking at this right now. I'm flying up to the armor swap. The big fight on my ping. Kill this. Kill all these people in the field.
Yeah.
I'm moving up. No one on the bridge is looking. We need to kill this all. We need to kill this whole side of the lobby.
I'm looking.
In the smoke. We need to swing left on the rock. Swing left on the rock. They're about to be in gas. Stun that guy. Go back.
I'm going back.
Run back. He's above us.
No, man.
Plan underneath. Heal. I'm holding for you. You're fine. There's an armor swap up there, remember.
And such great calls from Sweet, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. Nathan, Sweet down to a team of 2. Can they get the res on Guild?
Can you hear how clear and concise Sweet is thinking? 10 stops ahead! The Kraber shot finally landing, finding 140, but there's a player right above them. They have to think about the team that is holding the high ground, that knows that energy is stuck down here after they got a knock.
That team is Alliance's Hockey's. Guess what? FNC Fnatic gonna enter the fight. I think Hockey's is right above them, playing so free and flexible. The team that he just crabered is Alliance. Can they get the res? Oh my god, the Skynades from Sweet. And they're gonna go for the res.
Oh, he has availability, almost getting that little heady right there. He manages to get the suppressed fire on that Seer. That's taking a nice off angle. Sweet falls incredibly low. He gets knocked. It's only up to Nathan.
Great plays from Hockey's and Alliance. They're gonna shut down NRG. All up to Nathan, last alive here. Would love to flip over as Nathan. It's a 1B. He's gonna be taken out. Alliance capitalizes, they'll get the res as well. Fnatic is above them and not doing anything about this. They're just letting Alliance get all these kills because they're under so much duress from TSM. Look at that building. Vicky, it is insanity right now.
Let's not forget that TSM has been there while everybody was in Harvester. They called this. They've been waiting in this choke point like 3 circles ago. There's 4 other teams that are trying to take this space. Fnatic saw Hockey's in their point of view and they couldn't do anything about it because like you said, they've been pressured this entire time behind the rock.
Playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers and hopscotch. Here's Matsutasu. He's gonna get knocked here. Beltstare the last alive for Fnatic. Not looking good for them. They're getting focused by the entire lobby. You are the chosen one, and not in the good way. Goodbye to Meltstera as he's gonna get beamed, but no, he'll have the knockdown shield. Alliance gonna come through and clean up.
See Yuki now trying to finish up everything that they've already started out here, but look to your 6 real quick. You got another squad right behind you right now. Alliance clear up shop. Onyx get eliminated.
Alliance is the kill leader with 9. They're not done yet. TSM Fnatic, or sorry, FC in a fight. That's a 3v3, and Alliance can come in and clean up. Can TSM get the shield swaps? No, Reps did not get it. Finally does. It's a 3v3 between Alliance and TSM.
Carly TSM, Verholz needs to get the reset though. They're at a health disadvantage. Verholz falls on his rush. Here comes Hal coming through.
Imperial Hal mounts. He's in a 1v2. What can he do? It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1.
Oh, what is he gonna do? He needs to finish up. He wants to get the KP. He wants to get the shields up real quick. He gets the shields up. In the 1v1, he takes a little bit of damage. He's playing off the fence line. He's got that natural cover and he's looking to engage.
Hal versus Yuki. It all comes down to this. For 3 KP and 3 more placement points. It's the CEO versus the model. Yuki's an absolute monster, but Hal's better. He's gonna fry, doesn't take any damage. Hal is perfect, but Yuki turns it around.
No way.
Finish the shots, no. Yuki playing the knockdown, and Hal's gonna melt him again.
Oh, he's playing He punches him away. He gets the extra space. He punches him again. Don't get out. You just need the fist.
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food.
He's won.
But he's 1 HP.
No!
He's out of ammo. Was he out of ammo? Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? What did we just see?
I'm speechless.
Was he out of ammo? He had no light ammo. He needed light ammo.
Yeah, he needed light ammo
from his teammates.
The bingo
They're
card.
such jerks. They didn't drop the light ammo. I can't believe
You're not. He was also playing at a knockdown shield health disadvantage. Yuki had a purple knockdown shield to play around, aside from the extra ammo that he had, and Hao had a bluey knockdown shield and a white knockdown shield.
That's what it came down to. It came down to the color knockdown shield. That's how intense and perfectly played that 1v1 was. I need to calm down. You need to calm down. You almost destroyed your apple box here to try and catch up.
That's what I was saying. I said I have to chill because I'm about to fall off the stage real quick,
Would have broken your neck, it would have been tragic.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. What a fight. You see this team representing and reacting. Yuki clutches up. Hey, how about controller MNK, huh? The keyboard and mouse player shows up in the 1v1. The crowd goes wild for Hawkins.
Alliance Yuki getting a round of applause that he deserves. Coming in clutch in that 1v1 opportunity against Hao. Yuki, the sole fragger out here. He is an amazing pop-off player. We saw him cook earlier on with the wingman, and he is looking to continue on throughout the rest of this tournament.
And that's what Yuki does. He does not get enough respect as a fragger, one of the best to do it in the world, not just EMEA, and it shows. The Chinese British sensation. What a performance from Yuki. And there's so much to talk about. We need to catch our breath. Let's go ahead and toss it right back to the desk of four very big men that look uncomfortable. Rain Day, take it away.
I don't know about uncomfortable, but we can barely stand still after the hype we just witnessed. Alliance Yuki taking over the 1v1 in amazing fashion here in the just incredible moment that was built up from him and going against one of the most famous players in all of Apex Legends, TSM Imperial Hal. What a moment, Dan. I think the whole crowd, the whole building was watching without breathing for a while on that one.
I mean, two things that have always gone together for the last, 3 years of Apex is Hal and needing light ammo. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the ammo at the end. Was trying to do his must with just fists in the end, but I mean,
got there.
It's not easy, those engagements right at the end when you have the knockdown shields to try and play around, you're trying to hit your shots. Hal did so much damage to begin with. Yuki was probably thinking he was down and out, but then he saw a lifeline, right? He saw the opportunity, just had to be patient with it, play around those melees, and he was all right in the end.
But it's not the first time we've seen Yuki do this. We've seen him clutch so many times this season for Alliance, whether it's 1v2s, whether it's 2v3s where he gets the damage and gets the extra knock, and whether it's a 1v1 on the biggest stage of them all against one of the biggest names that we have in the scene. A huge play from Yuki, and quite rightly, he's got a smile on his face because moments like that don't happen too often, so you've got to stand up. Let the crowd know it's time to give you a little bit of a cheer.
That's the moment that you get only at LAN, Gino. Moments like that, they do not come often, but when they do, they are so sweet for players.
Yeah, look, don't bring your fists to a gunfight is the first piece of advice I'd have. Secondly, I really did like Hal throwing out the gravity lift there. You saw that at the start of the fight. That was a cool little trick. That can actually go through the fence just a little bit. If Yuki had been standing just a little bit closer, would have just popped him straight up into Hal's crosshair.
All right, I got a question for people in the crowd. You guys want to see that 1v1 again? Y'all want to see that again? Let's watch it from Yuki's perspective right now. We have the tapes. We actually get to see what was going on in the mind, in the vision of the man on Alliance who clutched up for the squad. Not only huge for them to win, Dan, of course, the points that they're looking to get, guaranteeing a spot in winners, but just the skill, the tracing to get to this point in the 1v1.
And honestly, you can only imagine what's going through your mind when you're in a 1v1 like this. So much pressure on an individual.
Oh, wait a minute. Yuki killed 3.
Yeah, he did it all.
Yeah, 2. He did it all. Yuki taking an amazing off angle there, cleaning up the damage being done by his teammates. But, I mean, we've got to watch this almost in silence, haven't we? To appreciate it, to respect it.
Wow.
Not only that, he only had the one weapon as well, by the way. So they were both down to their last skerricks of utility.
I'll tell you what, though, looking at this, I don't see a moment where Yuki feels out of control. He feels like he is just waiting. And this is where maybe things start to catch him off guard a little bit. He loses his health, and he goes, oh no, but then that's where the punch maybe starts to look. He's only got 5 bullets himself. He only had 6 bullets. He uses the Valkyrie missile swarm there, and I cannot believe it. Is this the difference? 6 bullets.
I got to give respect to Hal as well. Hal went out swinging in that fight, but we almost had like a punch up at the wedding, right? In the end game. That was ridiculous.
He was 1 melee off. He was 1 melee off from going down.
Oh my God. I don't think it could have been closer. No ammo, basically both of them. 1 hit each. That might be the closest and the hypest 1v1 we have ever seen on a LAN stage in the ALGS. For those at the Copper Box Arena in London, you just witnessed a potential piece of ALGS history. And Dan, if this is any indication of where this tournament is going over the next 2 days, I'm a happy man.
I mean, imagine that, but on a Sunday.
But on match point.
For $1 million.
Oh my God.
Right, on match point. But look at what it does for Alliance. 13 kills, 12 placement points, a big old 25. TSM, though, it's still 16. It's still consistency. They're still going to be putting themselves into that winner's bracket.
And very quickly, this is what Alliance can do when they get the POI, right? When they feel comfortable. And it looks like they get the POI, they play the game they want to. And one thing...